brother Marines. We've returned again on this day. Today. Saturday.
Hey, tonight.
Tonight. This night. Saturday night. For another Afterdark. Featuring me, of course, naturally, your immaculate leader and benefactor and complete god.
Master of all.
Master of all. And
President
everything.
John Henry Eden.
That's me, the President of the United States of America. And we got Jackler 1.
That's me, as always, your guy in a chair.
He's the guy in the chair. He's kind of like Oracle from Batman, except for not being shot through the spine by the Joker with photos and, like, being naked and, like, his naked dad. That would be kind of weird.
I sure hope not.
That would be kind of...
Let's go to Susan with the weather.
And Susan with the weather. Susan Curmudgeon. It's raining out. And that was Susan with the weather. Now to sports. It's raining. Wait. Okay, so there's everyone's a meteorologist on this news show. So we'll do the intro thing.
We only cover the weather.
That's all we ever do. That's pretty much let's just talk about the weather when there's nothing to talk about. And intro thing. So that was the intro thing.
That was the
intro
thing,
outro,
as we call it.
Yeah, it's very versatile in what it could be, right? Like, sometimes it's an intro, sometimes it's an outro. It's kind of like intro-outro fluid, you know?
I mean, it could be anything. Within the perception of the viewer's eyes, it could truly be anything. Because as we all know, there are, multiple universes where that could be an outro, or there are somewhere that could be an intro. Because multiple universes and time travel seems to be a theme here. I'm not naming any names, but it seems to be a theme here.
Why would we name names? We don't name names here. We don't point fingers. I don't even know who you are. I don't know what channel this is. This channel doesn't have a name. I have no idea who Tommy Robinson is. Like, none of this. We don't have names here. Tommy Robinson.
No. Wasn't it Tony? No, it is Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, it was Tommy Robinson. Yeah. Tommy Robinson. Yeah, remember Tommy Robinson.
Yeah,
oh, I gotta stop you.
Yeah.
I gotta stop you from saying that you can't. You can't.
If you say it 3 times in the mirror, he shows up.
He shows up with a bunch of like rally protesters.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. If you say his name 3 times, people coming to protest him show up. And that's what happens.
No, that's better. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to turn your light off in like the bathroom, and you look into the mirror, and you say Tommy Robinson. You close your eyes and then you open your eyes, and then they're like Gorak the Destroyer's there.
Yeah, Gorlok the Destroyer's there. Like, you can't say that.
I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I love that clip.
To me, my Autobot.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, X-Men. Yeah, so.
X-Men.
That's something we could talk about.
It's been going pretty good so far. I believe we're on episode 4 now, I think.
Yeah, that's true. I was talking about, because I wanted to review some of X-Men on the channel, but that seems to be fucking impossible unless you do a whole fucking backflip and you have to do a whole bunch of work. You have to get rid of all of the sound and put like a filter and like play it backwards and only do it like 1 frame every few seconds, or else Disney fucking shuts you down.
Maybe you could just like do the still images, maybe. And then just in case, like put like something over it. I don't know. Put like that like Space Marine you in the costume loop. Put that over it.
Just put it over it and then just make it really transparent, so that way you can see through it. But like, so it's like a filter that's put over top of it, so that way it's technically different. Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
where,
that could work.
That could work. That could work. I mean, the video I wanted to make, it's already I want to say it's already fairly debunked by this point, or no, it's half debunked, and I could talk about it now because it never got to see the light of day when I wanted it to hit YouTube. It got shut down, and I tried to put it up onto the Discord, but it had to be in such low quality that it wasn't even really worth watching. And which, hopefully when I'm able to upgrade the Discord server, then I could, upload large, high quality videos and not have to turn them into like a PS1 FMV for, But what I was wanting to talk about in that was, and I'll just give like a quick synopsis of it, because I think it was like a 30-minute video that I made, right? Is that it was talking about episode 5, and I mean, like, we've not gotten there yet, but I think you already know in advance what happens and what might be happening in there, right? So
Yeah, kind of, mostly.
I mean,
I know what happened. If not, I know what happens after it.
yeah. I mean, so at this point,
anyone watching, spoilers for X-Men 97.
X-Men 97 spoilers. I mean, the whole series is like the 10 episodes is out now at this point, and it's been out for like I think a week or two. So I think it should be that should be fine, right? But if you want, just I don't know, don't leave.
Well, actually,
just don't.
Yeah, keep watching. Just turn it off.
Just keep watching. Just like
Just
stop.
turn your audio off.
Just turn the audio off and then check back. And if we're still talking about X-Men and you don't want to know, just mute it again. Just mute it again, right? And then just come back. But just keep it playing. So
yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like, you've already seen enough to get up to a certain point in this theory that I had, which was so in episode 5, there is a very significant event. And a lot of characters bite the dust. A lot of named characters. Some of them, kind of like for the cartoon's purpose. Some of them were kind of like a one person. Have fun, guys. I gotta go to bed. All right. Have a good night, Graham.
You have a good night, Graham. I won't be under your bed tonight, definitely.
But I haven't had any interest in X-Men since about 2008. Yeah. I mean,
it happens.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Right? Like, that sounds about right. Who's cared about the X-Men since no, like, this is just the new hot thing that came out, right? Like, so yeah, it's just that
cuz like realistically, like there was like all the live action movies were not of particularly good quality. All of the comics that I can think of anyway have really not been good. Like, the X-Men have just been shit for a while now. A very long while.
Oh, the comic book industry, from what I'm aware.
In general.
It's been injected.
The comic book industry has not been in general has not been doing very good. That is true.
Like, I don't know what its sales are like. Like, I'm not even going to talk about that. I'm just talking about the content. And from what I'm aware of, it's been injected with the message, with the woke shit. Like, all I need to do is just point, like, it's like, how many examples do you need to point at, or do you need to point at an offensive enough offense? You know what I mean? Like, to, to be the point in case, right? Like, does it have to be like a little pebbles, or does it have to be a fucking mountain? And so I would say if I needed to point at anything, it would be, "Hi, my name isn't Starfire," or whatever it is.
Yeah. Oh my. I am not Starfire. Yeah,
I am not Starfire would be the number one example of a comic that came out that seems like it's one of those things where it's here. I want to introduce my OC, but I also want them to have and own and like appropriate all of the popularity.
It's not an OC, because if you look at the character and then you look at the lady who wrote this book,
I know.
realize that this is actually a self-insert.
A self-insert OC. I mean, like, I'm not unfamiliar with them. I mean, Jackler, have you ever heard of Slaith Darkseer, Leonidas, and Arrow? Have you ever heard of these characters? And
Have you ever heard of Jack?
have I ever told you about Arrow the Wise? No. So it's a story the Jedi wouldn't tell you. And so I'm not unfamiliar with that. So yeah, it's a self-insert OC that is there to like shit on everything else. It's Velma. It's Velma, which is also a self-insert. Effectively,
it is.
like it's not even like it. She's Velma anymore. She's a completely different character that like, what was her name? Like Velma Dinkley or something like that?
Yeah, Velma Dinkley, yeah.
Yeah,
She's a completely different character to the real Velma Dinkley.
You know, I honestly would have preferred Peter Dinklage to play fucking Velma Dinkley. That would have been better. Right there.
That would have been a good show, yeah.
Yeah, Velma Dinklage.
Funny. Hey, you want to know the funniest thing? It's got a season 2 now.
Fuck me. No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Does.
No.
I wish I could. I wish I was lying to you. I truly wish I was lying to you.
Okay, so let's go.
There is
Happy place.
one funny joke in the whole show.
Yeah.
And that is when like Fred is in jail, and one of his like I don't even know what the fuck he's in jail for, and then one of his friends like in jail comes up to him and he goes, "Hey Fred, there's some kind of like talking meatloaf here to speak to you, Velma." That's the only funny joke in the show.
They knew that they needed to punch themselves at least once, so that way the people that would hate them would want to watch that, and then might get baited into watching the rest of it, hoping that the show might be then. But then all of a sudden the show is just self-flagellating, like it's.
And I think they do the same thing because in season 2, I think Velma dies.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're doing the same thing. It's like, hey guys, we totally know that we're a shit.
Didn't they turn fucking Scooby-Doo into like a black guy?
No, they turned him into a black woman, I believe, who is dating Shaggy, known as Norval. I believe that is what happened. Yeah.
So, like, meanwhile, in the alternate universe, right? Like, we have the Scooby-Doo gang looking through a portal into, like, the fucking... I was gonna say Shelma. Fucking Shelma. The Velma universe, right? And then it's kind of like, oh, hey, Scoobs, what do you think we're up to in the other universe? I don't know, Raggy. And then, like, you just see Norville and fucking whoever that is just, like, on the squeaky bed, and it's like, oh, geez, Scoobs, I guess I gotta leave and fucking go fucking, you know, KMMIY. KYM. I need to go. I need to go unalive myself right away. Me too, Raggy. Right, like, fuck's sake.
Holy shit, Raggy.
Right, but then there's like fucking Daphne and Velma like watching through the portal, you know, and they turn into like fucking Paris Hilton. Ah, that's hot. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah. So like there's a lot of that going on. And like a lot of these characters I find, or this new message shit, it needs to shit on the world that is supporting it. It's shitting on the fucking pedestals that's lifting it up. So it exists thanks to the arm that's lifting it, and it's shitting all over the side of it to go, look at how great I am. And this is Star Wars. This is like new Star Trek. It's probably
it's
Doctor Who.
Everything. Star Trek,
it's
Star
everything.
Wars. The same thing happened with that new fucking He-Man show that everyone hated.
The Masters of the Universe show. And you know, you know what?
Yeah.
I know. Okay, there were some people that really didn't like me pointing that out. That it's like, well, it wasn't He-Man because it was, you know, the other one was He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, and this one's Masters of the Universe. So there.
Yeah.
But still, ultimately, and obviously that was me being fucking facetious. But like, the show is clearly the spiritual descendant to He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. And then what, don't they like kill He-Man, Prince Adam, and like
yeah,
fuck, do they kill Battle
they
Cat
kill
too?
him. I don't remember the cat, but they definitely kill him.
He's got his dog
like,
cat
oh,
thing,
God.
right? He's got like his little cowardly lion thing that transforms with him.
I don't watch He-Man.
Oh, so then okay.
I've seen like a little bit of like the new one, you know, the shit one.
Yeah.
Where like he gets killed off within like the first episode, and then there's the lady. What's her name? It was, God, I forgot her name, but she ends up becoming like the main character because you know the show is actually about her.
She-Ra?
It's not She-Ra. It's a different, because She-Ra, her name is Adora, right? So it's someone different.
Evelyn?
No, I think it's
Skeletor? Skeletor
Yeah,
then transitions and he's a woman.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a woman's
well, you see Skeletor,
skeleton bone penis.
I think Skeletor in like the later episodes he gets like girl bossed on.
Yeah,
So you know.
probably.
Yeah, Skeletor gets girl bossed on, and then this lady becomes the main character. And then while He-Man's parents are there, like mourning the death of their son, she's kind of just going like, "Well, what about me?"
I mean, that's kind of been a thing as well, going back to some things like shit. You know, the villain like that, where the main villain gets put to the side, and then like his
character,
and
you
then
mean?
like the main villain, villain gets put to the side.
Villain, okay.
Yeah, like you just did with Skeletor. Because I can think back to, there was this show in the 90s, right, which was Sonic the Hedgehog. And so that and that show was weird because it was like Sonic the Hedgehog is friends with a bunch of people that look exactly like the fucking Chippendale Rescue Rangers. And of course, like the main villain of the show, as you could probably imagine, is Dr. Robotnik, right? Who's now known as Dr. Egghead, right? Although they're two different characters and same character. Eggman, yeah, he's Eggman.
Yes.
But and sometimes they're the same guy, and sometimes Robotnik's his grandfather. Is that kind of a fair analysis or description of how that works?
I suppose I really only know the modern interpretation.
Modern, yeah, where he's Eggman, yeah.
Yeah, he's Eggman.
But did you ever
I'm
see?
Sure his name is Robotnik, but he is just called Eggman.
He's just called Eggman. So then, does it still? Either way, who cares? Dr. Robotnik's his grandpa, right? And he's the one that made fucking Shadow the Hedgehog or some lame, edgy shit. So, okay. So back in this cartoon, before any of that shit was ever a fucking thing, I remember this like from an episode. I don't know if this was if she was a recurring character or if it was just this one thing, but Robotnik gets put to the side, and the main villain now is Mrs. Robotnik. Oh my god, Mrs. Robotnik is just fucking Robotnik, but with like, I don't know, lipstick or something. Like it's
so. When was this from?
From the 90s. From the 90s, there was this show. Here, I could pull it up and put it up on the stream here, so that way people could fucking see it. And I'll even go to let's go to Google. Oh, that'll be good. Mrs. Robotnik. Oh God. Oh God.
Sleuth does not like what he sees.
Oh God. All right,
I think part of the reason why I'm here on this channel is to try and help introduce Sleuth to the modern world.
Therapy, Mrs. Robotnik.
In that you should never look up anything on
from your past or something like that. I'm just gonna put it into Streamlabs, right? Because that seems to be the easiest way to do that. No, not the picture of Valrak's bare ass.
Whoa!
Gotta add a new one.
Party foul.
Yeah, we can't do that one. Well, he asked
Can't
me
do
not
that.
to, so I can't show it. I mean,
Politely, yeah, true.
I can just kind of drop it in the DMs there. Well, no, I'm not gonna drop the picture in the
I don't
DMs.
really want to
No, no,
see
no.
that.
I can just drop it subtly. You know, hey, I've got it. I can say I've got it, but I'm not gonna fucking drop it on stream, right? So here we go.
Blackmail Valrak.
Here's Mrs. Robotnik and Robotnik. I'm gonna put it up on the stream. I'll put it into like the chat with us, so that way you don't have to fucking dual task or whatever, right? So that way,
All right, that's sweet.
yeah, that'll make it easier for you. Okay. All right. So that way you can look at the same time. You can look along while we're talking about it. So here's
So she's just Dr. Eggman with tits, then.
yeah. No. Can't you see her sundress and the right?
I'm legally blind.
Can't you see
actually.
can you clearly not see the sundress and the bonnet? Those clearly are distinctly different articles of clothing. And if we look closer, also Mrs. Robotnik has eyelashes, right, on top of her eyes, but they still both have a penis.
It's to be expected.
Yes, but it is a woman's penis though on Mrs. Robotnik.
True.
So
That
that's
is
right.
her penis, her
Yeah.
choice.
So yeah. So wow, I should probably. I'm just gonna keep that as the background. That's gonna be great.
I think that's good. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah.
What else could we complain about? Oh boy. So.
Oh
remember
wow,
that,
there's so many things.
You remember that Suicide Squad game?
The game. Oh, you mean the one where they just
kill everyone.
They
Yeah.
kill everyone and like
kill
unceremoniously too, like in ways where
Yes.
don't they
Yeah.
literally piss on the Flash's corpse after
So
Batman or
Captain
something?
Boomerang. No. So what happens is they kill Flash, and then Captain Boomerang goes to piss on his corpse, but then like he doesn't do it because everyone else, like Deadshot, stops him from doing it. And oh god, that's a whole other thing. Oh, the Deadshot debacle, Jesus Christ. No, I'm you get to complain about Star Trek. I get to complain about the Suicide Squad now.
Oh, this is your time now.
Oh, this is my time. It
That's
has
right.
come. So, you're familiar with like the Arkham games, like Arkham City, Arkham Asylum.
I'm aware of them. I've not played any of them.
Okay, all right. You don't need to be all right. So this game is they decided to, from what I've seen, this really seems like a last minute decision. They tied this game to the Arkham universe, so it is connected to those three games. It's in the same.
Okay.
Now here's the thing: in Arkham Origins and in Arkham City, you get to fight Deadshot. Now, in those two games, and it is, and in this anime, they made an animated movie as well, also set in the same universe. So in those two games and in this animated movie, Deadshot is white, but in the Suicide Squad, Deadshot is suddenly black. Now they explain this as it being like the white Deadshot is not the real Deadshot. He's a Deadshot from another universe. So you're telling me that this entire time, all these years, that Batman, world's greatest detective, has been fighting Deadshot, he doesn't know that this guy is a fake Deadshot. This fake Deadshot who just so happens to have the exact same name as the real quote-unquote black Deadshot, and the exact same daughter, the exact same backstory. You're telling me that in all these Batman never like cross-referenced everything, and this whole time he's just been fighting fake Deadshot, and he just didn't know.
You just didn't know, Jackler.
He just didn't know.
You just didn't know.
So yeah, apparently, so the real Deadshot is black, which I'm as far as I know, that really only came about from the movie where Will Smith was playing him. I don't know if there's ever been a black Deadshot before that, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know either, to be honest, on that one. I couldn't tell you if that...
So I think that was just a thing they did to try and tie it to the movie, or because it's what people might recognize more, which I hate when they do that, when they like design a character to look like the movie version.
You mean like they did with Harley Quinn?
Like they did with Harley Quinn, yeah, I hate it.
Yeah, if that's where this was heading to. Because, I mean, like, or if that's part of one of the things. Because, yeah, like, they definitely... I think they made... Because, like, I think I've seen clips of that. Didn't they try to make Captain Boomerang look a little bit kind of like the one from the movie as well? But then again, movies themselves...
Captain Boomerang, I have to give Captain Boomerang credit, because he looks relatively, like...
The way that he would look in the comic? I mean, but movies themselves are even getting more comic accurate. Like, look at Polka Dot Man. Right, like that. That alone, right?
The new Suicide Squad movie is actually kind of good.
It was. I actually thought it was really good, comparatively, at least to the original one.
Yeah, definitely better than the last one.
It was. I mean, it's also nice that they get to pull out and dust off Starro once again. It's been about 10 years. I think the last time that Starro got dusted off in any way that I mean, I'm not super... What the hell was that? Did you just take a line? What the fuck was that? All right. All right, well, we got so we just heard the snort line from over on...
Shit.
So he's got that raw Colombian right there.
Yeah.
He's got the good stuff.
Going, you know?
Yeah, that's how you survive. That's how you stay strong. That's the Brazil way. And the last time I saw Starro, and I mean, like, I don't know, I guess I'm not a super aficionado. I don't own fucking every comic, and I've seen the ones that I've seen and the ones that I enjoyed, and etc. But the last time I saw Starro get dusted off was on Robot Chicken, when they did that DC mega thing where the whole thing was just DC, and they had it had its own story. Did you ever see that? And,
I don't think I have, no.
And DC counts that as its own. That is a DC universe. The robot, robot DC, Robot Chicken DC shit is its own canon DC universe in the multiverse. And so, who nobody cares. But that was the last time that Starro came out, and it was like, and he got defeated by like Love or something, and then Batman flew through him with like a Green Lantern boat.
Yeah, I mean, again, I love it when they use more, obscure characters, like obviously Starro, Polka Dot Man. I mean, dude, I never thought I'd see Polka Dot Man in a fucking movie.
No,
there he is.
I think, wasn't Polka Dot Man given like a dust off in Batman Brave and the Bold?
Brave and the Bold, probably, because like Brave and the Bold is
that show was dusting off a lot of characters. I mean, like just being real. When was the last time you ever heard of fucking Plastic Man before fucking and like any of that shit? Was he even in Justice League? At least in a significant way.
In what? Like the cartoon?
Yeah. I don't remember him. If he was in it, he might have been in one episode in Unlimited, and maybe at like the end of the fucking show.
I don't know. I don't think he was in Justice League. Nowadays, though, I think he's become a bit more popular.
Yeah, but he's one of those retro characters that got totally shelved, and then is now like bam, he's back, like fucking Polka Dot Man. Like, who could come back tomorrow? Like even ones that only were like one-offs, that only existed, like, here's a character that only existed in this one show or in this one thing, and then suddenly they go, hey, there's a character, and then they take them and they put them back into somebody. We could see fucking Egghead.
I mean, yeah, there's infinite possibilities of who you could put
Vincent
in.
Price, King Tut came back
Hmm.
from like the fucking Adam West show.
Fucking Catman, bro. Who the hell remembers Catman?
Fuck, I mean, like I knew of Catman, but I never saw or like knew. I never really knew Catman. You know.
It's like, yeah, like even old characters like you can do fucking anything with
What do
an
you mean
old
old characters like
nobody has
you?
heard
What do you
of.
mean old characters like me, Jackler?
I didn't say like you. I didn't say that. You hear what you want to hear.
Yeah.
Old characters like Mr. Freeze, like the Mr. Freeze you're probably familiar with today, that only came about from the animated series where he has his wife frozen in the fucking tank because she's got a disease. Before that, Mr. Freeze was just a fucking guy that froze shit.
Well, Mr. Freeze showed up in the Adam West show, but he was played by
he was
two
in the
different.
Adam West show.
He was played
where he was a guy in a fucking spacesuit that just froze shit.
Kind of. I think. Well, he was. He. There was. I think 2 appearances of Mr. Freeze, and I think he was played by 2 different actors, and they were different in, I think, somewhat in their costume or something, and I don't think they ever expanded on his backstory on anything like that in that time.
I don't think they really expanded him in the comics either. Like the point I'm making is like he was kind of a nobody.
Yeah.
And then with the animated series, he became an entirely new person, and is much more popular now, definitely.
Yeah, it's when a character gets like a second life or like a reimagining or some type of adaptation to it or something. Like how many people will prefer Heath Ledger's Joker over all the other Jokers, but then there's going to be the crowd that likes the Joaquin Phoenix Joker, and then people who will be like, no, it's Jack Nicholson Joker. No one's gonna say fucking Cesar Romero Joker or whatever, just because like, not even like, and it's not like he did a bad job.
No one's gonna say,
but no one's gonna say it.
Jared Leto, that's for sure.
Well, yeah. You know. To be honest, I thought the Jared Leto one was refreshing in its own way.
Oh,
I thought it was
refreshing.
refreshing.
Got a hot take here.
I'm not saying it was the best. I'm not saying it was the worst. I'm saying it was refreshing because it was a different. Okay. It was a different take, because this version of the villains, because like what Suicide Squad was like what, kind of like a spin-off of fucking Man of Steel and Batman Superman.
I think it is kind of. I think it's a bit up in the air as to whether it's related to it or not. It might be now. I don't really know.
Well, they show fucking Ben Affleck Batman in one of them, defeating.
Oh yeah, okay. Then
Harley Quinn and Joker, right? So, okay, so because this is this universe, right? And so when you pick like, okay, what does Aquaman look like? Not in that specific set of movies, but just in general, what does Aquaman look like? And now we'll just get to the point, because like it's kind of a rhetorical question. What does he look like? And now, what does he look like in those movies? And it's dramatically different, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, wait a second, why is he like the high octane angst fucking machismo fucking give me a bottle of booze, rough gruff fucking crude Aquaman character, right? Why? Who is this? Why is he just once again Guy from Stargate Atlantis? And which, do you think that's how he got the job? Hey, I was on a show called Stargate Atlantis. I would be great for Aquaman. And so we have that, right? And so when you take that example, I mean, like some of the characters that look best are the ones that are also the worst, because there was also Wonder Woman, right? And it's kind of like, so why do you have this like Israeli accent or whatever? Right, like Wonder Woman in that movie. And it's kind of like, so like what's going? So then they gave all the Amazonians, or like they all tried to pretend they had the same accent. You know what I mean? So So they all sound the fucking same, and it's just terrible. Then we go to, and some of them are just like they're taken from one thing or another. I don't know if that Aquaman's based off of a comic. I don't know if like the Wonder Woman they chose. I would want to say that they chose the physique and costume that mostly matches, like, I don't know, like, the one that's, like, from Justice. Like, she looks like Wonder Woman. She's fine. But
Yeah.
but the voice gets off, and then a lot of the backstory and all that gets weird. But either way, then we go to Batman, right? And Batman, they were like, you know, we're totally not ripping off The Dark Knight Returns, but we're totally ripping off The Dark Knight Returns. We're making our Batman super chonk, and we're also just ripping off like complete panels and scenes and parts from Batman Dark Knight Returns. Or am I saying the wrong title? Which is the one where Batman fights Superman?
That is Dark Knight Returns, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. It's not Rises, right? Rises is...
Rises the
Darkness
movie.
has defeated... Victory has defeated you.
Oh, God. That whole Bane is another thing. Oh, my God. I could...
Yeah, like... So, well, I mean, there's different versions of Bane, and that's the one they went with there, right? Because that's the gritty, grounded, realistic version of the Batman universe where nobody's supernatural, right? Nobody can be supernatural mutant monster being people. They all have to just be like...
But Bane isn't supernatural. He just does fucking roids.
Well, he's like... They're like super fantasy roids, though.
It's true.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, that there's super... So they're super magic roids is kind of the gist of it. Ra's al Ghul, you know, doesn't literally put himself in a Lazarus pit and shit like that. Or I guess he's actually Ra's al Ghul in that movie. Motherfucker.
Yeah, because that's what they call him, yeah.
Oh my god. And they even went out of their way to, like, have a part where he corrects that and says, no, it's Ra's. Where it's at the party, right? At the party at Wayne Manor. When it's kind of like, so, Mr. Wayne, I have someone I want to introduce you to. So, how is it that you say your name? Ra's al Ghul? Right? And that moment just sets up for the character to turn around and go, actually, madam, it's Ra's. Right? Like, they set that fucking up, but they never do it, so his name's Ra's al Ghul. And it just is Ra's al Ghul in the movie. And it's like, motherfucker. What? So, you know, it makes me question if the character actually was originally Ra's al Ghul, or if Ra's al Ghul was just a product of the cartoon. Right? That was the cartoon people going, well, how do you pronounce this? I don't know. Let's call it Ra's, but it looks like Raz. How about people think it's Raz when they read it, but it's called Ra's? That's brilliant. We could, like, spend at least, like, 20 minutes of the cartoon just doing that, and these stupid kids will fucking eat it while having their Cheerios. So, like... Right? So, but, like, so then we go to, like, Batman, and he's clearly stolen from all these different, like, looks. And then some people didn't like the way he was chonk Batman, and he was also just kind of derpy at most of the times. And then there's Superman, who a good chunk of his own fucking movie, he's walking around like he's the Incredible Hulk, moving from town to town, from job to job, from labor site to lumber mill, as if he's on some angsty lone road. I need to go discover myself. I'm fucking Wolverine fucking trip, until he reluctantly snaps Zod's neck, and then, I don't know, decides to make an Amazon show, but then doesn't want female custodies. So, sorry, I just really don't like Henry Cavill.
Can I ask why? That, you know, matter. We're gonna get off topic.
Why don't I like Henry Cavill?
Yeah. In short.
I didn't like him as Superman.
Alright, fair enough.
That's it. So I don't like him. I don't care if the writer, I don't care if the director, I don't care if he had a fucking gun to his head. If he's some kind of guy that wants to preserve the lore, fuck him. Then you fucked Superman. Henry Cavill, you bent over and pulled down the fucking super undies of Kal-El, the last son of Krypton, and you just dry fucked him. You didn't even spit on it. Right? Like, you didn't even spit on it. You just dry fucked him. And that's why, fuck you, Henry Cavill. Right? And so, you know what this is going to end up into, like, somehow, like a year down the road? It's going to be like, ding dong, and then it's going to be like, oh, you was Slaith the Space Marine? I'll be like, holy fuck, you're Henry Cavill. Yeah, I saw this video, and people wanted us to make this, like, discussion, so we're going to, like, talk back and forth, and then they're going to put it up on this channel.
I'm gonna, like, beat the shit out of you now.
Yeah, after I'm going to strangle you like I did Zod. You know, like... No, he's gonna snap my neck, and he's gonna while screaming female custodies. Right.
That's a good way to die.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's
how I'd want to go.
That's the snoo snoo. Is that the death by snoo snoo?
Yeah. That's how I'd want to go.
Getting dry fucked by Henry Cavill. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Tony. Do we got Tony? We got a guest here. We got Tony here. Hold on a second.
Oh, it's Tony. Tony, what do you think of the Justice League video game? Of the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League video game?
Okay, you know, I said it was gonna be by, like, I kind of implied it was gonna be by donation only, but I mean, he's sitting here, he's looking at me, he's like, put up the treat table. So I'm gonna give him some treats. How many do you think, Jackler? 1, 2, 3, 4, just a random amount.
I'm thinking 2. Go
Two?
a little in between.
He gets one for each of us. All right, Tony, you're gonna get 2 treats. That's 2 treats. You get 1 from me. You get 1 from Jackler. So I'm gonna just go get that. It's gonna take me like 15 seconds. You know, so Jackler, if you could just kind of prattle on.
So, oh boy, back to Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Oh my god. So for the squad, they actually in Arkham Origins they end up teasing a Suicide Squad game, where it has like the people from that game, where it's like Deadshot, fucking Deathstroke, and a few others. Somehow that game never went through, and so instead of that, we got this, where you've got fake Deadshot, you've got King Shark, okay, you've got Harley Quinn, okay, she's basically at everything now. You've got Captain Boomerang, which, all right, Captain Boomerang, that's okay, he's cool. Is there anyone else? No, that's just it. And so first, the story isn't just the problem; it's just the gameplay in general, because it's just shooting. It's a looter shooter. How many fucking looter shooters are there in the goddamn world right now? I can't count how many there are, because there's too fucking many. So it's just another looter shooter that is set in the Arkhamverse, by the way. You know, the games that are known for its like cool, like rhythmic hand-to-hand combat. No, we're throwing all that out the window, and we're just gonna give everyone a gun. Yeah, everyone gets a gun.
So is this like state of emergency, Grand Theft Auto, sort of third person over the shoulder machine gun?
Yeah.
Shoot the monsters.
Yeah, so everyone gets a gun. Like, Captain Boomerang, you know, the guy who throws boomerangs. Yeah, we're not gonna we're gonna let you throw his boomerang with like this one attack, but other than that, he's just gonna shoot a gun.
Well, yeah, he's curving the bullet like that Angelina Jolie movie or whatever, right? That's
so for again, it's a looter shooter. Okay. There's the huge problem. It's not really fun to play. You just shoot stuff, and there's no real like creative in all the boss battles. There's no real like creative way that you defeat the Justice League. You just shoot them. It sucks. It hurts because I've played all the Arkham games. I've been a fan for a long time, and to know that, you know, this thing is now part of that same universe, it kind of, and like, it doesn't spoil the bunch, obviously, but it's just not nice to see. And they're the complete utter like disrespect to like nearly every hero. Now here's
Yeah.
an interesting thing. They basically just shit on every hero
Except
when
Wonder Woman.
when they kill them, except Wonder
Except
Woman.
Wonder
Yeah.
Woman, and she gets like
When
this
one,
like
yeah,
dramatic
yeah, she gets this dramatic death,
that everyone's
and
compassionate
everyone,
about.
the whole
Yeah.
squad is like sad about it, and they're like, "Oh man, Wonder Woman died." And then you start thinking like when Wonder Woman dies, it sets up, and this is basically just implied by their like, by how the squad starts acting that like, okay, maybe we're gonna like turn good now, or we're gonna like try and save the rest of the Justice League. We're not gonna kill them. No, that doesn't go anywhere. They just like, yeah, now we kill Superman, we shit on him. We kill Batman, we shit on him.
It's
And
such a
they
shit
they have to.
story. It's just such shit. Because now, like, here's one of the things about the good guy villain dynamic, right? In like the Saturday morning cartoon, even though it's not a Saturday morning cartoon, it's a serialized sort of story, right? Well, what happens when the good guy wins? The next day, the villain comes back, right? What happens when the bad guy wins? The hero's dead. So where do you go from there? Right? Where do you go from there? Oh, well, I guess we could just bring them back. Just bring back the heroes, right? Like, who cares? Fuck it. Fuck them all, right?
Yeah,
Like,
no. Speaking of bringing back the heroes, it's actually heavily implied in the story that all the heroes that the Suicide Squad kills are all clones. So they're not actually killing all the superheroes. They're just clones. The real superheroes are like somewhere else.
isn't Wonder Woman made out of clay? Isn't
Yeah,
she
Wonder
like
Woman.
magic?
It's meant to be like, I think Wonder Woman actually dies, which is kind of sad because this Wonder Woman is actually pretty cool. Like she's got a good design, and all the characters, all the Justice League looks really good. Like these are really good designs. They look cool. The voice acting is cool.
Yeah.
It's like you probably could have just made like a Justice League game instead, and it would have probably been way better. So like Wonder Woman actually dies. Superman might also actually be dead. Because fuck it, right? Why not? We hate Superman, the first superhero.
But you know
But
what
like
though?
there's this thing
Who
where
cares when Superman
this,
dies? Because he died in the '90s, but he didn't die.
yeah, he didn't. And then there's this thing where Captain Boomerang cuts off one of Flash's fingers.
Wow.
But then when you see him again, when you see Flash again later, Flash has his finger back. So it's meant to be like, oh god, they're like clones. You're not really killing the Justice League, guys.
So like the
And they
real
have
Flash
to,
shows up later on, or the Flash that got his finger cut off?
I don't know. I think Flash that got his finger cut off might be the real Flash, and then the one with two fingers is the fake one, with all his fingers as the fake one. They're all implied to be clones, and they have to shoehorn in a multiverse because, of course, right?
Yeah. So that way you can do whatever you want. So that way you can kill.
Yes,
You can kill anybody, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah. They shoehorn in a multiverse. There's like 10 Brainiacs, by the way, which, like, I guess, okay, all right.
Like 10 different of the same Brainiac, or like 10 different generations of Brainiac?
I think there's like 10 different. It's like 10 different of the same. It's for a
Like
game
multiverse.
mechanic where it's like, yeah, it's for a game mechanic where it's like, oh, you go into Brainiac's lair and then you kill him, and it's like, okay, but you only killed one Brainiac. You've got to go and kill Brainiac 2 through fucking 10 or 7 or whatever.
Oh, that might be generations of Brainiac. Like so, like, there was like, how there's Brainiac and he's like a guy. But then there's Brainiac, and he's like a giant head that machine skull face on a wall. And then there's Brainiac, who's like a kid that's part of the Justice League in the future.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Those are all different
Like that.
generations of Brainiac.
That one isn't so bad, I guess. I get it. It's also, meant to be like a gameplay thing. Okay, fine. Um, and then it just ends so unceremoniously, where it's just like they kind of just like everyone kind of gets together. I don't really remember what happens. Everyone kind of gets together, they talk for a little bit, and then the game just kind of ends, and you get put right back in, and then to do pointless shit that really amounts to nothing. So they have, again, there's this multiverse thing to justify, again, killing everyone and also adding new characters. So in the Arkham universe, in like a few games ago, the Joker died, and like he's stay dead. In the next game, he stayed dead. He was like a fucking kind of showed up in Batman's imagination because Batman was like infected with the Joker toxin, and he was becoming the Joker. But that's a whole other thing. Batman, like, he's Batman. He deals with it. He wins. Yada yada. But the Joker is dead. He is straight up dead. So in season 1 of the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, because there's a season pass, because hey, this is a modern game that you paid $70 for. Pay more now.
Pre-order now.
So they added in the Joker. First of all, he looks shit. Shit Joker. And again, it's the Joker, who has been dead in this franchise, but now he's just back because it's like it's the alternate universe Joker, guys. And
Of course it is.
I hate it. And in their season, I think it's season 2 now, they've got Mr. Freeze, but it's a lady Mr. Freeze who is a they them.
So wait. Is they still Mr. Freeze?
That is a good question. I don't know. Because I think I've seen they them as called Mr. Freeze, but I've also seen they them called Mrs. Freeze. So
wait,
I
she's
really don't know.
He's they them's Mrs. Freeze, so would that make them married to Mr. Freeze? Because wouldn't it be Miss Freeze? Because Mrs. would be the for if she was if they were.
You're asking very good questions, Slaith. Unfortunately, I don't know.
Mrs. MRS, right? I think would be for like marriage. It would be signifying being married. But if it was Ms. or Miss, right? Like then that's not.
Oh, and okay, no, if I find the image here, hold on. Oh no, I need to show you this. So I need to show you they them Mr. Freeze. No, they still call they them as Mr. Freeze. They didn't really bother to change it. Oh, here it is.
I think Victor Freeze.
I need to show you this.
Victor Freeze just got so cold one day that his dick fell off, and he was like, "I am they them now," but I'm still Mr. Freeze. And then like icicles, he took some snow and made snowballs, and then like pushed them to his chest.
Okay, I put it in the text chat. Have a look. This is still Mr. Freeze.
Yikes!
This is they them Freeze.
That looks like the one of like the chick from Alien versus Predator that's in like the sacrifice room. Hold up, I'm gonna pull this up. I'm gonna put this up on Streamlabs.
It's a very specific reference.
Is it off though? Is it wrong? Is it not correct? Let's see. Let's pull this up. Let's pull up Freeze. Okay. What is it gonna be like Mona Freeze or something?
I think it's Victoria Freeze, actually.
Motherfuckers.
Yeah. They don't even bother to change the name. So yeah, there's that,
It's
and
just lazy and
it's
it.
lazy, it's cheap, it sucks, and I think Warner Brothers has lost. I think it was some like 200. I think it was like $20 million on this game,
Yeah, I wouldn't
even
doubt
more
it.
than that, in fact. So yeah, they're not making it out of this one, and it really sucks because it's often that games, like the company that owns a studio will force a studio to make a game that they don't want.
They really wanted
I
to
am of
highlight that hot pink, though, don't you think? On this character,
mm,
where they have the
yeah,
hot
on the
pink
glasses,
on the
yeah.
piping and then in the glasses, and then like, so how about this? Also, I don't know if how many Doctor Freezes are like this all the time, but that the okay, this Doctor Freeze looks like Iceman with the way that the face
Yes.
looks, and then the hair is also the same like texture. It's just like it's the same. It looks the same, like it would be completely identical. But then there's those glasses, which if it's so cold in there and everything's like that, why are the hot pink glasses there, other than for the contrast? I'm guessing this person's wearing some type of chest binder, possibly, that thing on the wrist, that's probably the strap-on holder.
Hmm.
Right, when it's not in use, it gets put on there, right, launched into deployment. But yeah, this is hot garbage. Oh, and they also gave it
Yeah.
they gave it the, of course, the one shoulder ripped tattered piece of brown cloth, like I'm Shadow the Hedgehog Mewtwo, fucking bullshit, where, like, how they have to have like the tattered poncho that just touches their corn, like the shoulder.
Mm.
That's what I see there. That's the fucking Shadow the Hedgehog. Or is it Sonic?
Eh,
I don't
I
even know.
don't know.
Who
So
fucking
yeah,
knows?
Suicide Squad really has been just awful. Again, I'm pretty sure that this adding it onto the Arkham games came either very late in development, or they just shoehorned it in to try and get more people to buy the game because people like the other games. So they're like, "Oh, guys, you get to see what happened to Batman after or Batman Arkham Knight. This is Batman here." Um, and oh god, it's just been really bad,
Yeah,
and it's not looking any better with the new content, which is going to be new Mr. Freeze here. Um, yeah, it's not looking any better.
yeah, that's not good. That was terrible.
No,
We can never do
no.
that again. That was.
And again, uh in Batman Arkham Origins, there's like this after credit scene where they do like they tease the Suicide Squad with with like the villains that were in that game. Like, so there's like Deathstroke and Deadshot and Lady Shiva, Copperhead, who's a bit less known, but she'd be cool. Um, and again, that game seems to have like fallen through. It never got made, and so we got this instead with a lot of characters that really don't make sense. Like, I think Black Deadshot is only there because of
The
the
movie.
movie
Yeah.
that made him black. King Shark, I think, is also only there because of the movie. Um,
Because people like to have the big dumb guy.
yeah.
And they also want they
Uh,
want to tie it into the movie because then it's easier to sell to the Commsooners.
I guess he's better because he does show up in. Funny enough, he shouldn't even be alive. Actually, hold on, I just remember this. So, again, remember there was an animated movie based in this same universe that was actually about the Suicide Squad. In that, there is King Shark, but he dies in that. So in this universe, he should be fucking dead.
Can he come back to life? Is that part of his powers?
I don't think so. And
Doesn't
that
have-
doesn't really
doesn't-
happen that often in this.
Maybe
So
maybe
I
he's
would say
half. Maybe he's half King Shark, half Solomon
no,
Grundy.
maybe it could be like the Deadshot thing where this wasn't the real King Shark. This one in the game is the real King Shark.
That's right. The other one was
Trust
from
me.
another universe.
Yeah,
And he
yeah.
got and he
I'm
and
sure that's
nobody noticed because he was King Shark and because he changes all the time. And
yeah.
so when they were like, yeah, I guess that's just King Shark. And there was no significant sort of I'm from another universe conversation. So he just bit the one. Or what about Zombie Shark? Like, isn't there such a thing like as like a zombie shark? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Like if you really wanted to like tie it into the movie, you could have just done Idris Elba's character Bloodsport instead of Black Deadshot. You could have just done Bloodsport. He's cool. You could do more shit for him, all right? So have him in there. Instead of they, them, Mr. Freeze, there's Killer Frost.
Didn't they put John Cena in the game?
In the game, no.
I thought that they made.
You're probably thinking of that's in Mortal Kombat.
That's Mortal Kombat. Okay.
He's in Mortal Kombat. That's a different game, yeah.
Okay, because I know I saw like a digitized John Cena.
Yeah.
Fucking what's his name again? Yeah. Good guy or something.
Peacemaker.
There we go. That's the one.
Yeah, Peacemaker. Omni-Man's in it too.
Fuck's sake! Of course he is.
Yeah. Not the worst guest characters. I guess it's okay, but whatever.
I mean, we've come a long way from Spawn, Link, and Yoda.
Link? I don't remember Link.
Link? This was
Kombat?
No. It was Soul Calibur.
Oh.
In Soul Calibur, there was like I think 3 versions at the time. I think so. There was the Nintendo version, the PlayStation version, and maybe the Xbox version. And then there was like a different character in each one, and there was Yoda and Link, and I think Spawn was in the other one.
Funny enough, Spawn was in Mortal Kombat as well. He was on the last game. Definitely, I think, in my opinion, as a Mortal Kombat fan, I think he was definitely one of the best guest characters in the series. Because like Spawn is awesome, and he fits with the violent nature of the game, I would say. So he was pretty cool.
True. But in a tournament where a bunch of people just wait around and, wait till their turn to fight the main character in the series of progression of, fight each character until you get to the end of the game and fight yourself and fight Shang Tsung, wouldn't the Terminator be the perfect one, right? He comes in with a shotgun, he's like, I've been waiting for you. And then
the Terminator was also in the game.
That's right, he was.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, even though the game is called Mortal Kombat, there's not really a Mortal Kombat tournament anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming. I gotta be careful because I'm gonna end up going on a rant about Mortal Kombat.
Oh
again.
no, go off. This is.
It is going to turn on.
Jackler night.
This is gonna
Mortal
turn
Kombat.
from the DC rant onto the Mortal Kombat rant.
Oh, is this going to turn into Marvel, or what was it? Mortal Kombat versus DC?
There's that. Oh, that was a thing that happened.
That was a thing.
Not canon anymore, thank God.
Wait, it was canon at one point?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, because it came out after. Oh man, I don't remember what it came out after. No, it came out like right before Mortal Kombat 9. So I think at one point it was kind of just that was like the only Mortal Kombat game around at that point. That was the next game in the series.
Oh,
so yeah.
That's not good. That's not good.
No, it is not. So I'm assuming you haven't really kept up with Mortal Kombat lore.
Not since the first game.
Not since. Oh, so that's. Ooh, we've come a very long way.
It's quite a while. I know there's a guy, and he's got like a razor blade hat, and he's the new Liu Kang now, because Liu Kang is Raiden
he's
now.
Not.
And Raiden.
No, in the new game, yeah.
And
oh man, no, we got to go back. So, what happens in Mortal Kombat 9 is like Raiden, it comes off of the ending of Mortal Kombat Armageddon, where like everyone dies.
Is that related to Worms
Uh,
Armageddon?
that is not indeed
Okay.
related to
Okay.
Worms
Just
Armageddon.
checking. Just checking.
Yeah, gotta make sure. Um, so everyone dies, and like Shang Tsung wins. There's like this big pyramid, and at the top of it is a character called Blaze. Blaze is like a fire elemental, and if you defeat him, you gain like the power of a god or some shit. So Shao Kahn ends up beating everyone. Somehow he beats Onaga. I don't know.
Whoa,
He ends
whoa,
up
whoa!
beating every.
You can't just say that.
Yeah, it happened. Even though before this, the way Shao Kahn killed Onaga is by poisoning him because he knew he couldn't beat him one-on-one. I guess they just ignored that.
Mhm.
So Shao Kahn is like about to, kill Raiden, strike him down with his hammer, and then Raiden sends a like message, a stupidly cryptic message to himself in the past at the Mortal Kombat tournament. And this message is just, he must win. And so Raiden, now in the past at the the ninth or I don't know which Mortal Kombat tournament it was. Raiden there gets like his message from the past where he just says he must win. Doesn't say who he is. And then the events of Mortal Kombat 9 start. So from Mortal Kombat 9, the timeline gets reset. Mortal Kombat 9 is basically kind of trying to tell the story of
The old
I believe
world
it was
of Warhammer.
one. It's
It's old
trying to
world.
still the.
It sounds like they destroyed the universe and that they restarted it with a new timeline. That's what it sounded. This is where this is going.
Well, no, here's the thing. The old world actually isn't a new timeline. It's still the same one. The world still gets blown up.
So is this the same one where Johnny Cage and Sonya are hanging out with their daughter that shouldn't be born yet, or that they're back in the past, or they're in the future with their fully grown daughter?
They get together. That's in Mortal Kombat 11, which timeline gets reset in 9, which tells the story of Mortal Kombat 1 through 3.
Okay.
In a more condensed manner.
Yeah, and probably with more narrative because
it's
Mortal Kombat, like to be honest, those classic arcade games, they didn't have the strongest narrative to them.
No, the narrative has definitely become a stronger focus, which is definitely a good thing, I think, because Mortal Kombat has really cool universe, has a really cool lore. There's a lot you can do with it. And I think it was also the first game, well, kind of, if you want to count the conquest mode in Armageddon and Deception, which are kind of story modes. This Mortal Kombat 9 was the first game to have like a proper story mode.
Mm-hmm.
So tells a story of Mortal Kombat 1 through 3, more condensed fashion, more narrative. It was pretty decent. I don't think Mortal Kombat 9 was that bad. There's definitely really good things in it, and really things that were not so good. Like good things I can think of, like Cabal is really good in that game where he he was part of the Black Dragon, and then he ends up getting burned. So that's when the whole mask and shit comes on, and he's like a former criminal, but now he's a cop. And that's pretty cool. Stryker is also there. Stryker was such a nothing character. And I think he showed up in Mortal Kombat 2 or 3, where he was just a cop that like tased people. They definitely they made him a much cooler character in Mortal Kombat 9. There was they turned Sub-Zero into a cyborg, which was an interesting decision. was an interesting decision. Um,
The fucking cyborg.
well, I mean, you know, there is the other ninja cyborgs. There's Sector and Cyrax.
Yeah, they needed the blue one.
'Cause
they didn't have one. They had
they
had
needed the
Robo
blue one,
Scorpion, right? When he was
Yeah.
that's what which is the yellow one? I don't know what their names.
Cyrax is the yellow one. The red one is Sector.
Not Rain or whichever one the red one was for the ninjas, right?
Red one is Ermac.
Ermac. See, I'm not gonna know. And honestly, if I were to look back and go, which one's noob? I would say not the one that's a ninja dressed in black. I would say the character that's just some dude that's entirely black silhouette. Because that's what he was like in the game that I saw Noob in, right? You know what I'm talking about? And as if there's a character named fucking Noob. What the did they know what they were doing? Did somebody from the future send a message back in time to Mortal Kombat 2 to go and name a character Noob?
Yeah, Ed Boon did that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Ed Boon sent a message back to himself in time to do that. I think nowadays it's meant to be so like Noob Saibot, his whole thing is that he has like this shadow clone. So
Rasengan.
The guy is meant I think the guy is meant to be Noob, and then his shadow clone is Saibot. So it's technically Noob and Saibot. That was my understanding of it.
So what's your take on just to like completely segue to something that's completely related to what we're talking about. Sorry to cut you off there. So what is your take on the Mortal Kombat movies 1 and 2, the TV series, and I think there was a new movie that came out, or there was something.
Yes, there was.
What are your thoughts on those medias of Mortal Kombat?
Okay, so I've seen the movie and I've seen the new one, but I have not seen the TV show and Mortal Kombat Armageddon, which, to be honest, I'm not missing much on Mortal Kombat Armageddon. I am not missing much. I've seen a few clips of it, so I know most of what goes on. But so starting at the top, the movie, I think the movie is a relatively, maybe not completely faithful, but it is a very respectful adaptation that I think it is done very well. Like in terms of, Mortal Kombat, I think it's really good. And as a movie itself, as a video game movie, video game movies are usually shit. I think it's definitely one of the better video game movies.
Where does it fall short? Is it like the Scorpion Sub-Zero thing working for Shang Tsung? Or
there's definitely that, because obviously Scorpion and Sub-Zero have like no character. Goro was also kind of there just to eat shit.
Kind of, yeah.
Same as,
and I mean, like
Kano. Even Kano, even more, is also just there to eat shit.
What about in the movie? They go out of their way to have Johnny Cage punch Goro in the dick, right? And now that's a reference to the games, but it's not necessarily a faithful reference to the games, because that move didn't work on Goro.
No, it did not.
So, there's always like, I don't know, did they do that because it was like I always wanted to do this, so they put it in the movie, or they were like, man, how did that end up in the movie when it was specifically one of the things you couldn't do in the games? Like, you couldn't do it to Sonya. I wonder why. And you couldn't do it to, well, I mean, can you say that anymore? I don't know. And you can't do it to Goro, right? Because Goro identifies as a prince of Underworld, and
Outworld,
with his brother that he pushed off a cliff or something like that, and then, but then in the movie they put that in, right? Didn't we talk about Mortal Kombat last time? We were talking
a little bit.
We were talking about like Johnny Cage and him like when he blows up Scorpion.
Just came away, when he blows up Scorpion, and there's the
letter,
signed picture. I think that is perfect, because that is perfectly in character for him.
Like, do you think he did pull out and sign a picture
Yeah,
and then
he
dropped
pulled
it
it
on
out,
the thing?
signed the picture, and yeah, absolutely. That is 100%.
But it doesn't
Something that
fall
Johnny
on
Cage
the
would do.
ashes, though, does it? Or I thought it was already in the ashes.
I think it's implied that he throws it down.
Okay. Well, I mean, that is the move in the game, right? Like, so that
Yeah.
is what it is. And then like, what else though? Like I guess like I liked how they swapped up the what were they called in the original game? The double matches when you had to fight against like the endurance matches when you had to fight two people in one life bar. And the way that and it was all the characters you had just already beaten in the tournament game so far. So it was like you're fighting the dead. Like, because, I mean, you're using finishing moves on these characters, so, like, like, they're dead, effectively, right? Like, as far as the game's concerned, these characters are dead once you've defeated them. So then, what do they do in the movie? Shang Tsung summons, like, a samurai and, like, a fucking, what can I say, except you're welcome guy, and, etc., right? And then those are what fight Liu Kang instead of like him fighting fucking Reptile and Sub-Zero and shit like that, right? I thought that was a nice way of doing it because it also implies that Shang Tsung has taken the souls and there's people and of lots of people and that a lot of people have died over the course of this tournament that's happening over the time. What were your thoughts on that and the mirror match and how they did that in the movie?
Yeah, I think it was done really well. I think Shang Tsung is probably like the best part of the movie. Like, oh man,
Hands down,
I think
yeah.
his name. I think his name was like Kari Hiroyuki Tagawa, I believe is the actor who plays Shang Tsung. He is so good at it. Like it's perfect. Like to me, that is the definitive Shang Tsung. Even in interesting other little fact in Mortal Kombat 11.
Yeah, they made him look like
so
him.
they had and it's the same. He's voice acting too. So it is the guy. It is really him.
Oh, that's solid. That's the way to do it. Yeah.
So like again, he is the best Shang Tsung without a doubt.
It's like Beast from X-Men, where to a lot of people when they read the comic books and they read Beast's lines, they hear the voice from the guy from the cartoon. Right?
Yeah, whenever I see Shang Tsung, I think of him from the movie.
Yeah. Okay.
So Shang Tsung is definitely just perfect. 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10 even. Just perfect. Liu Kang, I think, is also really good. The actor who plays Liu Kang is really good.
Did you ever see him in Beverly Hills Ninja?
I have not.
You know that video edit that I did with like the Valrak, like you were in it and I was in it and Valrak was in it and like Arch was in it and Dave from Mini Wargaming and all that, right? I get the character that my helmet's head on. That's that guy is Liu Kang. He looks exactly the same. He's got the same hair, and like he looks exactly the same as from when he was in Mortal Kombat. Like nothing's changed except for he's wearing a shirt. Yeah, right. Like
okay.
Yeah. I'll have to check. I'll have to show you that one sometime. Beverly Hills Ninja, so that way you can get like the bonus DLC of Mortal Kombat 1, the movie. That's not Mortal Kombat 2 Annihilation. What about the mirror match?
I think the mirror match. I'm trying to remember because I don't really remember the
mirror match was when
Shang Tsung turns into
his
like,
brother.
Kang, I'm guessing.
Turns into his brother. Yeah, into his dead brother. The one that Shang Tsung killed and then took his soul of or whatever. And so then he turns into his brother. Right? Do you see it? It's the mirror match because like they're even spelling it out in the movie where it's like face 1,000 dead warriors and that's the endurance part or whatever, right? And then one of them says face yourself. That's the mirror match, right? Face yourself. That's fucking.
It could be that, but there's also the fact that Shang Tsung shapeshifts into other people.
Yes, that's part of his character, and
Yeah.
and
In everything.
in
Really.
everything since the beginning. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think he does it a couple times in the movie, doesn't he? I think he turns into
I
he
think
does. Shang Tsung is the one that invites Johnny Cage to the tournament. Johnny Cage, when he's talking to his manager at the movie, and the manager gives him the invitation and says, "Go do this thing." He turns into Shang Tsung after.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, does that mean he killed his manager, or was he his manager all along? And wait a minute, if Shang Tsung was Johnny Cage's manager, how hard would it have been for Shang Tsung to have gotten a signed copy of a photo of Johnny Cage and given it to Scorpion?
Oh, see, here's the real theory.
You see where I'm coming from on this one? Where I think that Scorpion had that photo all along and that he was a fan of Johnny Cage. Like, he was one of those obsessive stalker fans. That's why when Johnny Cage wasn't even in a match at the time. He was just walking through the woods about to fucking take a piss or like take a shit next to one of the shitting trees. And then all of a sudden it's like, "Hey, get over here!" And Scorpion's fucking throwing ropes at him to try to fucking get him and shit. And then literally abducts him and goes like, "Welcome to my world." Like, he like. So I like what Scorpion comes across kind of like an obsessive fan, like Misery, you know, like where
Yeah.
you know what I mean. So
Yeah.
whereas you see like when all of a sudden, well, wait a minute, Johnny Cage's manager was Shang Tsung. You know, like suddenly it raises some questions. It's almost kind of like I'm almost surprised that they didn't make Jax turn into Shang Tsung when like Sonya was about to get onto the boat or something. Right, when Sonya's chasing Kano onto the boat, and because Jax is in the first movie, it gets overlooked because he's not played by the same guy as in the second movie, and also he's pretty much just like Danny Glover.
He doesn't go to and he doesn't go to the island either, right? I don't remember him going to the island either. No. So he doesn't. He really is just there for the first few minutes.
Yeah, he plays.
We never see him again.
Cop crouching behind like boxes, wooden crate, number 1, and he's like talking to Sonya, and he's like, Sonya, come back, right? Like, don't go in there, Sonya, right? And then we never see him again. And then the next time we see him, he's played by, like fucking Kazam. He's played by, like, I don't know. You know what I mean? He's played by somebody that looks like no. You know, like there's that Kazam thing. I posted up in the Discord, right, where it was like the fucking Sinbad genie movie.
Yeah, that doesn't exist, yeah.
Which is weird, because honestly, I remember there being a videotape when I was younger.
It's it's the man dildo effect.
No, my friend had it. He had the tape, and I was like, "What's this movie?" And I swear, and I was like, "What is this movie?" And it's like, "Oh, it's Kazam with Sinbad." And it's like, what? It was fucking bizarre. See, that's how you know you're from the other universe, right? So and then in the second movie, it's like if you combine Shaq and Sinbad into one guy, and then that's
bad.
And then that's Jax. And I like how Jax is like, okay, you've not seen it, but like Jax's story arc and character growth is that he learns that he doesn't need the robot arms, and so he just takes them off, or he's like, I don't need them, and then fights without them, and he's stronger now. He's stronger now without the robot arms. It's like, but like the robot arms is like your whole fucking thing.
That is your whole thing.
That is like,
if you take the robot arms off, you're just a guy, really.
Like you're not fucking Vegeta, Goku training in fucking 50% extra weight gravity shit with your robot arms. So now you're stronger now because the robot arms. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And he fights fucking Kotaro or something at the end, and it's this really awkwardly shot fight, right? With a lot of really low angles for Kotaro, so that way they could try to make his like centaur body look somewhat convincing. and then like Rico's girlfriend from Starship Troopers shows up, and she's what's her name? Katana's mom, Siren, Sindel, whatever. I call her. She's Siren because she fucking screams.
I mean, yeah, that's what she does. Yeah.
Right, like so.
It's also another like nothing character. She shows up. She does. You will die.
Isn't Siren, Siren the ninja chick? Because she's in the movie. There's this ninja chick in the movie that betrays them.
The ninja chick.
Yeah. And then they have the quintessential Native American guy who also turns into a wolf. And it, like, I don't even know where to start with that. With he meets up with Liu Kang and they fucking smoke some peyote, and then like Liu Kang fucking starts tripping balls, and then like the guy turns into he turns into a furry, and then he turns into like a wolf, and then Liu Kang turns into like a lizard or something, and it like fuck me, like at a certain point it was like, okay, I get it, Animorphs are really popular right now, but this is cringe. This is fucking cringe. You guys are turning into your fucking animal form. Like we get it. Beast Wars, Maximus Primal, Optimize, right? And then he transforms into a fucking gorilla man. But like, fuck me. And then Shao Kahn turns into like a fucking Hydra dragon monster, while Liu Kang turns into like a dragon monster. And they have a fucking like Martin Septim versus fucking Mehrunes Dagon fight that looks awkward and claymation as fuck, like you're watching fucking like the Argonauts movie, you know, like that stop motion fucking skeleton shit.
Yeah.
Like it looks so fucking awkward. And then Rico's girlfriend's screaming mom dies, but then she like becomes good last second or something and then dies because of course. But fuck her, she fucking cheated on Rico with that asshole pilot guy, so fuck her for the rest of her life. The actress, just like you, Henry Cavill, you know that was really just like an indirect shot going at you. You know what you fucking did. And you too, Rico's girlfriend. You two should just hook up together and go off to an island together and have a wonderful life together, away from the rest of the fucking world, because fuck both of you. So, see, I'm really, it's really in a way just kind of like also celebrating their performance. It's wow, like you did such a good performance that it made me so vitriolly like hateful toward you.
I mean that's what acting's all about.
You know, like so. There you go. There's the indirect compliment. There you go. You get like the backhanded slaplement. So there you go, Henry Cavill and Rico's girlfriend. But then like, fuck, and then Raiden meets up with a bunch of balls of light made of fire, light, and water, and these effects look terrible. And then it's like, Raiden, you gave up being a god, and you fought in Mortal Kombat. You got your hair all short now, and you're played by a different dude.
Yeah, because they couldn't get Highlander back.
Yeah. Which, I mean, may have been somewhat... It might have been a weakness. It might have been a strength.
I do kind of like the Highlander. I think he's cool.
Oh, no,
he's very different. Obviously, he's very different from...
Yeah.
See, interesting thing here is... I believe at the time when it was when like they made the first movie, I don't think any of the 3D games were out yet.
No, maybe the second game was out, maybe.
No, yeah. So here's the thing with Mortal Kombat. In the first game, the only story was like the little prompts that would show up when you beat the game as a character. Like, oh, Sub-Zero completing the Mortal Kombat tournament left to go do this and that, yada, yada, yada. That was the only story that there was.
Yep.
In Mortal Kombat 2, they made a comic book and that released alongside the game. There was a comic book series that most of what today is like the Mortal Kombat canon comes from that comic book. Not all of it, but quite a lot of it, what is established today, came from that. Like Raiden is the protector of Earthrealm. that was established in the comic. The rivalry of Sub-Zero and Scorpion that was also in the comic, where it also established there being two Sub-Zeros, where
Mm-hmm.
um, it was Bihan was the first Sub-Zero that Scorpion kills, and then Kuai Liang, the other Sub-Zero, shows up, who's his brother. And then Goro was like he defeated the other Earthrealm's champion and won the Mortal Kombat tournament like 9 times for Outworld.
Yeah.
Shang Tsung, this evil wizard, all that. Again, most of it came from that comic book.
There was the
So
there was the little mini animated movie that came out before the live action movie came out, which was a little bit more connected to the games than it was to the movie, because the movie never like touches on half of this shit. It looks at the iceberg from the sky. It never lands on it, is what the movie kind of does with a lot of the stuff, right? Where it's like, like they say that Goro's a prince, but they never like go into any of the details. But in this animated thing that came out like maybe like a month or two before the movie, it was just this promo thing, and it's pretty much just it's Raiden guiding the main characters, right? So Liu Kang, Johnny Cage, and Sonya through like a garden and like pointing at all the other characters. That is Scorpion. That is Sub-Zero. That is Goro. And then like just explaining everything to them in this kind of weird, awkward way. I'll have to show that one to you.
I haven't seen that. No, I don't know.
Oh, I'll find it. I'll find it.
There was like an animated series. There was a show.
No, this was this was just like a one-off promo sort of thing.
Yeah, I've never seen this.
There's even like there's like a little mini story where it cuts off, and then it's like this whole story that just it's focusing on Goro and his brother. And so now like it's this narrative that's just like they're the main characters of this part, and it's all in the same thing. I'm pretty sure from what I remember. And then and then Goro like, and they're in like what just looks like a cave with just like a bunch of like, I don't know, stalagmites or whatever, like with flat tops and stuff, like platforms. And then I swear at one point, I don't know, he like pushes his brother off the edge or something like that. And then like that's his story. Like this is my vague memory of this shit that I saw when I was like, I don't know, not even 10. Like so and they had that. But then all that would have been would have at the time would have been the video games and like a comic tie-in, but I mean like I don't know. I've always thought comic tie-ins were a little bit loosey-goosey. Like if you ever see a comic book of the fucking Star Wars movies, and it's like, where's all these extra scenes and lines that were never in the movie and shit like that? Like, you're doing this a little bit differently, like oh, somebody stumbles here for a little bit of a comic book gag, something like that. Like I always found comic book adaptations to always be a little bit extra.
I do agree with you. Like it is, like oh, you should know the story in the game rather than having to, go to a separate method of media. It's just that the comic for Mortal Kombat, the comic is very important because again, most of the lore today, or the concepts, did come from that comic book.
Yeah, that's what expanded it, and then that's where it kind of grew off of. Yeah, I know. I get what you're saying. And then it
started, becoming its own thing. And I think it was Mortal Kombat 1 through 3. It's really 2 and 3 that start becoming a kind of concisive story. It's meant to be like in 2, like I think they win the Mortal Kombat tournament, or Earthrealm wins, and then Shang Tsung gets punished, but then he comes up with this plan to like, oh well, we don't need to win the Mortal Kombat tournament to take Earthrealm. So to assist in his plan, Shao Kahn gives him his like youth back, so he's a young Shang Tsung now. And then in Mortal Kombat 3, Shao Kahn invades Earthrealm. So now, all shit's going down. The Outworld is invading Earthrealm. All that, and they eventually beat him and send Outworld back.
See, that sounds like the plot of Mortal Kombat Annihilation, which No, I just looked it up just to get some dates ready. Mortal Kombat Annihilation came out in 1997, which is the same year that Mortal Kombat 4 came out. And
So they probably would have based it off of 3, because 4, I think that that doesn't really happen in 4, because 4 has the stuff with.
they could have had there could have been characters taken from 4 or something like that.
There was not. No, there does not.
There could have been something, a detail, a nod,
4,
something.
Maybe a detail, something, because 4 is like at this point in 4, like Shao Kahn is.
See, the movie Mortal Kombat. It came out. Okay, the movie came out, just for further clarification, November 21st, 1997. And Mortal Kombat 4 was, it just says 1997. Let's see if I can get a more precise date to that. September, this is awkward, 11th, 1997. So the movie came out after. It would have been probably being shot, and with the development of Mortal Kombat 4.
Yeah.
and the shooting of, they probably would have been happening around the same time.
A nod or something, I don't know, but with Outworld invading Earth, they're mostly following the plot of 3.
Yeah.
Especially since Shao Kahn is still there. After 3, like in 4, Shao Kahn is dead, or he's not even in 4. Shao Kahn doesn't even show up in Mortal Kombat 4.
Well, in the movies, what's his name? Shang Tsung dies at the end of the first movie, falls into the pit.
Yeah.
So like he's not coming back. You know what I mean? So like there's probably there's loosely based off of sort of things there, right? Like where it's not gonna be super 1-to-1 on everything, but there's going to be something like, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Like who's the character with like the Wolverine claws that come out of his forearms?
Baraka.
Baraka, right? Is there meant to be more than one Baraka?
Nowadays, yes. I think. Okay, I'm trying to remember Baraka's original.
But when he came out, though, when he was a character initially, hold on. You know what I'm saying?
At that time, I think it's very difficult to remember. I'd have to look this up, because originally he is a Tarkatan, and originally the Tarkatans were like a fusion of people and demons. But Baraka, I think no, because Baraka himself is meant to be like a mutant of some kind. So
but then didn't they later on they made...
No, it should just be him.
It would be just the one. And then later on they made it so there was like a bunch of, or there was multiple, right? But then I think in the movie, I think there was more than one. Because they were like jumping around chains and stuff in at one point. I thought I remember there being more. I had no idea who that was when I watched that movie, because I was brought to go see it. And I was just familiar with the first game, and my friend had, he'd played all the new games, and we're going to this thing for his movie.
He was in 1, I'm pretty sure.
No, he wasn't in the first.
No, okay. It was 2, all right.
Yeah, no, the first game was limited to just all the characters from the first game. And Katana, because Katana wasn't in the first game. I don't even know if she was. I don't even know if she was in like the background as an Easter egg or anything. Like, there's the princess in the background. Just some. That's Princess Katana. You have to go save her to save the world or something like that. But and then they never. I don't like. So Katana's the only character, as far as I know, that goes backwards, because. Oh, no, never mind. No, I'm wrong. Once again, I mentioned this earlier in the stream. Jax is at the start of the movie. But he's not one of the competitors, because he wasn't in Mortal Kombat 1. Like, you know what I mean? It makes sense. Like, why didn't Jax go on the boat with her? He wasn't in Mortal Kombat 1. That's why. If he was, then he would go on the boat with her in the movie. Right? But there was throwaway black guy that dies character. He fought Goro. There was.
Goro killed
I think that's who you might have been thinking of when you were like, didn't he go with them?
You know, because I remember there was that guy. Like I think for the longest time, I used to think that he
That was
was Jack.
Jax.
Yeah,
Because he's
but
just
he's not.
because he's
Yeah,
just like martial arts guy or whatever, and
yeah,
like
yeah.
and for some reason he's really chummy and buddy like with all the other characters. Hey there, friends, of which we have such a warm and long running relationship together. No, and then when he dies, they're all so like no, and it's like who the fuck was that guy? Who was he?
Yeah.
Who was he? How? Why are you all so chummy? Who the hell was that guy? I mean, like, even the buddy the buddy relationship between because like Liu Kang and Johnny Cage, it makes somewhat sense that they have some kind of thing because they had this sort of like carry my luggage boy relationship, and then he like does I forget what he does, right? Because he thinks that Liu Kang is like there to you know what I mean as like labor.
Bus boy.
Yeah, right. And then
Yeah.
you know so like and so then they have that sort of thing and so like they build up. Sonya's just kind of there by herself and then just kind of like just chips with the rest of them. She's just suddenly literally and figuratively shipped with the other characters as if she's suddenly like okay no I think it was probably a case of she looked around at all the other competitors for Mortal Kombat, saw Johnny Cage, and she was like, oh my god, another white person, and then she walked up to him and she was like, I'm hanging out with you right now. And then like I like holy fuck, like, what's a slave, can you really yeah no, but like it was the 90s, so yeah, that's probably how it happened, right? You know, she's white woman in trouble in the 90s. So even if she's also a cop and a strong female character, but like suddenly it's just suddenly she's just hanging out with Johnny Cage and Luke, like, and then who the hell is that character? And then yeah, he just dies to Goro, and then like Shang Tsung does like a long distance your soul is mine move or something, and then like absorbs the guy's soul into his eyeball. Is that how he does it? Is that how he is that how he does in the games? Is that in the comics?
I don't think in
that,
the older ones there was any
Is that in the one where
way
he
that he did.
where the guy from the movie plays it? Is that in the video game? Is that in 11? Is that in So
it's
like,
called artistic liberty, Slade.
oh man, it's his finishing move. Come on, it's in the Amiga version. Right. So
Jesus.
yeah. I don't know, but then like the second one, right? Like what they kill off Johnny Cage in like the first like 5 minutes of the movie.
Yeah, I think it was like because they couldn't get the actor back.
No, I think it was him, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
I think it was. I just can't think of why they would kill him off.
Hold on, Mortal Kombat. I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this bullshit. Bottom of this bullshit. Where actor? What's his name? Jesus, I can't even find this.
Know.
I have to go to IMDb here. Let's find it. Raiden, Katana, Liu Kang, Jax, Shao Kahn, Sindel, Shinnok. Who the fuck's Shinnok?
Oh man, does Shinnok show up in that? He might be at the end. So Shinnok is like in Mortal Kombat 4. So he is a.
Oh, so he is in Mortal Kombat 4. Is in the movie, Jacqueline.
So yeah.
Oh.
So like. I don't remember this. So what happens is like when they defeat Shao Kahn and all that, Shinnok is like an elder god, but he's an evil one.
He's the light. He's the ball of light or whatever that shows up at the end of the movie or whatever. He's one of the balls of light element. He's one of the elemental gods that shows up, and yeah, he's also helping Shao Kahn or something to take over the world, and he's like disobeying the rules or something. And then
so he's an evil elder. What after like Shao Kahn dies in 3, in 4, Shinnok is the main villain. He's the new villain.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's where they also actually no, it wasn't in the. I think. Oh man, I'm trying to remember. It was in the cartoon that they introduced Quan Chi which is this like sorcerer guy. You've probably seen him. He's like pale and he's got like the black circles around his eyes. Uh, who is another character that sucks ass. I could go on the Quan Chi rant. We're not gonna do that. And he
Oh
was
no, you know
also
what? You're
in
totally right about something as well. I need to. You're
what?
vindicated here. Johnny Cage is not played by the same actor in the first
Oh,
and second movie, so you're right.
see, part of me thinks that's why they killed him off
Yeah, he's
because it
played
wasn't the same
by
guy.
in the first movie he's played by Lyndon Ashby, and in the second movie he's played by Chris Conrad.
So yeah, I think that's why they kill him off. I guess they don't kill Raiden off because they need him there for I don't know plot exposition or something.
Couldn't they have just
But
brought
they're
in like a
like,
good elder god or like Quan Chi or something like that to show up and then just be like,
I
you need to do Mortal Kombat again.
Quan Chi is evil.
Oh
He's
fuck. Is he the
he's
hat
evil. Quan Chi
guy?
is evil.
Is he the hat guy?
He is not the hat guy. No.
Oh, okay. Well, couldn't hat guy show up? Couldn't some good guy show up?
That is interesting because Kung Lao, who's the hat guy,
Yeah.
he should probably be there too because like he was in two. I don't know. I don't think he was in one, but he was definitely in two and beyond that as well. So
Hold
I
on.
don't know why he's not there.
I need to get this. Hold on. I need to get this picture from Mortal Kombat
Fuck.
2. How do I Oh, I mean, this is bullshit. Hold on. I need to like save it. Take screenshot.
See, I guess they just need him there for plot exposition because at that point, it hasn't really. They haven't established any other like good elder gods. It's just like Raiden, who is meant to be the protector of Earthrealm, and then Shinnok, who is now like turning evil.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this in chat for you here, and then I'll put it up onto Streamlabs.
Have a look at this. So
tell me, with your knowledge of Mortal Kombat, how accurate would you say Mortal Kombat 2 is visually?
Armageddon.
Annihilation, I think is.
Annihilation. Sorry, I mean Annihilation.
The blasphemy is for you to
true.
name.
Visually, Sindel looks relatively accurate. It's just she doesn't have the white hair.
I think she does. That might just be a bad angle, but I think she does.
No, it is black. I remember she has black hair with like these white streaks.
It's like a white streak. Yeah, isn't that how it was?
Yeah, but I think it was more white actually.
It was more white.
Hold on, I gotta look it up now. Now we gotta look up.
Gotta look it up. Gotta look it up.
Second.
All right, so let's pull up Sindel here.
It was mostly. It has like a black streak in it. Actually, it's the opposite.
So it's reversed. So in this one, she's like got like the what is it, Bride of Frankenstein, but not like up, or like the.
Yeah. She's got huge fucking hair, and it's white, and she has this big black streak down the middle.
Okay.
So, like, other than that, visually, let's see, pretty accurate. Motaro.
Jesus, you know, she looks like the Yuri faction symbol from like Red Alert 2, Yuri's Revenge. In this picture, do you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen? Do you know? Have you played Red Alert 2?
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. Let's see.
Hold on, I need to pull up the Yuri faction now. Wait, can I get it in a PNG clear background? That would be the best. All right, I hope this works. All right, I'm gonna save this. Put it in the downloads. There we go. Oh, it's one of those web PG bullshit things. Fuck that, man.
It does look like the Yuri faction.
Right? Like.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah.
It is. It's amazing. Maybe I can.
So let's see.
Download that.
Motaro. I guess Motaro looks about as good as they can make him. Same with Shiva. The ninjas are they're okay, I guess. I forgot Ermac is in this. Probably also, I imagine he just gets the shit beat out of him.
Ermac is the ninja guy, right?
He's the red ninja.
I think he gets like hammered into a pit of fire or something.
Wouldn't be surprised. Sub-Zero has the
Sub-Zero's brother.
scar. Yeah, he's got the scar, which is actually pretty interesting attention to detail.
Yeah,
But
they made him like because I mean didn't he show up in the second game? Sub-Zero's brother, the one where he's not wearing a mask and he's got the scar, and
yeah,
he's
yeah,
yeah. So he's yeah. So I guess like it's all over the place. So like it's so clearly like like they're saying like they must have had some kind of back and forth
yeah.
with the people making the game,
Yeah,
and
yeah, definitely had a back and forth. I just I don't know where it all went wrong because
um
like the first movie, obviously it's not perfect, but like it's good. Like it has definitely
oh tone.
the
No, it's the tone.
mm,
The tone and the cinematography, like it's shot on. I don't know. There's something about just like the angle, like the angles and the locations, and then the really bad early CG sort of effects that they didn't look good, like the monster scene, and then
mm,
a lot of the villains were played like, and not I'm not saying that this source is a bad thing to watch, but I'm saying they were played like hammied like cheesy like 60s Batman. They were like
yeah,
it was like the new Addams Family, that Welcome to the Addams Family, that show
yeah,
from like the
yeah,
show,
yeah.
that kind of shit, where it was there was just like the tone wasn't there, it wasn't the same. So it seems like it was almost like it was the Starship Troopers 2 of the
Mm,
Mortal Kombat movie duology, right? It was where it's got the same some of the same actors, but it's not done the same, and it's not got the same tone. It's like, oh no, I got a better one. It's Batman and Robin, or Batman Forever. If those are meant to be connected to the Tim Burton movies, even though those ones are still kind of silly themselves at times, um,
mm,
there's just distinct tone lines between this pair, that pair, and this, where it's it's not this. It doesn't feel the same. So it doesn't really feel like, kind of like how about Star Wars and Empire, right? The tone's the same. The second one's not extra goofy, or we're not getting a whole bunch of really like hammed up shit. Let's just say it's not,
mm.
and it feels consistent with the tone, the delivery, the world, right? But it would be like if went from Star Wars to Guardians 2. Is
Mm.
kind of, I mean, it's not that bad, I'm exaggerating, but it's just the tone change. Like that's another one. We could throw that one on one time. I'll show you Mortal Kombat Annihilation. I'll strap you down and like have your eyes open. Make
Simply refuse.
you
I
know
will like actually kill you.
we'll give you like the IV like drip to
I
make it so
don't.
that you like, it keeps
I
you
don't get
alert.
clockworked
It
orange.
keeps you alert and like actively attentive, so you have to
Let's
watch. And then
let's stop talking about Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
no, but then there's a bunch of screens around you that are in all other directions that are not Mortal Kombat 2 the movie, and they're all like DC versus Mortal Kombat, and like Mortal Kombat 9 or whatever the one you said, right? And they're all the other Mortal Kombats, right? So the only choice is to look forward at Annihilation, and
No,
uh
actually, no. Actually, you underestimate it because Annihilation is actually like the other shit is better than Annihilation.
oh my god.
No, it is better. No, if I was forced to watch
Yeah.
like a DC versus Mortal Kombat or
Yeah.
Annihilation, it would be DC. That way, it would have to be that.
But you know what? At least you could have that under you could say, I did it.
I don't
I
want
did it.
to.
I climbed the
don't want
murder
to.
horn, sort of thing, right?
So, right, that's Mortal Kombat Armageddon. Excuse me, Annihilation. Not very good. I haven't seen the show, but I have seen a little bit of the new movie. I say new, came out like, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, something.
Yeah.
So it's not really new. It is a bit of a mixed bag. It's not as good as the '90s one. The '90s one is still definitely way better. They introduced this character, like the main character is this guy called Cole Young, who's a brand new character, doesn't exist in the games or anything. And he is, first off, his power is quite literally plot armor. He like has this power where like this like bronze armor surrounds his body, and he's like invincible. So his power is literally plot armor.
Okay.
So that's fun. And he has this birthmark that's shaped like the Mortal Kombat dragon, you know, the logo. And like Jax comes up to him and is like, what's that thing you got there? And then he's got like his sister with him, like Cole's sister, and she goes like, it's a birthmark. What do you mean? He was born with it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. You know they had those in the second movie? They had people with dragon tattoos of like the Mortal Kombat dragon.
Nice.
And it was like the robot and shit like that. They had it. And when they died, the tattoo, like the girl with the dragon tattoo, the tattoo like became alive and flew off of their body and then exploded. Yeah.
So like, oh god.
Well, it's gonna be great when we watch this movie.
I can. No, if I watch
Look at the time
movie,
slave.
I'll have like,
right, like,
I'll have something to say every 10 seconds. Oh man.
it'll be really brutal. What else was there?
And the new movie, like, it's not all bad. There is some good parts. I have to admit, Kano in the new movie is probably the best part of the movie. He has quite a lot of screen time. The actor who plays him, I think, does it really well for the character. Like, he's funny. Kano is pretty funny, I think. Another interesting little fact. Before the original '90s movie, Kano was actually American, not Australian. The movie made him Australian because the actor was, and then ever since then, Kano has been Australian.
That's an interesting sort of
even in the new stuff now, he's still Australian. So
how come in the first game? How come in the first game? And like I'm gonna say this to be with as most like sensitivity as possible. How come in the first game Kano looked like an Iranian suicide bomber? Right, like why did he look like a crazy Ivan from fucking one of those Red Alert games?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like where he looks like the guy that like with it strapped with bombs.
Well, he is a cyborg.
He's a cyborg? I mean, like, was that ever made clear? I know he's got like the metal plate and
because
like,
he's
the
got
red
the
eye.
Red eye. No, I'm pretty sure that is definitely a cyborg. Yeah, that is established.
So they have already established that Mortal Kombat, in the world of Mortal Kombat, they have the technology to be able to make cyborgs in like the 80s or 90s, right?
Well, I mean, like you've got Jax with his arms.
Yeah.
Like his.
But like from the beginning, from the very beginning,
yeah.
there was always cyborgs and like skeleton face ninjas. Because
yes.
Is Scorpion actually like a skeleton man, or
no? Scorpion is a specter.
So he's like Ghost Rider.
I used to know the definition of this. So Scorpion, I believe, died.
Okay.
And then Scorpion died and then went to the Nether Realm, which is basically hell.
Okay.
And he ended up at least in the more modern interpretations. I don't remember what it was in the like
The original?
first game. The first game the first game they probably had like he probably was a skeleton man in the first game for all I know. But he dies and comes back. I don't remember exactly how he comes back. In the modern day, he makes a deal with Quan Chi, and then Quan Chi ends up resurrecting him as a specter. So he is undead. So he's kind of a ghost, but he can turn into. He is I guess kind of Ghost Rider because he's got the fire powers, which he didn't have that before he died.
So is he like the ghost pirate LeChuck, or how does?
That's actually a good example. Yeah, he is I think his true form is the skeleton, but then he just looks like a dude.
But wait, LeChuck was a ghost in the first game, and then he was a zombie in the second game. So which one would be Scorpion? Would he be the ghost, or would he be the zombie?
I think a zombie would fit better. Yeah.
All right, and then he can just rip his face off like Beetlejuice and then blow fire out. Oh, there's another thing. There's another thing. What about Beetlejuice? Have you seen there's this new Beetlejuice coming out?
I've not seen the new one, no.
Okay, have you seen the original?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
All right, the one where,
I don't remember it, but I have seen it.
With the ghost fucking what was it, football team, and they all and with Winona Ryder and all that shit, right? All right. Okay. So what we're rolling on to 2 hours now. How are we doing for time?
How
are we doing for time?
I guess we could keep going. I don't know.
We got another one, or we got somebody in the chat. Wow, this is amazing. We have somebody actually showing up in the chat for. We've been going at. I think there was somebody for
Mortal Kombat rant.
There was it was a Mortal Kombat rant for about 2 hours. Right, but I think the amount of life that we've had this evening, which it's kind of disappointing. I want to actually first off, I'll address the chat here. Hey, Comussar, right? Hey, we got Comussar in the chat. Let's but it's what was it? We had it was Graham or Patch or Graham Patch, whatever.
Yeah.
He showed up at the start, and then it's been just us ranting about Mortal Kombat for 2 hours. And right, so if you feel like you missed anything, it's been us talking about Mortal Kombat and DC and superheroes and getting characters getting pissed and shit on, and just the wokeification of shit. Oh, I am super sad. Sorry to hear that. Mechanicus 2 got announced and it's going to be woke. Oh well, fuck that. I mean,
shit.
Well, I mean, what can you do?
What's in it? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
What makes it woke? Because I haven't seen the trailer. I've
not seen the trailer, but it's just all losing scenario. The way I'm almost getting fucking blackpilled on this one, right? Where, I'm honest. Honestly, what is it? I even made that fucking meme the other day, and it was just the truth. Where it's just what are you gonna do? You know that whole vote with your wallet thing, where it's I'll just 3D print and I'll just do this, and then the more and more you get disconnected with this thing, but they're just still gonna keep going. It's not
because there's still gonna be some fucking retard.
Yeah, there's gonna be somebody that's gonna buy this shit.
Say that, but there's always gonna be someone that fucking buys it, and at the end of the day, it doesn't you.
It's not gonna hurt them at all.
It doesn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't hurt them at all.
It doesn't hurt them at all.
The only time that I've seen this ever work is in this was a while ago. There was the Battlefront 2 remake. Well, not really a remake. It was the new Battlefront 2, Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Yeah.
That had loot boxes. People got so pissed at those loot boxes. Not only just people getting pissed at loot boxes, but EA had also kind of broken the law with some of the shit that they did, and that they broke some gambling law or something, and they got sued. So that time, people got so pissed that they were just absolutely forced to change it. That is the only time that I've seen voting with work.
Oh, what is we got here? It's basically my favorite game, which is High Bar. Oh, Mortal Kombat. So my favorite Mortal Kombat character. What's with the spelling on that one?
Who is it?
Oh,
Who is it? Because
he's the best character.
If
He's the best character in Mortal Kombat 1.
If you tell me who it is, like I will.
He's got both.
I will know
I'll tell you this.
suffered.
He's got both Scorpion and Sub-Zero's moves all at once.
Fucking Scorpion and Sub-Zero's moves. Shit.
Yeah, and he's not Shang Tsung.
And he's not Shang Tsung. Fuck.
There we go. So that nails it down to one character in Mortal Kombat 1. He's green.
He's green. The only fucking green character.
Yeah.
I could think of is Reptile.
You got it. Reptile is his favorite character.
Okay.
All right. So that was a fun game. Good for good sport on playing.
I
there.
think because he's talking about. I'm pretty sure Mortal Kombat 1, the new one, because the newest game.
Oh,
is
he
also
probably,
called Mortal Kombat 1.
but I was just
I
getting
get
you there.
Doing. I get what you're doing.
Yeah, probably. But
I have to.
I gotta be the old
gotta
man
start
and talk
reading.
about the games from the 90s. Come on. So
true. So I gotta read the chat here.
it took a while before Battlefront 2 got better.
Yeah.
Is that the new 2, like the one with?
Well, the new 2 as that basically doesn't exist anymore. They stopped supporting it.
Good.
You can still play it, but that doesn't get updated anymore.
You know, that's something I wanted to bring back at one point to the channel. I think me and Vanikar were talking about it. It would be this blast from the past to pull out Battlefront 2 and to start playing that. I don't know. Is that cross-compatible? Is that able to? If you had Battlefront 2 Classic, classic version, is that cross platform? Computer can play with PlayStation and stuff? No. Okay. So
Battlefront 2,
the original,
the
old one. Watch out for those wrist rockets.
Yeah, I know that because there is they re-released Battlefront 1 and 2, the original ones, onto consoles, but that would be a different thing. So no, we could not play that. No.
I know Reptile from Mortal Kombat 4, where he would fight with an axe and eat your fucking face off.
Yeah. So no, I fully agree with Comussar because Reptile has been, or arguably the biggest jobber in the series. He gets shit on so much. Same with Baraka. Baraka gets just pissed on, spit on, cummed on.
Well, the man was an Easter egg character from the start. What you get, what was it? From the very beginning, he was you get 4 flawless victories, and then you fight him in the thing.
But the characters has evolved.
Yeah, he's become more than that since then. Yeah, so yeah, but I mean, he's pretty much just a heel, isn't he? He's just a shit heel character that's just meant to getting the characters forward momentum. Are we wanting a Reptile solo spin-off thing where we get the heroic story of Reptile?
You underestimate how much people like specific characters. So
yeah.
In the new one, in Mortal Kombat 1, Reptile is actually redone. They have him. So the story mode, as it has with 9 and everything forward from that, it has chapters, and each chapter you play as a different character. So in this, Reptile gets his own chapter.
Yeah, that's how they do these games now. That's how the DC games were, where you play as each character in the game.
That was technically the first Mortal Kombat game with a story mode, was the DC one.
We got some in the chat. So Mechanicus 2 is going to have a Necron campaign, and the Necron main character is a Tumblr OC girl boss. If you Google that Necron character's name, the first result is no joke. Yeah, if you can, are you gonna do the legwork on that one? Yeah.
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, good. All right. So this is gonna be good, isn't it? I bet this is gonna be brilliant. Mechanicus. Is Mechanicus the Diablo style 40k game? Am I thinking the right one?
It's a
Or no, that was
turn-based
Rogue Trader.
strategy.
Okay, it was turn-based strategy. Twitter fan art where they are bragging about shitting on the original fan base. Can't wait to gatekeep, they say. Yeah, that's okay. That's the beautiful irony to it, that it seems to just piss off everybody when you pointed out all these things. Or like it makes one side feel super vindicated, which actually it should, and then the other side definitely try to shut this the fuck down, is what I meant to say there. Um, and so the 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 people who are like, stop gatekeeping. Gatekeeping is toxic for the fandom. You know, it's the gatekeep, the people who are trying to keep this the same and stagnant, or the people who are trying to gatekeep this and try to keep certain people out. They're the people that are clearly the problem with this, and they're the ones that are making this like a dying franchise and all this different stuff. And if they should just let down their guards, let down their shields, open the gates, and let everybody in. So that way, all the people that they let in can dramatically change the face and landscape of the whatever it is that the people are gatekeeping. So that way it hardly recognizes or is recognized as, or is not even any sort of reflection of what it used to once be. So now it's completely unrecognizable from what it used to be. And maybe it's just joined the gray globbing masses of things that just get completely what am I trying to marginized?
I can't find the name. You're gonna have to tell me, because like you're genuinely got me interested now.
The homogenization, when everything gets homogenized into the same fucking
I can't
thing.
find anything. Please tell me.
When everything just they're all just the same fucking thing, right? And then nothing's different. It's like when everything's super, no one's super. It's like XCOM 2, the fantastic music, story, gameplay, and everything. And which is why I'm super bummed it's going to get tainted with the culture war instead of just being an awesome on its own. You know, everything has to get touched and just fucked by the culture war. Right? Like everything like
it's true.
Nothing can be safe.
You know, you remember the South Park episode of everything is shit. Everything is shit in real life too.
Everything was shit, but not because you're getting older and you're getting pessimistic. Everything is shit because you gotta put a chick in it and make it lame and gay.
And make her lame and gay.
Yeah. That's the thing.
People talk about Simpsons predicting the future. No, South Park predicted the
South
future.
Park. Well, I mean, law of averages. Give them enough time and enough episodes, right? And give them a thing where they say Simpsons did it, and eventually, you know, it'll just kind of come true, right? You like, you know, the broken clock or the squirrel that needs to scratch his nuts twice a day. I don't know how I'd make a thing for this, but you know, whatever, you know. But there you go. There you have it. Life finds a way. Google Vargard, Vargard, Nefershah, Nefershah is what is that? That is the instruction, the Google instruction that we are getting from Comussar here in the chat. And so thank you for the assistance there. So that should help him find it. But
I'm trying to find it. I don't see anything. I think the game is just like so new, or well, it's not even out yet, obviously. That there's really not much stuff on it.
Well, I think he's saying it's Twitter fan art.
Oh.
Yeah. It's Twitter fan art. Is what that's and then there's a can't wait to gatekeep message, where they're bragging on the original fan base and shit. I think it's somewhat it's an ousting. It's an ousting of the woke. That's right. You're ousted here on Slate the Space Marine. And so yeah, like fuck, that's gonna suck. I mean, you know, here's the eggshells that no one's wanted to talk about since the thing came out, and there was a couple cutscenes and everybody forgot. What about and I mean, like, I'm just gonna, I'll be as sensitive and delicate about this as possible. The transgender person writing Space Marine 2, which, as we've noticed, nobody ever inserts any of their own personal bias or political beliefs into any sort of video game or piece of media that they're making nowadays. So clearly, what are you talking about? How is this going to be a problem? So are we like do we need to is this to like have somebody write the most authentic story? Is it because space marines are transhuman now? What so like now all of a sudden it's gonna be like this is deeply bigoted and prejudicial. How dare? Well, we've seen time and time again recently that all of this is of just rinse and repeat until franchise after franchise after franchise is fucking ruined. So now I'm asking the question. I'm asking the uncomfortable question that it was pointed out before the cutscene came out. There was that trailer that showed Titus fighting the fucking Tyranid warrior and shit, and that was one of the things that people were talking about for like a day or two, and then it just disappeared. And so I'm kind of wondering, like, what kind of issue, like, okay, here, getting to the end of the thesis. So how woke is Space Marine 2 going to be?
Yeah, that is something I'm definitely cautious of, because, like, okay, everything there is on Space Marine 2 right now, because they did a new trailer where they showed off the multiplayer. So far, everything on Space Marine 2 looks good. Now, obviously, I myself am going to wait until the game comes out, see how everything is.
Yeah, that's the gameplay though. Like the writing is going to be. I'm talking about the story,
Again,
the
that
characters
as well.
in it.
Again, it's all part of it too. Yeah, because like here's the thing. Okay, if the story is shit, gameplay. If it is good gameplay wise, and again there is a multiplayer, so if it is good gameplay wise, at the very least, I could enjoy the multiplayer.
Well, you know, like how about there was Call of Duty World War II, right? And I have never played it, so I can't really say firsthand. But we can probably like I don't know if you've played it, but if no one here has played it, we can probably assume that it's a generic first-person shooter Call of Duty game. It's probably got all the quality of life of all the modern games. It probably has everything you'd want from a Call of Duty game from that period of time, right? But they also decided to make it so you're not playing as the Nazis, you're playing as the not the Nazis, and you could have like the black afro lady inside the not the Nazi faction. So so at that point, like it's where are they going to insert it? Like, you know, like how I went on that rant about Fallout the other time, like the other last week when we were doing this. So and during the last time on After Dark, when I was doing this whole rant about that, so they had the non-binary person in the Brotherhood of Steel. So that's the very first non-binary character in all of Fallout, and possibly the first whatever. I don't know. Does that make them transgender? Does that make them the first transgender? Is non-binary transgender? I don't, because did they go from one like fuck? I don't even know anymore. But like at that point, like now. I'm not damning the character for fucking existing, but it does show that they needed to put that in there to make it so it would appease the make it exist and make it something crowd. Even though that character does have they're more than just they exist. They have quite a lot of screen time and attention on them, and a major plot point is involving them. So they're kind of important. So, but what are they going to do with Space Marine? And we've already heard what they're going to do with the Custodes. Now, this game isn't even out yet, right?
Yeah.
So this game isn't even out yet.
Like I don't pre-order shit anymore. I don't like that is not a thing that I do.
Oh fuck that! I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I don't recommend it to anyone. Don't pre-order anything. Wait until it comes out, see how it is, what's going on, and then get it. Then decide whether to get it or not, which is what I'm gonna do with Space Marine. Because again, everything I've seen on it. It looks good. It looks like a really good game.
Yeah.
But you never know.
But here's where from what we don't know that could happen tomorrow when this game comes out. Like it's not out tomorrow, right? This game's not out tomorrow.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
But like when this game comes out in the future, kind of like when this Amazon show comes out in the future, and when suddenly there's just this, like, I don't know, casual just sort of drop in like a website article. Oh yeah, there's always been female custodies, and guess what? They're going to be in fucking Henry Cavill's show, and it's going to piss him off because that's his favorite toy, right? Well, how do we know that in the middle of fucking Space Marine 2, we're not going to run into brother non-binary?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And would brother non-binary technically break any of the rules and laws of Warhammer and Warhammer 40k as you know it, or would it just be poking the like the putting your finger in front of someone's eye and going, "I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you." Well, they could put in brother non-binarius, and then suddenly now we have this character, you know what I mean? There's this Space Marine in the chapter who's like, "I have chosen to remain androgynous, brother. I am androgynous non-binarius of the Ultramarines." And oh my god, that name.
Yeah.
So, can we get a meme of that at one point? Can we get of androgynous non-binarius of the Ultramarines for Space Marines 2?
I'm probably not good enough to make it.
Okay, if somebody could do that, that would be an amazing meme. And then put that into the Discord. I should probably catch up on the chat here for a second. Space Marine 2 is going to rely on the cash shop for cosmetics pretty hard. Gotta get those fanboys to pay pig bucks. I was about to say pig bucks.
True. Yeah. So okay, about that, I haven't watched it, so I don't know the full details. But I while I was scrolling through YouTube, I just see one of Valrak's videos that the title is just like "No Cash Shop in Space Marine 2 confirmed."
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I saw. I read that.
I haven't watched it, so I don't know the details personally completely. So again, he could be maybe just exaggerating it a little bit, but like I don't know. So as far as I know, because there is definitely a season pass in the game. They've admitted that there's a season pass in the game. There's a difference kind of between a season pass and the cash shop. So I'll give him that.
But sometimes he is called Scamrack for a reason as well.
Yeah. So again, this is what I mean. He might be exaggerating it a little bit.
Or he's got some weasel word to get out of it to be able to be like, well, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Play it back. Play it back. Right, and then But I don't. What? I don't want to speak negatively about the guy. I think he's having a bad time with his dog right now. Like his dog's sick or something.
Oh man.
Yeah. So I actually want to, kind of, send the love, to over to Valrak to, so he's got like, I would rather, like, if he's having a rough time, I'd rather not be like, punching him while he's down. Even, he's a big man, but he can take it.
So as I said, I don't know the full details. I get it, because like with modern gaming today, you pay $70 for a game, and then here's all these cool like cosmetics that, well, you can pay for them. You don't need to, but like they're there. Dr. Evil putting his pinky up to his mouth. You don't need to, but you could.
There's a comment here. I gotta touch this one, Jackler. I gotta touch this one. So Slaith hates the Fallout show. I want to hear this take because I think this show has too many apologists saying it's good when it's not. Now that I would say is that is definitely a take right there. To be 100 on that one, I actually liked that show more than I disliked it. I went on about it. I think I ranted for about, like, how long did it take me to describe the entire show? Was it like an hour? 2 hours?
Probably, yeah.
It was a while, and I'm just sitting there.
I've watched just like a few clips of it. To me, again, as a Fallout fan, it seems all right. It
passed the sniff test for me.
I would say,
yeah.
It's like it could have been a lot worse, I would say, because like
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. No, definitely.
yeah,
It could have been
definitely a
way
lot worse.
worse.
Commissar,
Which a bit of,
have
that's a bit
you?
of a cope, though, to be honest. Though that's like a,
It
oh
is. It
man,
is.
like it could have been way worse. But I mean, like it wasn't where it was bad. It wasn't that like it had non-binary brother character, but that character honestly was like on screen just seemed like such an inoffensive character to the senses in the story that it barely caused a problem, and it wasn't this like make a big scene. They never say the
Yeah.
character's non-binary. They just it's just like it's just that's just what this like that's just whatever. Like
Yeah.
they never go on about this. It's just that this character just exists and they're described like this. But there's that. And then I'm trying to think if there was anything else really in the show. I know there was some little like nitpicks that people didn't like. They didn't like the Pridwin. They didn't like that, it's going to have to make a decision as to how New Vegas ends. Like, and that's kind of, I feel like that's kind of like oh, come on, it's going to have to end one way or the other. I mean, Fallout 1 had to have a definitive ending, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and it had to move forward at some point, and like, did the lone wanderer or vault dweller turn into a super mutant at the end? No, he turned into the chosen one's dad for the second game. Like, just relax, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there was some little things, but like, I generally think that it was a positive experience watching it. The parts that were weaker, I don't know. I honestly thought the parts that were weaker were where it was very similar to the new Star Wars movies, but done way better. It does that make sense? Like
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
honestly, when you get from beginning to end of it, it feels like you just watched like episode 7 and maybe episode 8, right? Or right, it feels like you just watched the first 2 of those ones, but the characters where there's like Maximus, Finn, Lucy, Ray, the ghoul, fuck, I don't know, Poe,
Han Solo, I guess.
Han Solo, whatever, whoever that needs to be,
Yeah.
right? And then the main bad guy or the dad or whoever, all the bad guys are a little bit spread apart, but they're all like Kylo Ren and fucking whatever and all that shit. And it just plays out way better. And I don't know. I honestly thought it was a very I thought it was very good, to be honest. In most cases, where it was wrong,
Yeah.
like I was able to forgive it for where I thought it might have been weak, and I can't even think of it right now. I'd have to go watch it again to be able to like and make notes. Like, where did this show suck? Like.
But yeah, again, to me as well, it seemed fine enough. Again, could be way fucking worse. Commissar, I don't know if you've seen the Avatar live action show. I know Slay certainly hasn't, so I'm asking you. But like the Avatar live action show is pretty ass. Like there is some good moments, but majority of the time it's pretty ass. If we're talking about like the good to ass ratio, Avatar is way more ass than good. Fallout is more good than ass.
It's one of those scenarios where more ass is not good, right?
Yeah, less ass is better.
Less
in
ass
this
is better.
situation.
Which is
Less ass.
that means a lot coming from a Brazilian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I would know.
See, he knows ass.
Yeah.
That's right.
Trust me on this one.
Trust the ass. I didn't even like the animated series. Wait, which?
Oh,
there was an animated
that's
series?
a hot take right there. For Avatar, like
for Avatar. I thought we were still talking about
show,
Fallout.
like
I just kind of zoned out the moment you started talking about Avatar. It was just like, okay, yeah, the Avatar show. Like where the show starts off and it's like Earth, air, fire, wind, with all of your powers combined. I am Captain Aang. And then he flies up on his bison. Captain Avatar. He's a baldy. He's grown up Caillou. And he is like... Come on, he looks like fucking Caillou. With like chaos tattoos. And he fights old men. Right? Like that... And he has an angsty... sort of like Lucius Malfoy. Is it Lucius Malfoy? Malfoy. I'm just gonna say Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. That's the one, right? He has the angsty Draco Malfoy Scarface bad guy that turns into a good guy frenemy character. Then they steal a character from like fucking from fucking Magi Nation, from the like underneath or the Narum region, and they have this they have this character that's essentially got like a mushroom cap for hair, but then they go, she's blind and she's super strong and yells or something like that, and right, and then of course the show also falls down.
We've seen Avatar. I have.
Yeah, we've seen Avatar. Yeah. And it's one of these cheap anime knockoff things, but also with you have to have the Kim Possible character, right? That's what's her name, Katara or whatever. And then you have to have the Ron Stoppable character.
Katara kind of sucks in the first few episodes. She gets better. Again, I think it's a really good show. A lot of people agree with me. The majority, I would say, do. But yeah.
You know, you know what? I honestly, I have to say, I think the Avatar show was complete garbage except for one episode. And it was the episode where all the main characters sit and watch an opera of all of the events of the show.
Yeah.
That is the only, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The only good episode of that show, and I've never seen. There's a sequel show, right, where it's like Katara the Explorer, right? And
no, listen, look, so I love Avatar. The sequel show, Legend of Korra, sucks ass.
It's Korra the Explorer,
complete
right?
ass.
So we got that show,
so dog shit.
But like I'm gonna say of the whole franchise, the only good thing that it has is this one episode where there's this play. And it shows all the different characters, and they're all watching themselves be in this narrative. They're all exaggerated. And then at the end, the true hero, the Fire Lord, defeats the Avatar for once and for good. Because honestly, the Fire Nation is right. This is going to be a hot take.
Ooh,
but the Fire Nation is right. Because the Fire Nation is fucking right, okay? Because the Water Nation people with the water benders can literally control your bodies and make you act against your will. In a world where people have benders, they could then force other benders to use their powers. The Earth benders, if they were to stack themselves into the sky, could literally move the moon and could disrupt the entire planet and the tides and could kill everybody and cause another ice age. Then there is the Wind Nation, and I don't know what they were doing with those animals, but clearly they deserved whatever the fuck they got. So the Fire Nation was fucking right. What can the Fire Nation do with their fucking level 2 fucking firebending mutation powers? They can shoot lightning bolts. Who the fuck cares? I can make fireballs, I can do lightning bolts. I can move water bubbles, or I can control your mind. I can make pebbles go up like I'm fucking Gaara from Naruto, or I can fucking blow up the planet and, I don't know, animal fuckers. Like, honestly, the Fire Nation was right, and they should have wiped out all of the rest of the fucking nations, and then this show would have finally had peace. And you know what we wouldn't have had? Korra the Explorer. Mic drop.
True, I agree. Just for that, I have to agree.
There.
Completely.
You see, that's my hot take on the fucking Avatar show. Fuck, I hate that show.
I just don't get why.
Because I'm a little bit vain on certain things. I don't like the main character because he's literally fucking teenage Caillou with superpowers. He's just as fucking stupid as Caillou, and even though he's he's naive. He's the monkey boy. He's Goku, but he looks like a fucking teenager. And then they have the Kim Possible, Ron Stoppable character of the two people from the fucking Eskimo village. And then like who for some reason are like fuck, oh my fucking god, fuck me. And then like they go from town to town and meet all the magical people, and of course there's the super evil oppressive Fire Nation who literally live in fucking hell Satanville. But then of course they have the kind, gentle, sweet, caring, loving uncle whatever his name is, who of course would exist in this evil authoritarian world where everyone's a fucking like magic Nazi. Like fuck that.
Yeah, because his son died.
Like
His whole thing is that while he was assaulting an Earth Kingdom city, while he was sieging it, his son died in the battle, and then he was basically got super depressed after that, and he was like, "Man, are we the bad guys?"
no, they're not. As I just thoroughly explained very clearly.
Okay, I must interject the body moving thing. Only one person can do that.
If one person could do it, more than one person could do it. They also
no, you can't.
They also have that fish.
Another thing.
They have that fish that they are able to like fuse with and become a super mega monster Godzilla being. You didn't think I knew that, did you?
Yeah, I know you know about the Godzilla being.
So
but that's
you see, that's why the Fire Nation needed to just fucking wipe them all out. The rest of the world was such a threat to the world. Okay, could the Fire Nation destroy the world with their lightning bolts, with their fire? Fuck no, they couldn't. Could the Earth?
Well, that is actually what they try to do in the final
season.
Good.
Let them. They should They should take that meteor that gives them power and just crash it into the planet and wipe everybody out. Fucking, I'm just accepting the meteor at this point. I would, if I could be in the fucking Avatar world, that's what I would do. I would just pray to the fucking Fire Nation meteor to just crash into the Earth every day. Same. Like, just to fucking end it. It would be like, why would you want it to end it? Because Korra the Explorer, damn it. And because I hate this show.
True. You know, I again, as I like the show, but Legend of Korra sucks ass. You know, I have to agree.
And then there was that live action one, right? Which
we
has
don't talk about it.
Which has doesn't Aang look in that one look like he looks like a baby version of like Agent 47 from the Hitman movie?
Yeah, he looks like Baby 47, and he doesn't. And he goes, "My name is Ong."
That's just wrong. Or no, it's Rang.
Yeah.
We was Rangs. We was Rang.
He goes, "Oh, my name is Ong," and they call Sokka for some reason. It's just, the live action movie doesn't exist.
No, that's because they want to brand confusion it because people are really because Ahsoka is really popular right now, so they want to, confuse it with.
You say right now as if it happened, as if the movie just released.
That's right, Ahsoka, the Ahsoka movie.
Yeah.
That's right. That's a thing.
Don't talk about.
We never talked about that. We never talked about fucking Kenobi and the Ahsoka show and all of that.
It sucks. Shit. That's really all.
All of it, just all of it, to throw it all under the same bus. Or
there's. I can't really think of any good moments
from either of those shows. Well, I mean, like what?
Okay, hold on.
Okay, yeah. Before I start getting into something that's going to be absolute cringe.
Other than like maybe the villain in Ahsoka, that gray-haired guy who played the Punisher one time. He was brilliant. Cool. Yeah. Other than him, I genuinely cannot think of a good moment in either of the shows.
I liked his sword style. Where his lightsaber felt like it had a weight to it, like a weight and a power to it, like it was, like he was using, like a heavier lightsaber sort of thing, almost like he was holding like a great sword or, like Cloud, like Final Fantasy VII, Cloud Strife.
Yeah.
Like how he holds, like it almost seemed like he had like a certain weight to his sword or something, and about his sword play that. I wonder, I kind of wonder if that plays into it. Because did you see, like, there was that new one that came out and there's going to be, like, a lightsaber whip? Did you see that? Lightsaber whip.
I think so. That's been a thing for a while.
What are your thoughts on lightsaber whip? It's
whatever. Because, again, it's an expanded universe thing, actually.
I guess.
So, lightsaber whip has been a thing since the 90s.
So can any lightsaber do that, or does if your lightsaber gets too old, do you have to get it some blue pills and then it gets rigid again?
I don't know.
Like
Fuck
you
it, why
have to
not?
get
Yeah.
you have to get it fucking like
Yeah.
lightsaber fucking Prozac or whatever the fuck, or what's it called? Prozac. Fuck, what's the Viagra? Yeah, same thing, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we got Pop and Mo in the chat. Jeez, there's a blast from the past. Pop and Mo, welcome to the stream. Welcome to Afterdark. How are we doing for time? We're almost going on a third hour. Are we going on a fourth?
No, I'm probably going to be heading off.
All right, so we'll wrap up this at the end of the next 20 minutes.
Okay, I looked at the chat here.
Yeah.
I think Commissar does make a good point. Like if there was woke shit in Space Marine 2, they probably would have showed it off by now.
Wait, they had lightsaber bolas in Ahsoka? I don't remember lightsaber bolas. Like, did they cut off somebody's leg, or did it wrap around them and tie up or something? Was that was that a thing? I don't remember that.
I don't remember.
I must have either forgotten or not noticed somehow, but I don't remember that. So, okay. Apparently the lightsaber whip is always in the comics, but that doesn't make it not stupid. Yeah, it's just kind of
lightsaber whip's been around for a while. It's whatever.
Like, could you just like adjust the knob on your lightsaber and then it just drops down? Like fucking like Castlevania when you like use the whip and you know how when you use the whip it's this like rigid snap, but then you hold the whip and it goes all limp and hangs all over the place or whatever. Like
it's its own thing. Like you don't between like a normal lightsaber and a whip lightsaber. It is only one or the other.
So you have to make it deliberately a whip saber.
Yeah.
Light whip. I keep wanting to put saber into the name.
Yeah.
But does it work the same? Like if you get hit by a light whip, does it cut you into fucking bits? Like, or does it like? And like
it's
if it's a whip, it's supposed to like hit you with the way a whip works. You don't just you know what I mean? You don't just rub it against them. You fucking snap it, right? So is it just gonna be like the tip? Just the tip, right? Just the tip.
Whoa.
So, oh man. I'm wondering if anybody else would want to come into the chat, because then if you're gonna have to go, if somebody else jumps into the chat, because then it could be the show could go on.
You can be Jack.
Or it could just be me.
Can be me.
It could just be me interacting with the chat. That sounds pretty.
It could as well.
Right, there we go. Doesn't that sound like a wonderful evening?
Yeah.
So they had lightsaber bolas. So it was pretty new, he says. And then Popimo, my lightsaber is nice and long right now, watching you behind the computer.
Whoa.
The force is strong with this one.
Here, listen. We don't do that here. Hold up. Unless you're Morph. In that case, you walk up on random people in the shower and you go, "Hey, you need a scrub?"
Can you learn this power? Right? Oh, jeez. I don't know. The Obi-Wan show had some.
I could just turn into Gene.
I think the Obi-Wan show it had some good moments, but it had some really bad moments, and a lot of the bad moments I would want to say outweighed in frequency and in intensity to the good parts of it. So overall, was it called Obi-Wan or Kenobi? It was called Kenobi.
It was
right?
just Kenobi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kenobi. Overall, I would want to say it comes off with a bad taste, like it comes off as overall negative, but with good little shit sprinklets in the fucking diarrhea pie of it. And mostly it plays off as kind of like a straight to YouTube fan movie made by Bat in the Sun that you remember Bat in the Sun? They made that Batman versus Alien sort of video and all that kind of shit.
I think I do. Yeah.
I think that's what they were called. If I have the wrong channel, sorry. And then so this movie comes across like that, and some of the locations, most of the locations come off as if they were just they got a quarry to film in for a week, and they and then they had a couple props, and they just kind of like with a bulldozer moved around some sand and maybe like put on some like astroturf in areas. Maybe they went to a couple locations, and then everything beyond that would have just been like maybe some would have just been a blue screen, green screen, fucking nightmare room. Because there's no way I don't know. I mean, like, no, they actually did. No. They actually did build a set for like that city planet, for at least the ground level. They actually did build a proper set, and everything. And a lot of the shit was like properly done with like costumes and shit like that. Actually, no, never mind. They did do a lot of that for the parts. So you know what? I don't even know on that one. But then there was parts that were just kind of uncomfortable, like the part that, you know, once again, as delicately and sensitively culturally, I will refer to this as Darth Vader force lynching Darth Alopecia during the Kenobi show, where he like raises his hand and he's pulling it down. It's he's grabbing the rope and like pulling her up. Like there's almost like a fucking force tree in the background. Like it's like there's parts like that, and it's like, what, like, holy fuck, what kind of messaging is this? Where all of a sudden, like, remember when they got in trouble for making that poster of Apocalypse choking Mystique? They made this billboard poster, or like a movie poster, and it was Apocalypse choking, like strangling Mystique with his hand. And then people complained about it because it was showing violence towards women. But yet in this Kenobi show, you know what? Never mind. Let's just move past that part.
We're going way too. I think a common theme here is that we'll talk about one show, and then we'll talk about a thing that came out like 7 years ago, completely unrelated to this thing that we are currently talking about.
Well, it's all connected. It's all the part of the media and all these different things.
Yeah,
So
true,
it's all
true,
and like the outrage media that keeps pushing things forward and shit.
We don't talk about the Boba Fett show. That never happened.
Oh yeah.
Trust me, never happened.
Oh wait, you know, so I'm just noticing here. So we got. Okay, so so it looks like we possibly might have some extra people here. I'm not sure if either or anyone would like to join in, because like Jackler, you said you were going to be wrapping. You're going to be wrapping up in like the next like 10 to 12 minutes sort of thing, because you're probably going to bed.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So we'll probably, because like it's turning 11 now. Probably, and this has been a 3-hour thing. I'll probably go for like maybe another hour, or just kind of go by feels of it. But you know, if anybody wants to join in, I guess we'll have our speak right now. We'll start there. That seems like a good spot, a good cue, good time to.
No, dead.
What's up, asshole?
Faith.
Oh, here we go. We got the Comussar himself. Oh my God, how's it going?
How's the audio?
What's that?
How's the audio?
It's good. It's good. It was
better.
yeah,
That's
that's
a little
better.
better,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was better than when you came in at first there. But yeah, no, that's doing good. How's it going?
I'm just fucking bummed out about my favorite game that may or may not turn out to be a big dumpster fire coming down the pipeline.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
how you feel, buddy. I had literally like before you came in, I was going on a whole rant about the fucking Suicide Squad game. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I heard that yesterday that about the Mr. Freeze Karen.
Yeah. Mr. Freeze with the Karen haircut, but it's a
Jeez.
they them. So why
It's
do
a-
they call
it's a-
they? Why do they call they them Mr. though?
No, I think
Seems
it's
to be
it's supposed to be his wife, because obviously they need more girl bosses.
His wife? No, that's
It's
not his wife.
Victoria,
Because
Mrs. Freeze
the
or
name's
whatever.
different.
So it is
The
Mrs.
name's
Freeze.
different.
Okay, so you were right then. It is Mrs. Freeze, and that explains
Why
it.
is
That's
his
like I said.
wife now
She would have to be his
frozen?
wife at that point to be Mrs. Freeze. Wow.
I have no hope left.
She looks like Iceman though, but like combined with
All
fuck.
hope is gone.
I
Like,
swear she looks like that chick from Alien vs Predator,
if-
the blonde chick that
No,
was
You know what I just realized though? Like it now that we know what Mr. Freeze's wife looks like, it makes perfect sense why he had her cryogenically frozen all those
But
years.
no, that's not her, because it's a different name. Mr. Freeze's wife is fucking Nora. And this woman's name is Victoria, as far as I know. So,
No way, right?
Victoria,
It's not.
as far as I know.
It's not. It can't. Could you imagine if your name was Victor and you named someone, or
Yeah.
you married somebody
And
named
your
Victoria?
wife is Victoria. Yeah, fuck that.
That would be incredible. Okay, wait. So
I
what
mean,
is it?
that-
If it's Nora Freeze, is that what I'm going to be looking up here?
Yeah, that's his wife.
All right, Nora
I think-
Freeze.
And
I mean,
they are
Mm.
different people. This new Karen, Mr. Freeze, Mr. and Mrs. Freeze is not Mr. Freeze's wife.
Well, she looks nothing like any of the previous incarnations of the character, which is always she's always that Gwen Stacy sort of like shoulder length blonde hair,
Yeah.
sort of like
She's
bombshell
also
looking
fucking
character.
frozen in a goddamn.
Yeah. Well, then this one she looks like
Cryopod.
Iceman. Like I don't know what's going on there.
you know what's even worse?
Regardless,
Like name
if
combination.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, I said you know what's the worst name combination? Kyle and Kylie.
it's fucked up.
Like my name's
Regardless,
Kyle,
if
and yeah, I don't want to be anybody named Kylie, or I'm just not doing it.
if there was ever
All right.
a point where Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League could have become a good game, we have already gone past that point, and it is too late.
Okay, honestly, I tried to put Mrs. Freeze in, and then it came up with
I
Miss
don't-
Frizzle. What was the game called? It was is it Dark?
Well, I showed you the image.
Yeah, but what was the game? I was gonna confirm it.
In
Suicide Squad kills
like,
the Justice League.
Oh, Kill Justice
so
League. Alright.
in the Arkham verse, which is what this is set in.
Yeah.
Nora she's got brown hair, and she actually no. See, she goes off because what happens is at the end of Arkham Knight, Freeze realizes that he can't really save her, and she ends up getting unfrozen, and she's basically like, you can't save me, so let's just spend the time that I have left together. So she's dead. Another character that is dead.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Freeze's wife is dead in this universe.
Okay. All right. Wow. Wow, this character sucks. This is.
Yeah.
I don't have much to say about this. Like, this character just sucks.
Just all I can say is just look at it. Just look at it.
I don't want to, but I'm for the sake of the conversation, I kind of have to.
Yeah.
There's definitely something familiar about it, though, and I don't know. There's something about, and is it the Ellen DeGeneres haircut? Is that it? Is that who I'm thinking
She
of?
looks
That
like a lunch lady.
yeah. She
God,
looks. She's got the chest binder of Laura Croft. She's got the.
Is what I mean. The I think the Red Letter Media guy was right. Is that all your franchise turn to shit, and you're gonna live to see them turn to shit?
It's almost the scary thing here, where I'm gonna say that what if Anita Sarkeesian was right, and these are just all the Miss Pac-Man characters, where you put a bow on the head, and you just take the same character. And
that's an interesting theory. Oh,
what if, right?
Hmm.
But then,
Yeah.
if we also follow that route once again, then you lead down to the whole, we got to get rid of everything that's icky and gross, and you got to point it all out, right? And fuck, that's just tiresome. It's just-
I think what we need to do is just never be able to enjoy anything ever again and live a monastic life free from any popular culture.
See, this is why you need to submit to and adhere to the lore and the teachings of Jesus Christ, which will never be modernized and will always remain in its original canonized material. And that you can always find that no matter when your hopes and dreams, your favorite toys and franchises and games get ruined by woke culture, you can always find refuge in Jesus Christ. There you go. That's
the one thing they can't change is
yeah,
Jesus.
Yeah. No, wait until they do. And they
They try to make it black a lot.
Yeah, they're not. It's not like they're not trying, right? Think about all that. We got all the different the different gay, trans, fucking non-binary churches and shit that are.
Well, this year we had a we had a movie come out called Book of Clarence, which actually had like basically a Black Jesus story, where it's about a black guy in Jerusalem who sees Jesus preaching, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna do that too." And the Jerusalem is also like full of fucking sub-Saharan Africans, even though it's not
Mhm.
supposed to be. And yeah, it's if you look at the trailer, I didn't see the movie, so I can't speak on it. I just saw the trailer. It looks, if you are a Christian, I would imagine it's incredibly offensive.
Oh, probably. I mean,
Mm.
anything that they can do though to make it, appeal to modern audiences, right? Like as
Yeah.
that's the thing, right?
It was like, I mean, you've probably heard of the Magical Society.
Yeah,
I don't think I can say the
yeah,
word. I don't
Oh,
think I can say the
yeah.
word.
I
American
don't-
Society of Magical Negro.
I think you're allowed to say that. I think you're allowed to say
Are we?
that.
Yeah,
I
well, you
think.
see,
Let's just not
You s-
overdo it.
you
Like,
see,
I'm the right nationality.
I
you
think you're
see,
allowed to say
no,
that. Yeah.
yeah, same. No, see, I'm Brazilian, so like it just means black in my language.
In Spanish, yeah. So I think that. But yeah, and that's I think that's also why they
Spanish,
why they chose that. It's a clever title, right? Like
Yeah.
or for what, like knee jerk marketing in a way,
Yeah.
right? Because that's going to get
And the
people to go,
movie,
what is
I
this?
mean,
And-
hey, at least we can live with like the fact that the movie did terribly, because it did.
Oh,
It
did
did
it?
do
That was
terribly.
just this year.
Yeah,
Last
it
year
was.
we
It
had
was.
Dear White People, if you guys forgot about that one. That was another
Yeah.
super
Oh, I remember that.
that they put out.
Was that the one by the Key and Peele guy, or where it was like the?
No, that's no.
Oh, okay, that was like a
That's
few years
different.
ago
You're
now.
thinking of Get Out, probably.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, no. At least we have the solace that the Magical Society of the Magical Society of guys in Paris did very poorly.
All
The
right.
American Society of Spanish Crayons.
Yes.
Of Chaos Black.
At least it did really shit.
Or no, of Vallejo Black paint.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Just check your jars of Vallejo paint. And, who I think probably did it well, though? Key and Peele. Because they did the magical Negro trope, where it was one of their skits.
Yeah, I remember they did a skit on it.
Yeah, I
yeah.
did see that. That was really funny.
That one I think was because it really it puts all the beats on the numbers because they spell it all right out. Then they play it all right out, and then they play it to the point where it's completely absurd and it's to this extreme level, right? And it's just
Yeah, that was fun again.
so it's brilliant. Like that one. That honestly, and of course the references, because like there's the one to, geez, what's that movie? I just know it as like the Zippity Doodah thing with the bluebird, right? One of them guys the bluebird, and the other one is like, so they're clearly referencing very specific characters from specific things, and it's weird how things like that even get played out in other media, but maybe they're doing it without knowing it, like Bruce Almighty. Right? Right? If you think about it.
That's the magical. No, that's the super magical cracker, though.
No, but who's God in that movie?
It's
Morgan
yeah.
Freeman. So, just right. And then I guess who else do we have? What there was John Coffey, right? He was
As
he's
the guy from the Shining.
The guy from The Shining. Yeah.
Who was John Coffey?
John Coffey's the guy from The Green Mile.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. And where he's like meant to be like the resurrection of Jesus or something like that, or
something like that.
or
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm sure some biblical scholars of the book. Right. So he's meant to be something like this, some kind of Jesus allegory.
Yeah.
And yeah, so there's all sorts of these characters, right? And so yeah, so that movie sucked. Is in other words, though. The
all
right.
Secret Society of Guys in Paris
Yeah.
did very poorly. So at least there's that.
All right. Sounds about right. I think, you know, it
Like,
probably failed because it had
even
that guy
like
from
even
Jumanji in it. Because
like
nobody likes that guy.
even if you look at like through a lens of like even nothing related to what the movie is saying, just pure like film wise, it is still a bad movie.
Okay, I don't even know what it's about other than them just being in some kind of hokey Halloween town sort of esque setting. That
It's like well, it's racism.
wow,
Because they mean the I mean like racism against white people, because like the whole thing is that it's meant to be like, oh, there's this secret society of magical black people that their whole thing is to make white people comfortable around them, because when a white person is uncomfortable, that is dangerous.
Yes.
fuck. You know what?
That's the message of the show.
You know,
of the movie. That's the message.
At this point, this makes the fucking like Picard fighting ice in the fucking modern America seem like masterclass writing. Like, oh my god. Wow, we've gotten to this point. We have gotten to this point. It is.
How do you like Red Alert 2?
Red Alert 2 is the superior game in the sequels of the Command and Conquer games. Of all, I can't say of all the 2s because I'm sure there's like a no. Generals 2 was canceled.
Yeah, I wonder why.
So 0 Hour doesn't count because it's an expansion. So I think that I think
we
this
don't
is a safe.
talk about Tiberian Twilight.
I think this is a safe statement to say then. Out of all of the 2s, Red Alert 2 is clearly, objectively the superior to Tiberian Sun, where it's taken all the advances from Tiberian Sun, but it's also pushed it to that one level further. The game plays better. It's got better, like, what do I want to say? Hotkeys. It's just way better in general. Although I still love that, like, kind of pseudo Dune-esque aliens kind of future of Tiberian Sun. I like that. But
I agree.
You know,
I think Tiberian Sun has a really good aesthetic that was actually missing from Command and Conquer 3. I didn't like it as much. Command and Conquer 3 felt super generic.
I still need to get to that.
We don't
I've never played it ever, and I'm looking forward. I think I'm looking forward to it. I should be.
I don't know.
I
didn't like it.
No. Oh no. So this is gonna be rough then.
I don't know. I really Red Alert. I just like Red Alert. I think Red Alert is better.
Well, I'm definitely gonna be playing Red Alert 3. We got Vanethgar in the chat. Brother Vanethgar. How goes it? It's going good here.
See, real men don't use infantry. Real men just use Kirov reporting.
Kirov reporting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was playing it for a bit the other night, and I was just kind of taking my time, right, with Red Alert 2. Just doing a bit casually. Red Alert 3
is pretty cool.
I've only played it the one time on Xbox, like on 360.
And that's no. See, here's the thing. They did. I think when they released it on console, they only released things like it was like these sort of challenge modes, I think. So it didn't have like the campaign, as far as I know.
No, it had
like Command & Conquer 3 on Xbox 360, and it had a campaign mode. It was basically the full game.
Okay.
Yeah, it had a campaign.
It was just console.
Okay.
Yeah, it had a campaign.
Fair enough.
But I mean, it's like Command & Conquer on N64, so maybe he'll fucking love Command & Conquer on console.
Command & Conquer on N64. I should go dig out my cartridge right now. Oh man, I should get a fucking what are those called? The flash box, or you plug your thing into it and then you put it into your computer and then you can play N64 and you can show it on the computer.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called, you know what I'm talking about. One of those. Oh man, that'd be great. Or I guess I could get an emulator, but that would probably fucking suck because I'd have to get like a USB N64 controller, or else it wouldn't play right. You know, it just wouldn't work the same. But no, that game was awesome. Oh, go ahead.
Those transfer cards are actually really cheap on Amazon if you go look them up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go check that out because like that could open up. I could whip out the N64 and play some like authentic on the device sort of shit, right? Which sounds pretty legit. I've been trying to play my games legit. I've given up the pirate ways. Hee.
I haven't.
Yar.
With these prices in this economy?
In this economy? Are you kidding me? Red Alert 3 is peak. Real Men Use Bears. 360 had the campaign, and it just had horrid control. Yeah, I would say that's probably on point because these games
it's comes with putting like any kind of strategy game
on a
console, which like I mean, if you do enough black magic, I think it could work, but it's just
Has anyone ever played Goblin Commander Unleash the Horde?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Okay, this is a strategy game on console on the GameCube, but it actually I feel like did it in a way where it was actually fun, where you only had maximum of 3 squads, and you could like basically possess the squad and move it around. So it didn't really force you to do like boring RTS stuff because it's going to be really hard to do it on console anyway. So it kind of leaned into the parts that it could do well, and took the foot off of all the stuff that required mouse controls.
The only example I could really give is Stellaris. I don't really use my PC that much, so I play Stellaris on console, which, in my opinion, the Stellaris edition of the console edition of Stellaris is perfectly fine. The only issue is like the DLCs come in a year late, but like other than that, performance-wise, gameplay-wise, control-wise, I think it's a perfect port. It's fine.
Might have a hot take here in the chat from Vanithgar. GameCube is the best console. You can't change my mind. Except for you could mod an Xbox to have the PlayStation 2, the GameCube, and the Xbox on it. And that was something people did all the time back then, making the Xbox superior.
In that case, that's objectively the best one.
There you go.
But I was always butthurt because I had a GameCube and I really wanted to play Halo. I didn't get to play Halo.
Oh, Halo when that came out with the what was it called? The Duke, or what's the giant controller?
Resident Evil. But GameCube had Resident Evil 4 though. Resident Evil was awesome.
Resident Evil 4. Yeah, no, a GameCube. But you know what though? The Wii version was superior.
From what I have to say the opposite. I've heard the GameCube version is superior.
No, it was better because it was the exact same, except for you also had the wrist control for your aiming, which made the aiming a lot more precise and quicker, where the aiming was really stiff and slow with the sticks, with the wands or whatever, the nunchucks, what they were called. Your aiming was your wrist speed, so it was actually much faster and more precise. With a slight bit of practice and adjusting to doing that, it was better with the wand nunchuck things. Then
I don't know. I played it on PS2, which from what I heard is actually a pretty bad port.
Mm-hmm. I heard the same.
I haven't, like, obviously I was like, I don't know, 10, so I didn't notice. I wouldn't really notice. Yeah, so I played it on PS2.
I prefer the GameCube. Resident Evil made GameCube worth it. Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people probably got GameCube
not only was Resident Evil 4 on it.
What had the Smash Bros game? It had
the Resident Evil 1 remake.
Yeah,
the remake of the first Resident Evil 1 that is really good.
Was that Code Veronica?
No, that's a different game.
Zero Mission
Resident Evil 1, the first one.
Oh, it's just a remake of it?
Yeah, remake of the first one, and it's really good. Like, I would say it's far superior to the original. It's not difficult because the original's not even that good. But that's a whole other story. But like the Resident Evil
what
remake,
do you mean? They're amazing. Barry, where's Barry? I'm sorry, but he's probably. Oh no, right? Come on.
Almost a Jill sandwich. Yeah. But yeah, the Resident Evil 1 remake is really good. I would say it's downright like one of the best Resident Evil games, just straight up.
I mean, the
So, yeah,
Resident
there's
Evil
that.
remakes they've all been freaking hot as hell.
They have. I've heard the only one that kind of got weak was 3, the remake of 3.
It was kind
a
of
little.
short, but I still feel like it was still honest to the original game.
Did they do one for the second
Um,
game?
Yeah, they did. So far, they've remade 1 through. I haven't played. I haven't played 2 and 3, the remakes of 2 and 3, but I have played obviously 1, really good, and I have played the remake of 4, which I want to say is superior to the original.
Okay.
Because like it is, oh man, Resident Evil 4 remake is so good. After playing it, I don't think I could go back to the original.
Wasn't
that
one
it's
of them like an
bad, but,
arcade
like,
shooter?
There was
That's
that
how
as well.
Dead
Yeah.
Space.
Because there's that one, and then there's the
There
Mercenaries.
was that, which like those are like little spin-offs and shit that nobody
Yeah.
really talks about.
Well, it was just like, hey, you want to play a mini game from Resident Evil 4 or something like that? Here's Resident Evil Mercenaries, where you can play as these few characters from Resident Evil 4 and Hunk, because of course he's in this. Because come on, why not? We didn't include Tofu.
Well, I mean,
because
okay,
that
come on,
joke's
Hunk
old.
is awesome though. Come on.
I don't know. I'm waiting
Are you
for the
saying that
Tofu
Hunk
spinoff.
is not awesome though?
Well, I mean Tofu, right? Like we need its
well,
own
how
game,
about
like Tofu
Tofu?
Racing, Tofu Racer, you know, right? Where it's got all the racers are like different zombies and nemesis and like different characters.
Oh yeah, no.
And then
that's true. They made.
his sexism was pretty
Line.
solid. Listed Hunk
Yeah,
as
so there's
Chad.
like a line where like Ada, he just finishes talking like Ada, and he goes like, huh, women. And they removed that in the remake. I noticed that, but you know.
So he's Skeletor, where he's like, "Ha, just like a woman," right? Like he's got the same line.
They removed some of the. They removed some of the cheesy lines, but they also kept some of them. Like they kept the, "Where's everyone going? Bingo." They kept that in.
Are they all old or something, or what's the deal there?
So what happens is like he's in this big village, right? And the bell, and this is like
I remember that.
So
the fourth game,
you're getting
right?
chased.
The bell rings by all the village.
It's basically right at this, and they all just stop and they look at the village and they go into the church, and then he goes, "Where are they going? Bingo?" And then
Which version had the pimp suit, or did they all have that?
4 does have that. They have like the fucking.
But there
Michael Jackson.
It was different by each console, wasn't it? That the game was on, because wasn't it on different consoles and it got like a different costume or something?
I don't know about that. They did all. Oh yeah, no, you're right, Vanthgar. They made Ashley far less annoying as well.
There's also the suit of armor.
Yeah, that's in 4. Yeah, I have to. Yeah, Ashley is definitely a much better character in 4
the remake.
The remake than in the original. Oh my god.
Well, in the remake, doesn't it pretty much kind of okay? In the original, isn't it kind of like where's a real police officer, because Leon Kennedy should probably be arrested for what's about to go on with this, like how old is this girl? And then in the remake, it's kind of like, well, it's an anime sort of thing, but it's kind of realistic. So let's make her kind of ambiguous to this point where you see it's okay with us here at this Japanese company. This guy. This girl's old enough for Leon. He's a cop, by the way, so that makes him morally acceptable in everything he does. Just like the.
Well, actually, he's a secret agent now.
Oh, he's a secret agent. Well, I mean, that makes it even better.
Well, see, what happens is.
Yeah, as long as he whispers, let's keep it a secret into her ear, then it's okay.
Yeah, Ashley is the president's daughter, so he's there to save the president's daughter.
Oh God, so he's Snake Plissken. I've got to save the
Snake Plissken.
Wow, I forgot about that.
Picking up Ashley, yeah.
It's been a while since I've played that game, but I remember like that game was like I remember you'd get like what was it, the Chicago typewriter after you beat the game.
Yeah. After you complete a few, and they have that in the remake too. Like you complete a few, if you do like complete the game in this set amount of time, and then you unlock this. It's like a gun with infinite ammo. Rocket launcher with infinite ammo.
And it does a high amount of damage and it's stupid. Oh, yeah, you can get the rocket launcher and like the rocket launcher kills every boss in one hit. So you go up to like Salazar when he's like, man, and then you just kind of just shoot him in the face and he's just...
Salazar an interesting point. I think it's. I think he was better in the original. Actually, that's the one thing I gotta give the original is Salazar was better. First off, they stole his little hat, which is bullshit. They should have given him his little hat back. But I think his lines are just better.
I think you're just saying that because you're a Boone fan.
Shut the fuck up. How about that?
Yeah.
They're never gonna remake Resident Evil 5. That's a poisoned apple. They can't touch that right now. It's too scary.
Is that the one where Chris punches the boulder?
Yes.
That is the boulder punching one.
That is the Now here's the
really
thing.
fun co-op, all of its flaws like considered. But single player, it stinks ass.
Oh yeah, no, Vanthgar. The fight with Salazar is definitely way better in the remake, but I mean, like the character, I think is better in the original.
Aesthetically,
and
right? The look to him.
Yeah. And personality-wise as well.
Did they change all the voices and everything? Like it's all re-voice acted and.
Yeah, there's different voice actors.
Yikes. So how is it even a remake at that? I guess it's kind of. I guess that would be a remake. I guess
that would be a remake. Yeah,
I guess. Yeah, if everything from the ground up's getting remade. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it is definitely like it is really good remake. They did a really good job. The gameplay as well. Just the combat is so fucking good. Oh my god, just it feels so visceral that you kick a man in the fucking face, and oh my god, it's so good. And they added they have the mercenaries mode too. That's like even more fun. So, as far as I'm concerned, like Resident Evil 4 remake, like 10 out of 10.
Well, Vanthgar cleared it up for me, where it's a remake, not a remaster, which is probably what I was thinking of there. If it was a remaster, right, where everything would be all like updated, so but like it would have all the same like audio and all that and gameplay and everything.
No, this is a full-on remake. Resident Evil 5 is only good if you play it with a friend with a co-op. Other than that, never play it.
Is it on Steam?
And
let's see.
Yes.
Oh, let's check this out. Let's see. What do we got here? Let's go to Steam.
Hey, maybe you can play with Vanthgar, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
You want
to play Resident Evil 5? Oh, let me check this out. Let me check out.
Oh my god.
I need this. I don't have Steam
so
muted.
shit.
I'm gonna have that Warhammer Skulls thing on. All right, so what was it called?
So,
oh yeah, Resident Evil.
Resident Evil 5 should probably won't get remade.
It's less than $30.
Resident Evil 6 doesn't need to be remade because they can just what they need to do with Resident Evil 6.
Wait, isn't Resident Evil 5 the one where you're running around Africa shooting a bunch of black people?
Yes, but like, what, you think there's gonna be not black people in Africa?
But you're like the only white guy running around?
I think there's another white guy too. But like, I mean, if
is
you go to
South Africa,
like incorrect. Your partner is also a person of color, therefore it's all fine.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now, hold on. No, let me finish.
I just wanted to check
before you kill me. Resident Evil 6 doesn't need a remake because what it needs to be is retconned out of the existence, and they just need to make they just need to completely explode Resident Evil 6 and then make a new game, a completely new and different game, and call that Resident Evil 6.
They should end the Resident Evil series by including the character Alice from the movies. And then she comes in and fucks everything up, and then it ends the series. So then they can restart.
They should end the series by never letting Slaith write anything ever again.
See, then Alice comes in and blows it up like the High Elves in Warhammer. Or like so it starts a new Resident Evil universe, which they symbolize through a DNA strain that's like spinning around, right? Right? It's these DNA. Oh no, but you see the Umbrella Corporation.
You see,
you see, it was Edward. It all goes back to Edward E. Spencer in his mansion and his tampering with parallel universes at the conjuring of the Umbrella Corporation, and how that blah 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 blah. And then they meet up with Tank Dempsey and Leonardo from the Ninja Turtles, and like you can have all sorts of different payable DLCs. It'll be a really good marketable product. That's what I'm trying to say. You see,
Yeah, that's what that's what I'm saying, Vanithgar. If you remake 6, you just gotta make an entirely new game, an entirely different game, because there is no way to fix 6 other than just make a whole new game.
what if you do what the movies did and you make Resident Evil 7 or
What
8
if
where the last
you
game
stop
never
talking?
where the last game never happened. It was all like a VR, where it was all a hallucination, where you do the gaslight the audience like Rob Zombie in every one of his movies at the end of the movie, where the next movie has nothing to do with the last one.
We can bring it all the way back to Mortal Kombat, and we can say that they're gonna do a time travel retcon like in Mortal Kombat X.
Yeah,
or
that's what I mean.
Kombat.
I don't. It's been twice now that Mortal Kombat has been rebooted. Jeez.
Oof. That's
Okay. To be fair to them, Mortal Kombat 1 is definitely much better than 11.
mhm.
It's not
What a
completely
horrible
shit.
name, by the way.
Yeah, that they called it Mortal Kombat 1. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's definitely not gonna confuse anyone.
or ruffle feathers and piss off long-term fans that are kind of
Yeah.
that might stick up their nose to it, like, how dare you stand where he stood, right, and call yourself Mortal Kombat 1.
Wait, so Slade, have
yeah.
you played a lot of Mortal Kombat games, or was it just the first one? Because that seemed to be all you need. All
He's
you knew about.
only
I
played the
really
first one, yeah.
I've played a little bit of I think it was the second one. It was at a friend's house back in like the early 2000s. And when I looked at the whole list of characters, I had no idea who anybody was. I didn't know that there was like 2 Sub-Zeros and all this kind of things at the time. So when I played this game, I was like, who the fuck is Noob? And then saw this black silhouette fighting everybody and just thought it was a joke. And like, so like I really only played the first game. I don't know, I might have played one of the later games later on, but that's just like a might. And if so, it would have been like once or twice, so I can't even name which one it would have been.
Yeah. I haven't even played that many myself, but I like to think I know quite a bit about Mortal Kombat because I watch a lot of the Fourth Snake, shout out, does Mortal Kombat lore, shout out. Yeah, so I like Mortal Kombat.
Vanthgar, the GameCube lover, probably really likes Mortal Kombat Deception. I wonder if he has anything to say about that. That's
Mortal
a really
Kombat,
the best Mortal Kombat game ever made.
yeah, Mortal Kombat Deception is widely, yeah, I mean, that is the best one as far as I'm concerned.
He's saying he played a lot less Mortal Kombat and more Soul Calibur. And for the memes, he did play a lot of Dead or Alive.
See, Vanithgar likes titties. See, he's all about the titties. That's why.
But is that the beach volleyball one, or is that the? Because it is a fighting game, isn't it, primarily? Or
It is, but like I've never seen any gameplay of the fighting. All I have seen is the beach volleyball.
you know that movie has got to be one of the movie nights too. Gonna have to watch Dead or Alive, the movie. The one that has the mega boss at the end of the movie, the ultimate boss at this fighting game, is a guy that has sunglasses that has all of their fighting moves in it. So he's able to do stuff before they do stuff, and they have to defeat him by getting rid of his sunglasses, the movie.
See, Vanithgar, I have to ask you, like, with all those like little statues, those action figures that you got, how many jars do you have for them? Like, how many action figures are there?
Yeah.
How many jars are there per action figure?
Oh, can we get a picture? Can we get a picture of Vanithgar's shelf of statues?
Oh, yeah.
Can we get a picture of that?
You guys are all wrong. Vanthgar just sits in a big white tub. He doesn't need any jars.
In the Orichalcum jar. He's in the Orichalcum jar. Wow, those Atlanteans. Damn you, Atlantis.
Oh, those Atlanteans.
Oh, always getting into everything. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. If he had that, though, if you know, with his permission, if I could put that up, because he's got a whole shelf of all of these statues. And if you were to look at it, you'd be like, what do you say when people walk into your room or into your house? Or, like, what do you tell them? What are these? Like, when they walk up to it and they're like, what is this? Oh, wow. The jars are for the poor.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry, no, I was just reading the chat. What was that?
Have either of you seen any of the Warhammer Plus content, like the movies and the things I have on there?
Some of the older stuff. I think I
I've-
saw the.
I've seen some episodes of Hammer and Bolter. Most of them are shit. Some are good. I will have to admit, like some of them do have good, are either just straight up good or have good parts in them. So I don't think it's completely shit. There was the new one, which was Pariah Nexus, which I've seen a little bit of, and from what I've seen, it's fine. It seems fine enough.
I didn't like it. I watched it all the way to the end. It's pretty disappointing. I mean, I felt most of them were pretty weak. So some of them were just straight up unwatchable. There's one about Imperial Knights where you get like 3 minutes of like a fucking amazing 10 out of 10 action sequence between Knights and Chaos Knights fucking duking at each other. And then 30 minutes of this girl boss and her mom arguing inside of a castle about let's go out and fight. No, you can't fight. I want to go out and fight. No, you can't fight. Your father died.
There
Oh, my
was
father died. And it's
they
just
they
like
did one with like Tyranids and Gene Stealers that I've heard was actually pretty good.
That one, the Gene Stealers one, actually, yeah, that was what I was about to say. That was one of the good ones, and the one with
I
the
may be- I
the
may-
Salamander and the Sisters of Battle and the zombies and the Necrons.
Yeah.
That one was pretty good.
I may be in the minority here, but I liked the one with Commissar Yarrick and the orcs. I
that
thought
was the
that one
free
was
one.
actually pretty
Yeah,
good.
that one was actually really good, ironically, considering
Yeah.
that was the one they.
You know, I missed
I
that
thought
one.
that one was pretty good. Like I think the
Well, because
voice
they were
acting for
retelling a story that was written by much better people.
yeah,
Well-
like the animation necessarily. It's mostly kind of just
It was
pictures.
slideshow. It was slideshow.
Yeah,
lazy
it's a
slideshow
slide.
animation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But other than that, like I have to say, I think the voice acting is really good. It was like for the orcs and for Yarrick, I think it's really good.
Yeah, it's
Like,
a
yeah,
huge shame that they fucking got rid of Yarick in the Imperial Guard book, and there's like no reference to him. And Gaskell's rivalry is now with fucking that Space Wolf fucker. What's his name?
Who knows? Wolf.
Who knows?
They're all wolf
yeah, Wolf,
nowadays. They're all wolf. Space
But
wolves are lost.
So I actually really liked the Yarrick one. I thought that was pretty good.
The other one that was there was the Salamander one, and you know what? Here, okay, you think you're in the minority here. The one
That
with
Salamander's in the minority if you saw the part where he had the helmet.
oof. You know who I thought he looked like? He looked like the guy, like the actor that played Blob in Wolverine Origins. I thought he looked just like when he took his when he had his helmet on. For some reason, like something about his face, his eyes. I thought he looked like the guy who plays the Blob in Wolverine.
I like in
Well-
that show. I think the bits with the Necrons were really good.
Oh yeah, I thought that was brilliant. I like the fleshing out, so to speak, of the Necrons, where although I mean, was it in English, their conversation, or was it
Still
in
talking
like,
about Pariah
Yeah.
Nexus?
I guess we
Yeah.
are. Is that
Yeah,
is that the same
Pariah
one?
Nexus. Yeah. That's the one
Okay,
with the
I'm
Salamander
gonna
and the sister.
vehemently disagree with you about the fleshing out of the quote-unquote Necrons, because
Mhm.
it's literally a fucking bickering couple with Nemesis Zandek and this freaking
Yeah, because that's
this
what
one freaking
Necrons are like. Are
Deathmark.
you telling me that Necrons are not that?
Well, I mean, it's like a lord and his servant, I guess. Like, I don't know. I was fine
Yeah.
with it. It wasn't. It wasn't too much of a problem. It was entertaining and
Like,
got the point across. But
to me,
were
it's
they still
like-
speaking English? Was something I'm just trying to get to the.
Yeah, they were speaking English.
Yeah, I mean, like, I honestly just I would have liked it if they were speaking some kind of fake Egyptian language, and then and just kind of
Well,
like subtitles or
actually-
something.
That wouldn't really work because like the way Necrons communicate, I remember seeing this in a book or something. Like they communicate through like binary code and shit. So like they don't even speak to each other.
Yeah, but they
like,
added that in
verbally.
now.
They
I
don't
guess that
verbally speak to
they
each
do
other.
that. They're more verbose now.
Yeah, obviously
like,
they do that
they-
because it's
so-
hard to make a character that doesn't speak.
So like it's less. I guess it's less approachable, but it's more
That's
alien.
a big fat lie. I want to point to Mandalorian. It's not hard to make a character that doesn't speak. In fact, it's really easy.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Boba Fett did it perfectly for fucking 5 minutes of film time.
Less is more.
Yeah,
That's why I
absolutely.
hated the Necron stuff. It's like you're saying, oh, they're fleshing it out. No, the more they have them talk, the more annoying, retarded they become, and less alien. Like I don't want
Well,
them
yeah,
to be
Yeah,
annoying freaking Hollywood
well,
writers.
I
Who
don't
don't know
disagree with that at all.
yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
no, I don't
yeah,
disagree with that at all.
the problem with that is that you would have to be like, if you can't move, if they have to be alien and unknown, then you would like never be able to write a Necron story.
From
No,
their
you could just have them not talk, and then we could just infer what their motives are, and then that would just make them a lot. That would just make everything a lot
Yeah, but
better.
like
About
here's the thing, I can't have like an entire, let's say like a book or something that's just Necrons just standing there. That would be the whole book. It's just Necrons standing there.
giving
you look. Have you
commands.
seen a movie called Wall-E?
I've never seen it actually.
Wally still has people in it. See, here's the thing.
Yeah, but you understand, like the first like the 3/4 of that movie is completely silent, and you're just supposed to infer everything about what Wally wants and what he feels about everything by his actions and his emotions. Like there's no talking at all in that, and that's what I'm saying. Like you don't have to have the Necrons like say be like, oh, you failed again, and if you do it again, I'll destroy you, and then he just goes out and fails again. He's like constantly berating him and just
yeah.
don't have that in there. There's no reason. It's just extra work that makes you look dumb.
It's general audiences thing. I think it's that like a general audience that might be like, but then again, Warhammer Plus really isn't something that a general audience is just going to be like, oh, I've got Warhammer Plus, let me just watch this. I really like all this other stuff. I'm going to subscribe to fucking Warhammer Plus. So they're not. It's really the people who are going to be getting this product are people who are already deeply invested in this. But the way that they generated it or made it is that to a general audience watching that, it's more understandable to somebody where the main villain acts like a villain and he's being a dick to his subordinate goon character, who's the sniper character, and then also they tried to make him like they made them kind of robot-y where I think they were using certain terminologies.
The thing is that
like kind of generic cartoon
like,
robot,
so
calculating or something.
So it's meant to be like the lesser Necrons don't really have personalities.
Yeah.
It's just like the higher ups. The lesser Necrons are just straight up robots, basically.
Well, they don't even get the lore right. If you're forgiving all the talking stuff like that, the death marks are not supposed to serve Illuminor Xerath. The death marks serve Triarch.
This goes over my head.
Well, no, the Silent King technically, when that was being made, I don't know if he was back yet. He might have been. I don't know. But
it doesn't matter because even at the time when he wasn't around, the lore was still the same about who in the Necron hierarchy does what job.
Okay, I didn't know that about Necrons. To be fair, if I get that, if I get that grace,
the lore is pretty deep. Like I was watching Angels of Death, and you guys probably really like that one because it's got Space Marines.
No, of course, Bolter Point.
If I may interject, I am not really a Space Marine, like super huge Space Marine fan. I know it's my avatar and everything, but I don't even like Space Marines all that much. Other than I like the Dark Angels, but. Not as much as this guy over here.
This statement does not reflect the views and beliefs of this channel. Just to make that a disclaimer.
Sorry about that. Keep going.
But there's an episode of Angels of Death where like this chaplain and this marine are walking around, and then they come across a guy who's fallen to the Black Rage, and then they're forced to end him. And that's also when this other marine who's with the chaplain, he kind of learns about the Black Rage and what it can do to people. And at the end of the episode, when they kill that guy, the chaplain takes his helmet off, and that's something that they're not supposed to do except in presence of other chaplains. And unless you knew that, it would just be a totally normal scene for you. But if you didn't know that, it would be a totally normal scene for you. But if you read space lore, my friend did at the time, as soon as that happened, he's like, "What the hell? That's so stupid!" It immediately takes you out of it.
I think there's all sorts of faults riddled within a lot of the video media that's been made by Warhammer brand, whatever, over the course of years.
I think the thing is that
just riddled without.
I'm pretty sure we all know that Games Workshop hates their own IP.
Well, I mean, if I'm like, this is gonna go way back and way before with the Warhammer Plus, and I'm just gonna pluck one quick example as something. If you go back to like that really old Games Day video Inquisitor. Right? The one where there's the Dark Angels and the Inquisitor. And for the time, a lot of the things were like time authentic.
Let me guess, is it the backpacks?
No. Well, the main character, Space Marine guy, him not having a
Oh.
backpack is actually correct for that period when they were doing this. And his armor being white is he's filling the role of a Space Marine hero, which would have had white armor and no backpack. That would have even been like shown that way. The backpack was optional, and we got Curry in the chat, Curry, and so like in that movie. Like, there's this psyker that's giving a message. There's, there's
So about that.
and there's this psyker in the movie, and he's giving this message, and I forget the exact term. I think he doesn't say companies of Space Marines. He says regiments of Space Marines or regiments of Grey Knights, and I don't even think that would have been the right term at the time, because it would have still been companies and battle companies and all that kind of stuff, right? So suddenly there's this fuck up right there. He says fucking regiments of Space Marines. There's no fucking thing as a regiments of Space Marines in fucking Warhammer. So either way, then you get later on and we get to the fucking Ultramarine movie, and like on this mighty Warhammer. Wait, those are called Warhammers, by the way. You know those things that your Terminators have.
Doesn't that also happen in like the
In the Space Marine
what's that
game?
game called? Final Liberation, where you have like the Commissar commanding Space Marines.
Yeah, well, you know what? You don't question Commissar Yarrick. Or that's not his name. That's not Yarrick.
No,
Fuck.
that's not his name.
Holt.
See, you're not.
Oh, I just got slapped. I just got slapped by his glove right there. It's Holt.
Yeah.
Commissar Holt.
No, see, true.
Right?
No living Commissar Holt. Commissar Holt. That is true.
Oh, that was. Oh, fuck. There's a clip right there. Clip that and splice that with Commissar Holt. Right? Like. Oh man!
Choose your next words with exceptional
care. Oh, what a beautiful scene! That scene's great.
That was
honestly,
pretty good. That is pretty good.
That was awesome. How was the Indiana Jones run? I got it done in about 3 hours.
Seeing as how we're starting to talk about Indiana Jones, I think this is the perfect opportunity
to jump out. Yeah. Well, this is probably going for this. This is going in for at tops like another 25 minutes, and then it's wrapping up. So we're in the we're in the final laps here. So all right. So
I'll see you then.
Dipping out. All right. Well, have a good night,
Yeah.
Jackler. The chat bids you farewell. No one's saying anything, but just believe it. Just wink. Okay. I made it up.
Yeah.
All right. So have a good night.
The sources that he made it up.
Yeah. Until the next After Dark.
Yeah.
All right.
Peace, bro.
Peace out. All right. What else we got here in the chat? So yeah,
You're talking about Indiana Jones.
Yeah, Indiana Jones. So yeah, the run got done in about 3 hours. Although there was some casual breaks in between, in the middle, right? There was, of course, now I think as it's got to be like almost like it's a tradition. I had to play that Aqua song again during that ride on the GDI Harvester, and this time I had Sophia with me, and I forget who said it. Yeah. So like I forget who said it last time, but they were like, "Look, there's enough space on the thing on the Harvester for 2 people." And I think Commissar, I think you jumped in and you were saying like, no, it's just so that way you can move around. And
Yeah, I was like, oh, just to see the panel, but no, yeah, apparently he was super right.
No, I was on your side on that one, and I was like, yo, no, it's just like this. Like, there's no way you have to come back. Like, the game totally would have made me save her by now. Is like what I was kind of like internally processing at that point. I was like, no, it's gotta. But no, he was totally right on that one. So like points to like. I forget who it was. Was it Graham? I don't know. Whoever it was, points to you. If you play Warhammer in your next game, show somebody this video, you get 50 extra points. They just get to ask me why, and then I'm just going to say because. And,
That's right.
And so that was awesome on that one. But getting it done in like 3 hours, that felt good. I think I can, if I get a little bit more familiar with it and I get some good RNG, because the game has some pretty hard RNG on some of the steps you have to get through, like the puzzles. The rings will change. The password with Sophia to get the first ring, or if you just kind of brute force your way through it, I suppose. And then like the tiles. There's going to be a bunch of like RNG involved. So give or take. With a little bit of familiarity, I could maybe get that to around an hour if I played it like I did with Monkey Island. That'd be pretty sweet, actually. I wouldn't mind throwing that into the speed runs. Honestly, with the yearly increases in model prices, I don't think I will ever buy models. At most, I will get from Joy Toy and buy books. Well, Curry, this is why I generally support buying secondhand if available on like local classifieds, not on like eBay or like something that has to ship unless you're really fucking desperate and wanting something fucking specific, or like there's certain websites, and I guess, you
Yeah,
know,
you don't only do that if you're looking for something like collector shit. Don't buy an army off eBay. It's all overpriced.
all of it, every single thing on there, like it's criminal. And so if you know, go to like local classifieds. So if you're in Canada, I guess that's like Kijiji, or if you're in the States, that's going to be like Craigslist and stuff like that. And then try to find somebody's secondhand stuff, which you'll probably be able to get like a bundle deal on, and be able to get it for like relatively cheap. And I'm saying that in context to how much it would cost full value. And then getting some kind of like I don't know, stripping chemical or agent to be able to clean off all the paint, if you even want to at all, if you don't want to just keep it how it is. That's going to be pretty cheap too. It's not going to be that much to do it. So you'd be able to have it all nice and clean and fresh even, and right, be able to start from day one on these things and have a pretty good savings on a Warhammer army, and, you know, do that enough times, rinse and repeat, and, you know, there you go, you're working on your own Space Marine chapter. You know, go get him, Tiger.
I also recommend if you're on Facebook, there's a shit ton of groups for Warhammer 40K trading, and because it's a more personal face-to-face experience, people are really like easygoing when it comes to the pricing of certain things. So I picked up like insane deals on Facebook or Dark Eldar and like Retroworks and stuff. We're just like local guys just trying to get rid of stuff.
Yeah, like the trading groups are probably better than going through the marketplace as well, even because the marketplace is going to be like giving you locations that are going to be all over the place and probably aren't going to be the most convenient. Although it's not going to hurt to check it. Trade, sell, and buy in whatever groups for Warhammer, like that's probably going to be your best bet on that one for Facebook, for sure. Absolutely. With prices now, I'm just going to take it easy and spend my money on other franchises, like some baller fantasy miniatures. Is that like another company, or is that like Warhammer Fantasy, Vanithgar?
What did he say? Baller fantasy miniatures?
Yeah, baller fantasy miniatures. Is that going to be like the old world stuff that's coming out, or is that going to? I'm just going to ask him just if he could clarify it, just so that I don't like just fucking pin him to the wall with like a misinterpretation of what he's saying.
What Warhammer fantasy army do you play? You Skaven fuck.
Okay, I think you got him pinned to the wall there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's escaped. I think he's gonna be. You got him pinned to the wall. Oh, you dirty rat! You dirty rat! Oh man. I'll do it with Space Marines. You know, I mean, you're probably gonna. People are gonna be ditching their Space Marines, especially their older ones, like the Stumpies. Now, I suppose.
Yes, no one wants their firstborns. It's the cheapest army to collect.
Yeah, so you can, if you're wanting Space Marines, and if you're really, you know, in a pinch, and you're like, oh, but they're not going to be supported, you know, just make them Chaos Space Marines. Be creative. And then, let's see, like, that's a third party.
That
Okay.
is the funniest fucking thing to me, by the way, that the most popular army in Warhammer 40K literally fucking erased itself.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing that they specifically were saying would never happen. I even remember I went into, after that, like, you know, do you remember when they came out and it was just like Intercessors, and they were just kind of like dipping the toe in the water? Or it might have been the starter set that came out that had like the Gravis Captain with the beer gut. It had the, you know, like the guys in like the lazy boy chairs that are floating around, and it had the.
Yeah.
So, like, they were dipping the toe in the water, and people immediately were losing their minds. And I remember kind of like, you know, kind of getting a little bit into the hysteria for a minute, and going like, well, what does this mean for my Space Marines? And I even compared it to this movie. Do you remember that Kurt Russell movie, Soldier?
No, sorry.
Oh, okay, where Kurt Russell is this like space soldier in the future, and it's got like Easter eggs to like Aliens and Doom and like what's that movie with Harrison Ford and the robots? And so he's this like super soldier that's trained from birth to be this ultimate fighter, and then suddenly the company makes this genetically enhanced super soldier that's just better in every way, and they're like vat grown supermen, and they like face them all, and they're like they're taller and bigger, and like they're Primaris, right? Just to get the comparison here, they're the Primaris, and the Primaris win, but then the soldier, the Kurt Russell character, you know, comes back and fights back, and he's able to fight the whatever, he fights them and he wins, and it's a movie, right? But I remember kind of thinking like, man, this really is like, it's the beginning of the end. And I remember asking, I went to my local GW store and I was like, so what's the deal with Primaris? And like, is this meaning like all the old stuff's being replaced and like the old stuff's being phased out? And it was like, no, the old stuff is never going to be phased out. And, and it's like, you know, and I mean like, you know, they're I respect those guys at that store because they're, you know, they're really nice, but I do feel like I got kind of, maybe they didn't know. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna be generous because you know, I like the guys at that store, they're nice, but like I do feel kind of shit on at that one where it's like, okay, I guess lore wise they're not being phased out, they'll still always exist in our hearts and minds. Right? Like, can't wait for Chaos Primaris Marines. Oh, geez, Curry, you traitor.
Listen, I just want the Rubicon Primaris to kill one fucking person. It has 100% success rate now. What kind of shit is that?
I agree on that one. It should definitely have killed somebody by now. And another thing that they like, here's a missed opportunity that I've been saying that they either are going to do this or should do this, is the Bjorn the Fell-Handed character. Is that they'll put Bjorn into the new Dreadnought chassis, the one that's described.
Oh, they should do that, actually. I agree with you.
And then the one that's described that it kills off the character. And then, of course, they'll magically come up with a solution that makes the new Dreadnought not kill the pilot anymore. And
does the Primaris Dreadnought do that?
Yeah, the Primaris Redemptor Dreadnought, it kills the pilot after enough use.
What the fuck? So what the hell is the point of it? What the shit?
I don't know, it just burns them out, like they're just like microwaved and they're just toast. And so that's the hesitation. They can't do it to Bjorn because it would kill him, and they can't kill Bjorn because he's I don't know, he's the old man, and
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that actually kind of makes sense why the regular Dreadnought data sheet for the Space Marines has a rule where he's like a tutor to the people around him, but the fucking Redemptor Dreadnought's just a killing machine. It's the difference between Robocop and Ed 209.
Well, that's also, I think that ties into the somewhat retcon, where at first when the Primaris came out and they made a new book and they had them in it, the Primaris Marines were the hardest thing that ever hit ever, and they're so brutal that everyone around them, including their brother Marines that are firstborn, are terrified of how they rip people apart, and they're like indestructible fighting machines that can kill anything. Yeah. And then one book later, they're like, and then the Primaris got their ass kicked and they died a lot, so they really relied on and trust the firstborn Space Marines because they were like helping them learn stuff and learn how to not be stupid. So the old Marines were like, hey, you young fucks, we're going to tell you what to do, and so they listened to them. So we have a valid reason for keeping these guys around for now, because they were the tutors, right? The firstborn became the tutor position, and that's why they're good in the chat, like why they keep them around, why you can still buy Devastator squads, right? Like that's, you know, other than that, they're still selling them and they have to get rid of this stock and they have to fucking push it out there, you know. So until they run out of until they have enough that they're gonna make a little mini box set later on or whatever or something, and it'll be like, here's your last chance to buy firstborn Marines. We're repackaging the Battle Company. Wow, don't you really want a Battle Company of firstborn Space Marines now that we've phased everything out inside this box? Get it today for $500. Pre-order now. Comes with a green flamethrower stick.
Because you said it yourself when you were at the Games Workshop store. They're not going to admit to you that their product is being phased out when it actually is, because they want you to buy it for as long as possible. If they were going to say like, well, you know, firstborn Marines are going away and they're never coming back, so buy the set now, why the fuck would you buy the set? You're like, my army's not going to exist, so what's the point of getting these models?
I think they did that a few times with a few models where they're like, this model's like going in the Disney vault. And so if you want to buy it now because it's going away. And it effectively was something that was being phased out of the game. So it was like one of those last chance to buy items. I can't name which one it was because there's so many things and so many articles that have come out over fucking years that I really can't name it. But like, I'm certain there has been a couple that have gone like, here's your last chance to buy it. And maybe I'm exaggerating a bit. They probably wouldn't put it into a bundle. They would leave it as like a solo thing. And I'm probably really more picking on the 3rd edition box set that came out. That was like, we've repackaged the 3rd edition box set, but without any of the terrain pieces and only the different models in the thing. But like, you don't get like, I don't know if you don't get the sergeant or something like that. Like you like, so it's like a nerfed version of the box set from 3rd edition. So it doesn't even have all the shit in it. And like the Marines and all the models are on the old base size too. So you know that like, as far as that would, you know how like you go by the most recent base release? The most recent base release technically of a tactical squad came out in that box set, the 3rd edition re-release box set where the tactical Marines were put on the old base size. So what's the official size for a tactical Space Marine? You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
well, this actually is one of my biggest pet peeves. So if you want to give me a couple of minutes here. So
Go
the Games
for it.
Workshop's statement on this apparently is that the base that a miniature becomes packaged with is always its official base size. So like kill cans, for example, they came on 32 millimeter bases in a freaking blister pack, but now they're on freaking giant dreadnought bases.
Yeah.
But if you were so inclined and you had that original blister pack, you could do that. But for WTC, whatever the fuck that stands for, the World Championships of Warhammer 40K, they have specific rules on what the base sizes have to be for everything. So you have to use the largest base size that comes in the most recent set.
I'm sure, I'm sure there's some official ruling on it, but like, and I'm being a bit pedantic with picking on it like that, but like, it's that like, I wouldn't put it past Games Workshop to market something to try to cash in on somebody's nostalgia, right? And in some way or form. And like it's not the first time that they've done it, and I doubt it'll be the last time that they'll do it again. And like a lot of the new stuff lately especially has been a lot of like, let's bring a lot of blast from the past stuff. Like, where did the fucking anvil come from? Like, who asked for the anvil? I mean, I've been kind of pining for fucking Gene Stealer cults for a while. I've been on that parade going, where's the fucking Gene Stealer cults?
I mean, that was kind of during a golden age. It's been like, I guess 6 or 7 years since they did that, where they actually had 3 like bangers in a row where they did Gene Stealer cults, Adeptus Mechanicus, and then did Sisters of Battle.
Yeah.
Where they like humping the Space Marine asshole like they do all the time. They actually put out some new content into 40K that was really, really good.
The Mechanicus had some mixed reception because, I mean, more the later releases. I think the guys on stilts were definitely a highly criticized one.
Yeah, and the plane is pretty stupid too.
Ornithopter thing.
Like, yeah. But the people like the Dune Crawlers, people like the Castellans, all the Foot Soldiers are all 10 out of 10. Like, I think it was a good release in general.
I picked up a box when they came out. I think I got the Ranger Rad Rifle guys box. And I thought that it was brilliant just like having a little bit more Mechanicus stuff than just like a tech priest or
exactly. Yeah, my thoughts.
You know, like, or I guess if you wanted to represent Skitarii with the available models prior to that, it would have been like tech priests, servitors. You could maybe throw tech marines in there, but that's being a bit generous and it seems a little bit fancy and a little bit it's almost like Space Marine equal attention cake.
Chapters they served on Mars and stuff like that, but they swore no. It's not the same.
Yeah, they really don't fit. Like I'm throwing them in as like an exception, like if you're really pushing it.
Yeah,
and then I don't even know at that point, like weapons batteries, but then you would have like guardsmen and stuff. So it would become a bit confused, and it was really limited if you wanted anything sort of Skitarii. You could maybe have an Inquisitor, but even that's kind of a bit, what the fuck are you going on here with like Skitarii Inquisitor? So like, I thought that was definitely a welcome new addition. I for one welcome our new squat overlords with the
Oh,
Votan.
that I don't know.
I was appreciative of their return. I thought that they handled the adoption of the old lore that was phased out in a way that brought it back in a way that wasn't completely shitting on it. Like a lot, you know how a lot of the let's bring something back that's old and let's make it new and then let's shit on it until it's complete garbage. I thought the Votan the squats were all legit. Like all of that counts. Everything that you know about the squats is fine. They were just a vanguard force of this other force or whatever, and like this is the rest that you didn't know about in this great what if of the 40k universe. I was fine with that. Some of the aesthetics, like the miniatures themselves, no, like the trike, the hover trike, big hard no.
Yeah.
Like don't get me started on that one. Like so I actually don't even like their robots with the helmets that look like a Space Marine pauldron on its side. Like I don't like the glass dome things. I don't like the robot ankles. I don't like a lot of the things. I would have really liked if they like reject modernity and return to Gambison. I would be happy with that.
That set was actually really nice, and I wish they would have, like, maybe not kept it for everything. Like, I understand, like, you can have your Terran Space Marines because that's what they look like, but you can also give us some other schmucks that look like the original guys with the Gambisons that you're talking about, and like the old flight helmets and stuff. Maybe you can bring back plastic weapons like the mole mortar, because that would be nice. A weapon that shoots into the floor.
In the oddness of it, where we kind of did, is that we got that in Necromunda, where there's the Necromunda squats, and they are much more aesthetically similar to the squats army from what we had. Probably because if this is somebody who made this that like appreciates the lore and whatever, or hand me down garbage of 40k, they like maybe it's the separation that the squats on Necromunda, the squats in the Imperium look like this, and then the squats that are in the Votan are in the leagues of Votan. They look like the whatever, like the fucking, I don't even know. The cube.
Well, I really hate the faces and the heads that they have the leagues of Votan. I like the women all look horrible, and the men all look like they live in California. Like some of them, they should just be some classic long beards, or I don't know, just don't make them look like people. Then
there could have been some improvements. They kind of do they kind of have like the halfling? It's been a while since I've actually looked at them, and I'm trying to think. There was something off about like their face. Do they have that like oval, like football head shaped sort of halfling head, or how was it?
No.
Okay, there was something about them though. Like I think I talked about them a couple times on the channel. Like, and I think I made that like Aerosmith video. Fuck. But like, what is it? Like, I don't know. For the most part, I want to say they've been a win. They somehow they made seafoam green kind of look good, and it's probably one of the colors that's the most tackiest colors imaginable. But, kind of like the Pack-a-Punch and fucking Call of Duty Zombies, they did seafoam green, which is a hard thing to do. And that's a weird plus to give them. But I'm gonna give them the little win. I'm gonna give them the little win. It's pun unintended. But so like squats, I think they're inoffensive enough to, I'm gonna say they're overall positive. The sisters being plastic, geez, that's gonna help people to not be deadlifting all the time, right? With their crates full of metal models. Look at the Triumph
of St. Catherine. Look at that model. Oh my goodness. I mean, the war suits are hideous, but there's some amazing shit in there.
Is that the one where there's like there's like Aragorn dead on or like Queen Amidala dead on the thing, and everyone's surrounding her, and there's like.
It's like a big procession around a coffin.
Yeah.
I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I remember that one. I think there was somebody was talking about it at one point, and they were like, "Oh, Slate, they got to do this model," and I was like, "Oh, okay." And I looked at it, and it was like, "Man, this is a busy as fuck model," or like that's a centerpiece to like a display. Like some of these models are just. Yeah. I think that the models have also gotten too intricate and too display-like for it to also be for a game. Like,
Age of Sigmar that has that problem way more than 40k does, but like the 40k, like the Bloodthirster and all the Primarch characters that have come out that are just like they're flying up in the air with one tippy toe on a tactical rock and their wings split out in every direction, and
yeah.
they bump into everything and you're constantly knocking them over. It's horrible, and they're miniatures. Like you don't want them to be doing that. I just wish I had a couple more sturdy guys.
What's the one that's like it's like flying on lightning? Is that a Catan? The new Catan god?
The Void Dragon. Yes, I know
Void
what you're
Dragon.
talking about.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I've heard that one just like the lightning snaps all over the place and it just dies. Like that model just
Yeah,
dies.
a lot of people just nail them to the base. Yeah,
Yeah, like that's like it looks amazing, but like there's no way you can use that thing in a game and have or like you can move it around safely. Like
it's super impractical.
it's very impractical. I don't get it. Like, what were they thinking, right? Like, angry video game nerd.
What were they thinking?
You know, like I can relate to that, but on a much smaller scale. And I thought this was stupid back in the day. Hormagaunts and like Termagants, where they were on their base, they were literally constantly falling over. But they were also they were Slotta base models, but they were the part of the figure, I guess that's was just a tippy toe. The hoof.
Yeah.
It was just this hoof tippy toe that's touching it, and it would always break. And if it broke, you could never reattach it.
No, you're done. Yeah.
And it's not even like you could just repurpose the model as like a corpse even, because it's not going to be in a pose that's going to be authentic. It's always going to be this like
leaping through the air,
leaping through the air on the ground thing. And like it's just a terrible model. Like I can't criticize that decision enough. There should have been something like a tuft of dirt or something that connected to the fucking other foot or something. Like just fuck.
Just have 2 points of contact. It's that simple. Like I don't know why they like to play it. They like to get so smart with themselves all the time, especially considering the notorious the notoriety of flight stands and how often they fucking ruin everything.
Yeah, I think I have this Blood Angels guy who I think it's I might be because I might have converted it, but like it's this Blood Angels guy, and like the original model he has this like bone axe and it's over his head. I think it's Asterath the Grim, and his model is connected to he has like a jump pack. And then the model, it has like, if you look him up, you'll see that he's got like purity seals that come out from his backpack, and those like attach to the base. And if you can imagine how thin purity seals get, and the whole model.
Oh my god, I'm seeing it now.
And it's it's a resin model. Yeah, it's a resin model, and it's just like this is gonna cause problems. This is not a good thing. This is a very bad design. I think immediately one of the first things I did was I got rid of those ribbons and I put a pin in like the I don't know, the part where like the toes are, just behind the toes. And like I've never been happier. Like that, like I would never have had I don't know if people have had problems with that, but I imagine that they would. It looks terrible with that as well. And stuff like that, like a lot of these things that are a little bit too scenic sometimes and a little bit too precise. And I mean, like this might just be my particular taste on this one, but where a lot of them might have like a thematic base, or they have a lot going on and swirling on with their fucking model and shit like that, that the moment you have it kind of in tandem with something else, it clashes in a way that it doesn't quite feel like it fits together. Like the moment I honestly feel like this every time the moment a model has trophies on the base, which trophies referring to corpses, dead bodies, pieces, parts, etc. I think Gilliman comes with like a dead Chaos Marine on his base, like by standard, unless you elect not to use it. It comes with, the
so does Bellator.
Exactly. And the moment that you have that on there, you better be painting that the fucking exact same as your fucking opponent's army or something like that. Or else it's kind of weird that, let's just say, for example, there's like Black Legion here, but you're fighting fucking not Black Legion. Or even if you're fighting fucking pink demonettes or whatever, you're fucking, you know, like, you're not fucking the demonettes, just to clarify. Disclaimer.
Well, I mean, just the idea of carrying a piece of terrain around with you is super annoying. Like, if you remember for your Warhammer Plus subscription, you can get one unique Vindicare assassin who's like mounted on a freaking weird ruined statue's head.
Yeah.
Imagine fucking moving that around or trying to put that guy in a building. Good fucking luck.
You know what? I think it's almost like somebody spite building models to like completely spite the people that go, you know, that this is like a modeling thing first and a game thing secondary, and that the model should be about the model, and that the game, like that point of view, which is a valid point of view. Like, I'm not trying to dismiss it at all, but it's just saying, it's like, so then let's make these models as impractical as fuck. So that way, right? So that way, like, there's no way that you could ever fucking use this thing in a way that's, like, possibly game-wise. Sure, it's elaborate and it's amazing. It's got, like, the sniper that's poking his head through the fucking statue in some stealth way that if you look at this thing, the first thing you're going to think is that a Grammy rather than is that a Vindicare assassin model? Right? Like, and then...
I mean, as Space Marines, you're kind of spared from this because luckily your tanks are all pretty box-shaped and your men are pretty small.
Yeah.
But, like, imagine trying to carry Be'lakor around inside of a case. Like, look at his shape and his wings and stuff. That character can only be carried at the bottom of a box with nothing around him. It's impossible to fucking move these things anywhere.
You couldn't even do the baby carrier thing that people do with their Stompas. Embarrassingly.
No, you can't strap it in.
Right? Like, you couldn't, because, like, the straps would like break the wings or something, right?
Yeah.
You have to have a second person that just holds it. Right? That just
Carry Card is gonna be all 40k talk from now on. No, just kidding.
Oh, this is wow, we've gone full circle. This is a 40k channel again. Leagues of Votan still don't have a novel. Good. Just one codex.
They have a video game.
They have a video game?
Yeah, it's called Deep Rock Galactic.
Oh, okay. Is it like a rock and roll game? Like, are they playing off that aesthetic? Or is it mining game?
No. I mean, if Curry knows about Deep Rock Galactic, he knows what I'm talking about. But, like, you know how fucking Halo came out and then, like, within a couple of, maybe like within a year, they had the Tau, and then Halo 2 comes out, and the Tau get a whole bunch of shit from Halo in it, like the Vespids and the Pope and the chair and all that shit like that. So Games Workshop loves to follow video game trends, and Leagues of Votan, I was so confused what the fuck the aesthetic is coming from, and it's all from fucking Deep Rock Galactic.
You know what? Just saying that out loud, because I know it's true when you think about a lot of things, like when you think about how the relationship between things like Warhammer and Blizzard North, with like the Andy Chambers moving from one company to the other, etc. It's a whole long story. It's a dead horse that's been beaten, but just getting past that point, right? That I'm surprised we never got like Energy Blade Tau. You know what I mean? Tau with like the double Energy Blade wrist things that go in, like melee Tau going in. Like
Farsight is a fucking absolute beast in melee, and he got a new model recently where he's even bigger and badder than before. It's ridiculous when you think about making this armor for him, but
I know.
Whatever.
I just want the zealots, like Fire Warrior zealots. I'm saying, like the sleek aesthetic. Give them the sleek aesthetic, so they're not in a bulky fucking mech warrior with like a camera on the top sort of suit, and then like. And then give them like the wrist blade, so they're kind of more like the profile of like a death cult assassin, and then make them like a Tau unit, and then make that a unit, and then now you have your Protoss zealot squad. And
I see.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Something like that. We never got that. And like with the give and take between Blizzard and Games Workshop, that's been just fucking blatant at times. And then, obviously them taking from Halo with the advancements into what Tau have, with like fucking Vespids and stuff. Which, of course, all that stuff just fucking, it came out, it existed, and then it's like, there you go. Now let's never touch that again. Like, when are we gonna get more snake dudes for the Dark Eldar, or different aliens? That different minor alien species that we've never heard of or seen before that work with the Dark Eldar and stuff like that. That would be...
We're not allowed to talk about the Dark Eldar. Despite the fact that they got a new detachment recently, Games Workshop wants them to kind of disappear, I think. Like, when you look at the number of entries in the book, it's the only one that's fewer than them is Leagues of Votan. And that's just because they came out like like a couple of years ago. And Dark Eldar is literally like a 35-year-old army.
Do you think that this
with like a
ties
dozen
in?
entries.
Do you think this ties into the whole sort of what was it? The Wizards of the Coast, Dark Elf, and Orc sort of races can't be evil drama back when with D&D, where it could tie into that, where because what are the Dark Eldar and the Orcs other than just like, and at this point really when you look at even at modern D&D, just like the Orcs and the Dark Elves in D&D, and they're the evil races, right? And that was bad. You can't do that because that's racist. So
I don't think 40K. That 40K is more concerned about gender politics right now than they are concerned about racial politics, and what I think. So
damn it, where's my Talon? Where's
I
my?
don't think that's why.
Where is my
Hold on,
Talon? Where's my Talon remake? I want them back. I want my Sand Fighters. Come on, get me my. You know what I mean? Like,
well, they did very recently do a made to order of all those Imperial Guard.
Did they?
Regiment.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised. I
So-
honestly thought that would have been off the table. I really because it just seems like it's dead. Like it's so dead because they made the Russian ones those were a fucking flash in the pans, and not like there was the
Destroying.
yeah, like those came out and then they like died immediately. Like you never heard of them again. And they not to the level of like, what was it? There was the Mordian Guard and then the Catechins and some of those ones.
It's really, really weird because the Vostroyans, it's the last regiment that came out that was all in metal, and it's really it's amazing sculpts in my opinion. But
Yeah.
unlike the Mordians or the Praetorians or all the other really like the Steel Legion, they don't get remembered as much, or you don't really see people with big collections of Vostroyans talking about how Vostroyans are this and that.
Like are they the only ones that didn't get like a reboot, revive?
Yeah, I actually do not remember seeing them in there. Now that you mention it,
like the only ones. And it just seems like I don't know it's just wrong. It's wrong.
It was just the 3rd edition regiments, so the Vostroyans were not around at that time.
And those were the ones that
But
had
I
like the
think
big
one of the
puffy
reasons-
hats, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like they were just this flash in the pan thing, and they were really super specialist guard. If you wanted to have this really super specialist army, like that, like, and it was, and yeah, like what, like that's a shit show right there. There's a lot of things that just kind of disappeared. Whatever happened to the Legion of the Damned? Right? They just
Actually,
they fucking fell off the map. They're fucking gonzo. Are they Primaris now?
Oh yeah. I remember. Wait, actually, hold on a second. Let me just look at my apps in a second because they might actually still be in there.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying though, like with the way that things kind of work, right? Shouldn't they? Are they going to get a Primaris remake?
No.
And if they don't, then they're fucking gonzo. They are sitting on the road to extinction. Then if they're going to stay firstborn forever, then they're going to be the next. And I'm saying this in an anachronistic way somewhat because it's more referring to the past. They're going to be the next Gene Stealer cult, where they're going to be something that disappears and maybe comes back later, primarified, and there's somewhat
Is that
still
even
in the lore.
possible? Because they were never really like a full chapter to begin with. It was all just like a thing they add to your army. Those ghost guys that show up.
Yeah, like even what they were was even up in the air, right? So like if you were to apply like all of the different theories of what they even are, like are they ghost manifestations? Are they just a chapter of Space Marines? Are they this? Are they that? Are they the other? Then they should be, if they're a psychic manifestation, then if psychically they would be manifested as Primaris Marines, because that would be in the mind.
No, actually I disagree.
They would be in the
If
zeitgeist.
they were going to make a comeback, which I actually feel like was pretty likely, considering the fact that we see all this Horus Heresy stuff get made into plastic kits, which I never thought would ever happen.
Yeah.
So if the Chaos Space Marines that get updated, they stay in their original firstborn armor. So if they ever
Yeah.
do come out with Legion of the Damned, they'll be big. Like they'll fit the new scale. So unfortunately, it won't fit next to your old guys. But I feel like they'll still have the same old armor type
They
because
might
they're
make
pretty
them
good
bigger.
with.
Yeah, they
Hmm?
might make them bigger. And that's absolutely the case, because like if you look at the Chaos Marines, the Space Marines, from like probably the last release of the Legion of the Damned from then to now, they're likely taller. I'm sure the Chaos Marines are. There's even a scale chart that you can check to see exactly how tall everybody is. With the Firstborn miniatures, Chaos or otherwise, Horus Heresy, etc., being ever so slightly shorter than the Primaris Marines by like just like such a small amount, which that's probably some decision to be like, well, we gotta do something. You know, we gotta make them this big. It would be weird if they were just the same. But then they made like the super chonk beaky whatever the fuck he is Marine. Fuck, I hate that thing. And then,
What do you mean, like a remake of that original Rogue Trader Marine with the weird plasma gun thing?
Is that what he is? Because he's got like the super chonk armor with like a beaky. He's like He's like the leader of the that. You know how there's the two armies in the box, and one of them's like Axe Dude for like I don't know what it was, like Imperial Fists or something, and then the other one's like Sword Chonk Armor Beak guy for the Sons of Horus. And they were in that like cutscene together, and they fought, and they had some really.
I think you're different models.
Okay, now I'm thinking he was like the leader unit for, because there was like effectively there was two armies in one box that were both Space Marines, and the leader of one of them was this super chonk armor. Like it just looks, I don't like it. I'm not a fan of it. And then super chonk with beak, it just makes it kind of look like I'm starting to throw you under the bus, Tony. It kind of just looks like Tony, where he's super chonk, but he's got a little head. And like it's just, yeah, I'm sorry, Tony. Oh, let's go to the Tony cam here just to. Oh, there we go. Let's get Tony on stream. Oh, there we go. He's a good boy.
Right, or Frosted Flakes cereal.
Frosted Flake cereal. They're great. Can you say they're great? Oh, they're great. Okay, so you know, so like I don't know, I wasn't a fan of some of the Horus Heresy things. Some of them I was actually really all about. I think I loved the Assault Marines with those like backpacks that are like remember those old Raptors, those old metal.
Yeah.
Like I love those. There have been definitely some solid choices with that, like the Predator, which is like a remake of the Rogue Trader, the Rhino,
the
which
Daemon
is
Predator.
yeah, like all of that
Love it.
beautiful. I've heard people really struggled with the model itself, just building it, like that they said it was wobbly and shit. And I'm just gonna take their word for it that it probably is. But I'm not sure. One of the models doesn't have internal detail. You know, remember that whole argument of some of the price increases on shit. Well, it's got internalized detail. You see, you look inside the model when you're never really going to be, where it's like practically pitch black because there's no light sources inside this toy. You'll be able to see the area of the model that you probably didn't paint because you forgot to, and then you were like, fuck that last minute, and then you glued the door shut. So, you know, like, there's some of those don't have that, so it's on one side of it's like, oh, what's the point of opening the door then? Oh my god, we're supposed to make it myself, the fucking inside. But like the choices to remake some of these models, like the Land Raider, Spartan, for the most part, I open arms with this. Spartan, I hummed and hawed a bit because it was like, oh man, this is like stepping on the lore of the Land Raider Spartan from back in the day, you bastards. Right, like, and so. You know, so now we have what it is. It's like the new timeline where the Spartan. So, and so a lot of the new models were pretty good, and I've been pretty supportive of a lot of the Horus Heresy models. I actually got some secondhand recently. I don't even know what they are. They're like Sons of Horus, Reavers, I think. So they're like a squad of hand-to-hand guys. Like I think 5 of them have power fists and the other 5 of them have like chain axes or something like that, and I don't know. They kind of look neat, and so I'm probably gonna turn them into bloodhounds. Jeez, I can speak this evening. Let's take another shot. I'm gonna turn them into bloodhounds at one point, and they'll just be I don't know, Sons of Horus. I don't care. No one cares. The blunt hounds. Oh, there we go. Roll a blunt. The blunt hounds.
Yep.
The chapter symbol's now like a Rastafarian flag or something. with like a crescent moon in the corner to represent the Islam. And
It's a glass cannon with a doobie stuck in the end.
oh, there we go. And it says smoking him at the bottom, right? And this is the new joke chapter lore, right? Where like Brother Cubble is part of it and shit. Man, Brother Cubble, that's a fucking throwback to a fucking few years ago. Did you ever see the PA Trooper? The Rogue Trader PA Trooper? It was this figure where he's wearing power armor and he's got these like Mickey Mouse looking fucking ears backpack thing that has a giant letter P and letter A on his backpack for power armor. I'm just assuming, unless he's a paratrooper, like fuck, I don't know. That's para, like I don't know, but it's power armor trooper. And honestly, if you look, like this model is just this mess of cables that it's just all over him. Like he's this guy wearing like almost imagine a guy in like Eldar armor, you know, like that kind of essential bodysuit, body glove from like the 90s Necromunda sort of range of things. And he's got like that, but then like little random bits of armor and like fucking metal and shit. And then he's got like wires all over him, like he's like a bomb that you have to defuse and cut all the red wires, like all over his body. And then his helmet is like a domed visor. Like it's this thing that like for the most part to the aesthetic of the range, it doesn't fit, other than like maybe that like, do you remember that like skeleton trooper? It's like a skeleton, like a living skeleton in like a sci-fi space trooper with like a domed helmet, like an astronaut helmet that's open, and it's like a model from the 80s. It like the closest thing I could come to it with that. And then only now in recent years with the fucking Votan and the Skitarii have domed helmets made a return. Other than people who were weird and made domed helmets for their Space Marines because they were weird. Remember that? Remember people making domed helmets for their Space Marines? So it's a force field. Do you remember that?
I remember people doing it for the Gene Stealer cult. You take the head and replace it with a bead so it looks like a space helmet.
No, not for me. Not for me. Domed helmet. Not for me. So I ended up calling that guy Brother Cubble for all the cables. I was going to call him Brother Cable, and then I was like, no, that's too good for this model. He's Brother Cubble. But then because I painted his visor like Master Chief, you know that gold sort of kind of rose gold kind of changes colors depending on the light hitting it, Master Chief kind of visor? I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Is it this miniature?
Let's take a check. Is this going to be in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got the cables that you're talking about. He's got the bubble helmet that you're talking about. But it doesn't say PA on it like you said. So that's the only thing that I couldn't find.
I don't know if I have a photo of it in my photos. I'd have to pull it. I'd have to really dig through photos to find it. Here, I'm going to see if I have it, though. Let's see. Pictures is going to be in models. You know, actually, I might be able to find it if I just search the server. Because I'm sure I would have written Cubble at one point. Is it going to be in the models? It might be in one of the sections here. But, you know, there's too much shit sometimes. Looking through fucking shit on the server. Fuck it. I'm not going to find it. But
That's fine.
You would find it in some of the early releases on like Stuff of Legends. It would be in some of the very first few, and it was called PA Trooper or Power Armor Trooper. And yeah, and it has like a giant like capital letter P, capital A on his backpack, and he's just covered in cables just everywhere from like fucking head to toe. And he's got this hodgepodge of like body glove and just like random plates of armor that at a certain point it's kind of like, what the fuck am I looking at? Like what is the what, like who is this? You know, like that kid that walks up to the camera, you know that meme? Wait, who are you? Right? Like Jesus. Oh, it is brutal. And it's very unique, if that's giving it any sort of positive sounding quality. It's a very unique miniature. It's not something that I would ever recommend anyone ever painting, because it's fucking nightmare fuel and a half. Because I mean, like, painting some models with trying to pick out all the details just as it is sometimes can be a bit of a task. But then all of a sudden doing that where the model's draped in cables, fucking intertwining with each other, and unless you're just like making them all just like metal cables or black cables or just some, something that's really boring, and you're not doing something that's like, a bunch of different like the case of the movie bomb as. Sorry, go ahead.
I found it.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah.
And it's got this domed helmet and PA Trooper, and it's covered in cables, and it's got like metal plates randomly all over its body, and like fuck's sake, like yeah,
He looks like a H.R. Geiger like drawing with the cables everywhere.
It's intense. It's not something I would suggest somebody to paint for theirs as their first model. How about that? Which, could you imagine? Like, that's the Castlevania 2 of painting a first model, don't you think? Or is there? Oh, maybe there's worse. There could be worse. But it's pretty bad, right? Like, if people are watching the stream or watching it as a podcast later, look up the PA Trooper, maybe go to Stuff of Legends, check it out, and just look at what people had to go through before things were made much nicer in many ways.
I mean, like, I paint Mega Knobs who are like, I mean, there's some plates on there, but they have a big, massive cables on the backpack, and I love painting that shit, so this might be right up my alley.
I'm not naysaying painting cables just at all, like, off the table, but the way that this one is just, like, it's scattered all over them, and they intertwine, and, it becomes a cabley mess at the end of it. Like, I honestly remember, and I think I might have done it on a stream too. I remember being incredibly frustrated because by the time I would be like, I think I'm done, all of a sudden I would give it one last look and I'd go, there's another cable. You know what I mean? Where you think you're done, but then you're completely missed out on some detail because they're just everywhere, and they're fucking insidious in how they're everywhere. And I honestly, brother fucking Cubble. Like, it almost became a meme. I think that's when I started making PNGs of bloodhounds wearing pit vipers, because the pit vipers was what I was getting at, which was because he had the gold visor. It was like the Marine wearing the pit vipers or something. So he's brother Cubble. He's got a pair of pit vipers underneath his helmet. It was a bunch of stupid shit because he was just the absolute joke character, almost on the fucking par of like Obi-Wan, Sherlock Clouseau. Like, it was this, because it's just such a fucking ridiculous model. Like, it's fucking ludicrous with how many cables are on this guy. And like, he's not distinctly a space marine, even to like, he's power armor trooper. Like,
yeah, he almost looks like a Leagues of Votan guy, honestly. There's a couple of painted versions of him on the link that I just popped in the chat there. And that also has the Imperial Space Marine, and that's the one that I thought you were talking about. That's the one that actually did do a remake of, like, a full-on plastic re-release of a rescaled version of that Imperial Space Marine from LEO1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it is very similar to the Imperial Space Marine. And even the Imperial Space Marine sort of pattern at that time was different than what we got later, where instead of having like the bell-bottom legs, they had sort of like the I tie my socks with a ribbon leg. You know what I mean? Like that kind of, they have this like little puff, like little like Shakespearean frill thing going around on like above their ankles or something on like on the Imperial Space Marines. I have a few. I don't have the Imperial, like the one with the big mega fucking gun, the BFG.
Yeah.
I don't have that one. I have the rocket launcher guy, and I have a couple other ones that are just like bolter and maybe bolt pistol ones. But like, they have that same leg frill that is only available on it's only on those Imperial Space Marines. And like those are very different than what we got later on with like the bell bottom legs, and then I guess later on after that we got the knee pads, but they still had the bell bottom legs. For I guess they just wanted to be cool. But actually I compared the new Marines. You know how a lot of people didn't like the Phobos? I thought the Phobos legs, because that was one of the things. It was like they skipped leg day.
Oh yeah, they had those boots basically.
Yeah, they have the smaller legs or whatever, where it's like they removed the bell bottom plate, and they have like a it's more it's smaller. The legs on the Phobos remind me more of the Imperial Space Marines than like the first plastic beakies. The first plastic beakies, they had those big bell bottoms. They had the giant shins. But the Imperial Space Marines before that, their legs were very thin in contrast to that. Much more like Phobos than like the modern Space Marine with, you know what I mean? Like Terminators, etc., where they have the giant legs. So I saw that on the Phobos, and I was like, that kind of seems like a nod, if possible. We're in the Afterdark text chat. I think that's it's been a while since this place has been used. Jesus. What do we have here?
I don't know where I should.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. It's not really officialized yet. It's still getting back into the swing. Afterdark it's been a while since it's been active, right? So
it's been a while.
It's been a while, yeah. Hey, how about I got some questions now that I got you on the channel. It's nice to have you. There we go. It's the PA Trooper, Power Armor Trooper. Awesome. Yeah, I made him into a Space Marine, or I just count him as a Space Marine for the purposes of my collection. But so we got Commissar here. Are you going to be doing any new content anytime soon? I've been wondering.
I don't know. I got so mad about this Mechanicus thing when I read it because, like I said, it's hard for me to give a game 10 out of 10, and this game is pretty close up there. So to hear the second one, to have them to know that they're going to do this, it makes me upset because it's just like keep it free of that. I don't care what your politics are. Like, just let me enjoy Mechanicus for what it is and stay out of that, because Mechanicus was such a good game that Darktide literally ripped off the entire soundtrack for it. Mm-hmm. So it really breaks my heart. So I don't know, if I was gonna do anything, I would fucking make a angry 5-minute rant about that shit. But it's
you gotta bring that
shit to worry
business
about right now than making videos.
You gotta bring that business suit character that you had back. I think my favorite part in one of your videos, I forget which one it was, you could probably help me on that one, is where it something happens and then all of a sudden you're in the shower and it's got that song playing and you're crying. And that was probably my favorite part, because I think that was one of those oh my god, I'm laughing so hard I'm fucking crying. That was awesome. The timing of that, I think that was, I would want to see more of that character if possible, because that was a good one, because that was a little bit of a bit, right? It was a bit of a character, I think. It's not like it was it was a little bit of a character, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
it was yourself. But
if I ever do videos again, I'm not gonna do this fucking side story shit. That I was trying to do. The only reason I was doing that originally was because I thought that's what people wanted, because I was copying what other people were doing at the time. So the suited character is the Commissar from the first episode, the Red Alert episode.
Okay.
And he dies watching Ultramarines, and then I watch Ultramarines afterwards. And then in the one that you're talking about where I'm crying in the shower, that's just me. That's not the suited character, but the suited character appears in that one too, and he's all taunting me and stuff because Warhammer sucks.
Okay, that's how it went. All right, it's been a while since I've seen it, but that was still my favorite part, though. The timing, it was well timed.
The Catachine Guardsman, who's the only cool guy, and then he unfortunately dies.
I don't think there's anything wrong with doing a narrative. I think there's a lot of people that did that, and it's fine to copy people. If it's just, if it's if it's in good faith and it's in for fun. Didn't what's his name? Something on the Wall. He talked about Star Trek and stuff a lot. He always wore a fedora hat. I forget his name. He'd always talk about Star Trek.
Off the fourth wall.
Off the fourth wall? Yeah, he had atop the fourth wall. He had I think a little bit of a story arc going on in some of his things. I mean, clearly Undoomed, his whole thing technically is a fucking story arc because he's a fucking supervillain in a way. You know what I mean? If you look at it from that sort of lens. I mean,
yeah, like those are horrible. Like those are probably the worst parts. And I
Angry-
actually don't watch that guy anymore. But
Angry Video Game
Video
Nerd.
Game Nerd,
Oh.
he's smart enough to stay away from it. He does not do like a freaking like serious side story shit like
It's been a
like
while.
Doug Walker and these are like some of these other YouTubers tried to do. Like for him, it's like fucking Bugs Bunny walks into the room and he beats the shit out of him. It's just like a one-off joke.
No, he did do Board James. Which Board James had a whole story arc where he ended up like killing everybody.
Right. Okay, you know what? Yes, you're right. But like I was speaking only on Angry Video Game Nerd. I wasn't speaking on Board James.
Yeah, there was a bit of crossover on that one because I guess he has like the 3 different things because it's the whole Cinemassacre sort of family at this point now. But like there's been some, so like I don't see a problem in that. You know, you're doing something, you're adding a narrative. I mean, like I think I was even talking to you about I was wanting to do this narrative thing for Command and Conquer for this game that I'm not going to talk about ever again. And and like, oh man, like I was even gonna do it in this whole narrative thing. There was gonna be like little clips. It was gonna go over little parts. It was gonna just kind of do little nods and little references and just kind of get to a little narrative point and then just finish off with a nice little sweet end. And it was gonna be all really easy to edit together. And it was gonna be really cheesy, just like the FMVs from Command and Conquer, you know. And you know, like maybe I'll do that, and I think that'll be fun. I think it would be fun to do, you know. So. I don't know. I think I reached out to that, and it was this long-winded fucking AI-assisted fucking garbage thing that I fucking sent, which I shouldn't have sent the AI part.
I should read that. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, like I can just nutshell it right now, and so anybody even watching can even like pipe in on this one right now. It was gonna be me as a Nod general commander guy who's discovering different points where there was time travel in Command and Conquer, and then putting a bunch of puzzle pieces together, and they connect to Kane, and then at the end there was going to be like a time travel thing, and it was going to be like really easy to do with like green screening and like chroma key and like having some like backgrounds be like static backgrounds and maybe like cropping out certain sections so I can have like lights bleeping and shit and like have like a nod symbol. And then I was gonna, you know, like Cabal from Tiberian Sun, that like blue head.
Yeah.
I was gonna, as like a joke, I was gonna play all the characters even. I was gonna like play myself as this like
blue head you.
Yeah, blue head me, and then there was gonna be these 2 Nod characters, and they were gonna be me, and maybe have like kind of like I did in that 40K video where I wore like the I don't know, the COVID mask. Where I wore the fucking mask and like a hat or something, and I'll fucking, you know, dress up in black or something like that. And I don't know, like maybe on like a piece of cardboard, make like a fucking like Nod symbol and staple it to my head, and then be like, I'm Nod, right? And then have these 2 other characters, whoa, and then have this whole sort of narrative thing where by the end of it, it gets to this thing where like this character, you know, discovers all these different points in time, and it's gonna like make a lot of references to like Red Alert, so like Einstein going back in time, and then maybe even, and it doesn't need to be like 100% canonical. It could just be for fun, and it could be as fucking shoe-brained as it needs to be. But it's just so, and then because it's Command and Conquer we're talking about, like this isn't fucking like biblical. I mean, even though the land of Nod and Cain and Abel, and either way, getting to the point. So. You know, it could have like references to Einstein traveling back in time and like the creation of Nod and even like referring to like the Soviet endings and stuff where like Kane is like in the Soviet Union and stuff like that. Like this is because it's just for fun, right? And how that led to Tiberian Sun and then, or to Tiberian War and all that, right? And then referencing, and then just because of playing a little bit fast and loose, because it's not like Command and Conquer's ever played fast and loose with how time travel works, having it work one way at one point, and then having it like completely work in an entirely radically different way in, I don't know, Red Alert 2. So, you know, or Red Alert 3, I mean. And so, you know, with that, you can just make it so I can refer to like, you know, like Yuri going back in time and getting like eaten by a T-Rex. And then that could connect to why there's dinosaurs inside Tiberian Dawn, why there's the Tiberian Fun Park, because I don't know, it doesn't matter exactly how, but time machine, back in time, dinosaurs now in present time, right? So like things like that, and it doesn't need to really focus too heavy on these. Some of these could even just be in passing and just in subtext of like dialogue between characters, between like the commander and Cabal, because Cabal has to be evil, right? It's revealed that Cabal is evil because he's fucking insidious. He's like Garrick on crack, like Garrick from DS9, but like Garrick when he turns evil on like the other Terek Nor station or whatever. Like so evil Garrick that works for fucking Kira is Cabal. So that plays into it, and I'd have to figure out something. I have like a Han Solo blaster, so that could probably work as a prop if I need like a prop gun. Pew, and then that would be good enough. And then all I need, what do I need to do to symbolize that I'm one person or another in Command and Conquer? Wear black or wear yellow? Look, I'm done. There you go. If I'm in the Command and Conquer universe, if I'm wearing black and red, I'm Nod. If I'm wearing gold or yellow or something around that color, I'm GDI. And that's just kind of the way it works, and that's the way it goes. So like that's all I would need if I needed anything like a costume, which I could probably easily do with a fucking t-shirt. And that's all I would need for this low cost production fan thing on my fucking YouTube channel. So, and like doing the Cabal thing is fucking easy, where you literally just crop out everything like you're fucking Zordon from Power Rangers, and then you like tint shift it until you're blue, and then you add on the rope. It's like scratch voice or I forget what it's called in like OpenShot, and then I thought honestly I just did that, listened to it, and I was like, that sounds exactly like Cabal. Good enough. Like. It's good enough. That sounds good enough. It's perfect. So, like, it's so easy to fucking produce that I think it would be worth it just for like the shits and gigs of it, of doing a little Command and Conquer thing. Because nobody does that, right? Nobody makes a fucking Command and Conquer narrative fan film thing. Even if it's cheesy and lame and like nearly a joke, right? Nobody does it. It's always taken super seriously. Any Command and Conquer channel, they always have like these like grids and frames, and like the videos are played in like this little screen, so it looks like you're watching a fucking briefing from a Command and Conquer mission. And it's like, man, they're taking this really fucking seriously. And of course, it should be taken seriously, but have a little bit of fun with it, especially if I'm not spending any money on this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I looked up the other day, I was like, how much would it cost me to get a fucking, like, Brotherhood of Nod pin? And it was like, just the shipping alone on this thing is fucking criminal. It would cost a stupid amount just to fucking get one. And I'm not gonna, like, buy a printer to make one, to do this shit. Like, it's just not practical. So, like, any props would be like literally me going, hey, where's like a piece of mail I have? Oh, I'll use some pencil crayon. Oh, there's a Brotherhood of Nod symbol. I'll just tape it to my hat. I'll put sunglasses on, and now I'm one guy. Or I'll put the COVID mask, and I'll take my hat off and have like a ponytail, and I'm another guy. There, right? That's two different characters. As long as they're all, have a different shirts. Have like a charcoal shirt, like a gray shirt. Have like a black shirt. Have just the wife beater shirt. There you go. That's 3 different characters right there. And Cabal doesn't need a shirt because he's a fucking floating head. Yeah. Right? like so there. It's so easy to do this that like I honestly think that it would be a lot of fun. But I don't know. I've just kind of wanted to ask like what people thought, and I never got any response. Nobody said anything. So I still think I'm gonna. I just need to like make the script a little bit and make it good. You know what I mean? Like, what sucks about writing fiction? Writing time travel. Or writing about time travel. It sucks. I don't recommend it for anybody, because you have to do it, and you have to do it right. If you don't do it right, it's bad. It is
Has anyone ever told you that you should write what you know?
Yeah, nobody knows time travel, right? I did watch that movie, The Time Machine.
It's kind of a fun Command and Conquer show. Like, just don't take it too seriously. Don't try to like whatever. If there's gonna be time travel, you don't have to make it make sense. Every single episode can be a plot contradiction if you wanted to. The only thing that matters is to make people laugh because you're not trying to make a serious production in the first place.
You know, that's a good point. That's a good point. And as long as I don't need to make up the rules. They've already made the loose rules already, and I just kind of would need to follow that or just kind of cover that, and then that's pretty well it, right? Like I just follow just follow it, follow the code, and then go with it and just trust in it, and then it should fit and jibe with the rest of everything else. And even if it's in like a little bit of a light tone, right, it should be fine. And that's awesome. Okay, yeah, you know, I think I'd be down to do it actually. So I think I kind of talked myself into it, and you as well helped me on that one. So yeah, I think I definitely will. I will work on that at one point. I'll have to get some more stills and kind of like Photoshop them and make different layers and stuff, and then work on how I'm gonna exactly like, you know, crop things in, and then work on a proper, like, I guess, screenplay for it, and then be able to get something down, and it should be good. It should be fun. It's lighthearted and fun, and, you know, celebrating a thing that, like, most of us old guys, right? We're getting old now. We're the old men now, Ace. You know, so
Not me.
you know, like, we're, you know, these things that we love from the 90s, Command and Conquer, fucking, you know what I only really realized just recently? That Tanya, I think it's Tanya, in Command and Conquer Red Alert 3 is what's her name from Mandalorian? The beep boop lady?
Oh, Gina Carano.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Yeah, so that totally passed by me on that one, that Gina Carano was beep boop.
She's Natasha, or whatever her name is in Red Alert 3, and then she also plays, I can't remember her name in Mandalorian.
You know, that brings it back. This brings it back a little bit earlier in the stream again. Once again, I'm pretty sure at one point Henry Cavill dated Gina Carano. So this is another case of fuck you, Henry Cavill. You ruin everything that you touch. Okay, fuck you. All right. So anyway, now that I've gotten off of that.
I don't know about this Warhammer show they're gonna do, dude. I dislike so many of the Warhammer Plus things that I watch that if Amazon's gonna do anything, it's just gonna be more of the same. And
Yeah.
like they with this girl boss thing, like they can't fucking help themselves. They just gotta put it everywhere. And like that's what I was also so upset about the Mechanicus thing. Oh, I was talking about that freaking tweet earlier. Let me bring it up and read it for you because
Yeah, and before we get sidetracked, or before actually, I want to preemptive the sidetrack later on. I want to ask you about Fallout, because you were given the negative reviews. I believe we were talking in the chat there before you joined in.
You guys made the argument for me because what is it? Jackler, the other guy, was here. He the first thing he said was it's not that bad, and that's what I was saying. It's like the apologists, that's all they say is like, you know, it could be worse. It's not that bad.
Yeah,
But it's like it's average at best. There's lots of weird shit like that ghoul taking out 6 power armor guys all in one go, but he can't take out one guy by himself earlier.
Yeah, for sure. There's plot armor as fuck because it's one of those, it is what it is, because it's like a western, especially with the 3 character split. The way that they're shooting it, it's got that good, bad, the ugly sort of like pace, because like each character's getting their own time to shine, right? And they're all main characters. Like, who is the main character? Is it Lucy? Is it Maximus? Is it the Ghoul? When they're all given such an amount of screen time and they're all given their own independent storylines that are like, you know, they're intertwining with each other, like that bowl of spaghetti from that fucking Val Kilmer Batman Flash movie, you know, like, and yeah, it definitely hits that, like, it hits par level, like where it's not. It's definitely not fucking bad. Like, it's not like the She-Hulk. You know how that one was just fucking brutal? Or what was the other? All those Marvel shows. There's all those garbage fucking Marvel shows that came out, and even some of the Star Wars ones, like I was saying earlier, like Kenobi.
Obi-Wan.
Yeah, like Kenobi. Like, it fell flat at best, if I'm being generous. But it definitely was below the bar. Like, it dropped the bar in a lot of areas where it was just like, hey, let's kind of like redo parts from episode 3 but lamer, and have some like it was, And then, like, you know, some of these actors you've not seen, wouldn't it be cool to see them again? Look, they're a little bit older. People age. Time passes. The show. And then there's even Ahsoka, which, I mean, fuck, that show stretches on and fucking on and on and on. And then the payoffs aren't worth it. But then, like, every scene with Balin and fucking hottie hot ass, right, character is the one that just fucking sells it. So it's all about the villains in the show for anybody that would enjoy, like, if there's any parts to even enjoy of the Ahsoka, like, it was the villains. But not even all the villains, because Thrawn sucked. Fucking adamantium skeleton staff lady sucked. The evil witches sucked. The zombie stormtroopers sucked. The fucking Boba Fett show with the fucking Vespas sucked. Right, like, there's so much that sucks. Even the Mandalorians are made to be fucking idiots, where it's like, man, my child has been abducted by a pterodactyl. I guess we better go after him after a couple days or something, and then fly after him, and after time has passed, and maybe he'll be alive, and then we'll maybe fight the pterodactyl or something. The plan, the show. And then of course, there's the whole, like, I sniff my own farts relationship between the helmet Boba Fett's and the non-helmet Boba Fett's. And, like, I just have criticisms in general about Mandalorians and all the different Boba Fett's, because, like, to me, they're just Boba Fett's. Like, they're literally just Boba Fett's. Like, and, like, they're copies of the original being Boba Fett, who ironically is a clone. Like, so, like, I don't know, Star Wars, fuck's sake, I got some feels and some thoughts on that one, and that one's gonna be a deep cut that's gonna go back for quite a while, to, like, fucking 2001, but, like, a lot of shit.
Mandalorian is one season and one season only.
Which season?
I said Mandalorian is one season and one season only.
Oh, is it only one season? Really? It felt like it was.
No. It's to season 2 and 3 are awful.
Oh yeah. They weren't that great. It became the Mando and Grogu show, or worse yet, Grogu and the Mandos, which is kind of referring.
Season 3 is the one you're talking about, where that kid gets abducted by a pterodactyl and they wait 3 days to go save him.
You know, ironically though, I have to give credit where credit's due though. That season did have one of the best pieces of Star Wars media that I have seen in a long time. That made me think, this hits all of the beats of a Star Wars movie. This one episode as a standalone, you could just get rid of the entire show. You could almost get rid of the entire franchise. And this show would be Star Wars. This episode, sorry, would be Star Wars. And it's the one where the seaweed space pirate in his, like, not a Star Destroyer attacks the planet.
Really?
Yeah. That one fits all the beats of a Star Wars movie.
So.
And and it's been a while since I've talked through this, so, like, I might be missing some parts, so, like, you know, forgive me on that one. But they have the intro to it, where you have the main character meets a character and they talk about something, and then the threat comes in and it's a minor threat goon or whatever. And so the threat arises after that point, and then now they have to have, and then this is kind of a simplification because I forget all of the exact nuances that I had to this at the time. It was much more nuanced than I'm going to be able to deliver it this evening, where it was that it fits all the beats, where it's got like the ground battle, the space battle. It's not quite in space, it's in air. They have the dogfight battle, which unfortunately, and I'm now gonna criticize the thing that I'm saying that I loved. Unfortunately, I didn't like the cockpit. I'm having a cockpit. The cockpit scenes, because it reminded me way too much of Star Fox. Seeing all the bad guys when it was shooting to all the different alien bad guys in their spaceship, which looked like an A-wing pilot helmet or A-wing cockpit, it just kept reminding me of fucking Star Fox, where you fight Star Wolf, and there's all the little, like, windows, and it shows all, like, you know, in N64, the N64 one, and it was distracting. I didn't like that part. That part sucked. But the rest of it. And then they destroy the spaceship. They destroy the Death Star, right? Which kills the bad guy and it crashes down, kind of like the Star Destroyer in Return of the Jedi, which crashes down into the Death Star. It crashes down, it blows up. They have the celebration after, which I think is like the fucking, I don't know, like Mandalorian bar mitzvah that they have for some character. And then, he's given the keys to the city or whatever, and end, right? Like I feel like it fits all of the same story beats as Star Wars, and it does it in the right way that The Force Awakens didn't, is why I like that episode of that show. Actually, I really say that episode was a brilliant piece of Star Wars, and comparing it to a lot of the crap, kind of like how Backstreet Boys sound like fucking gods compared to music nowadays, which is just kind of like almost like a metaphor, like a common saying I've heard. But like, kind of like that, this episode was definitely a diamond in the rough compared to what else there could be. It's one of those where I really hate to say it, because it becomes just whiffing copium, saying it could be worse. But then when I'm going to compare it to, it could be Ahsoka cartwheeling on her fucking spaceship while these X-Wing bad guys don't just park their ship and just fucking pelt the ship and blow it up. It was that episode felt like an action adventure that was wrapped up into about like an hour and 15 minutes or something, like, because I think it was a longer episode too. So like it hit all the right beats at the right times with the right moment and the soundtrack and like everything. So like it hit, like that was the moment. And like the problem with those serialized shows is that it's almost like you're meant to watch them in this fucking binge fucking Lord of the Rings special edition fucking 8-hour watch of the whole thing to get this full experience. And no one's gonna fucking do that. That's just unreasonable. That's not entertaining. Like at that point, you're gonna fucking die of dehydration fucking watching this movie where this fucking little girl's running through a forest, running away from monsters like they're fucking out of, like, oh my god, that fucking scene in Kenobi. Running away. Oh my god, the fucking mercenaries. They're a fucking, like, oh, it's embarrassing just to think about it. But like that episode was, I honestly think it was raising that bar. It doesn't have to be raised up super high and have to be the most fucking best thing you've ever seen in Star Wars ever. You know how everybody loved the high octane of like the fucking Phantom Menace at the time. Oh my god, people were really into it. The fucking little ponytail on Ewan McGregor. Oh my god, it's so fucking hip in 90s. Like it's
Phantom Menace is coming back in the theaters this year.
It's extreme, right? Like I think honestly it fits into that fucking like fucking extreme of the 90s. But like, so this episode, I like there wasn't much there that was any good in episode 3 in season 3, because like what else do we get? We get drowning in the water, the episode. We get smell my farts and like let me sit on your face, mommy Mando episode, right? And I mean, like, I'm pretty much just using meme terminology based off of just going off of just like simple shorthand on this one. But like, what else was there? Oh my god, this planet doesn't have fart gas, the episode. Oh my god, this planet doesn't have fart gas, the episode part 2. Like there wasn't a lot there that was really good. The hey, you can't do that, you have to wear your mask, the episode. Like I really, there wasn't a lot there that was really a lot to cling on to. It just kind of seemed like watching, it was like playing Oblivion and doing the Knights of the Nine quest where you have to go to all the different shrines. And in every episode of Mandalorian is an episode of Oblivion where the character goes to a shrine. And then there's like 9 episodes where he gets to every single shrine. And then in the 10th episode, he goes to the Knights of the Nine Temple, the end. But maybe there's a big mega battle with spaceships and stuff like that too. But like, I for the most part, that wasn't there. Really, people who watch the show, I watched the show because it was the fucking Slimer and the Ghostbusters cartoon, right? It was Grogu and the Mandos. That show was watching Baby Grogu. I was like, oh, let's watch Baby Grogu do fucking cute shit. Like, I'm
key jangling, man.
I am literally labeling it how it was, right? And like, Sometimes I'm a simple man in simple entertainment. Watching the Baby Yoda do fucking Baby Yoda things, the show, while a silver Boba Fett does stuff around him, the show. And like, can you tell me I'm wrong on that description? That's what it became, especially after the "I'm gonna get rid of you, Grogu, and you're never coming back." Oh, really?
That's the last thing. Mandalorian ends at the end of season 1, and when
With
he
Luke?
hands yeah, then it's done. They shouldn't have done any more fucking Mando after that. But then it became literally a fucking celebrity clip show where Mando season 2 was like, oh, it's Ahsoka, she's gonna show up in the episode. Oh, it's this character, they're gonna show up in the episode.
I think they needed to assure fans that Grogu wasn't dead at Luke's school.
I don't know. I mean,
you know what I mean?
I guess they gotta make more Mando, right? Because it's the first time people were actually interested in Star Wars for a long time.
You also know that the whole thing about how people don't like buying action figures of a character that's dead, and then, and I mean, like, there's probably some truth to that and falseness to that, but like, there's that, and so like, they probably need to be like, look, everybody, he didn't die. Kylo Ren didn't kill Grogu. Still buy the Grogu bobblehead, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
you know,
I keep forgetting that all this shit leads up to Kylo Ren murdering everybody.
yeah, Kylo Ren murders everybody. Yeah, so if you either poor Grogu or, man, it's a good thing that Grogu has Mandalorian armor with little ear fucking horns. Like,
Oh my god.
you know what I
The
mean?
way you were talking. Oh, sorry. Go
Oh,
ahead.
no. The way I was talking, what?
The way you were talking about that Mandalorian episode is kind of how I feel about Rogue One, where it's kind of like an average. I mean, there's barely a story to it, and most of the characters are pretty bland, one-dimensional. But there's a scene at the end which is just a all space battle scene, where like the shield goes up over the planet and the rebel fleet shows up, and they like perform a ramming maneuver with one of the escort cruisers and like push the Imperial Star Destroyer into another Imperial Star Destroyer. All the while, there's a fucking X-wings and shit blasting each other, and it felt like a movie representation of the Rogue One games.
Or
And
Rebel
I really
Assault?
appreciate it.
Rebel
Yeah,
Ass-
like Rebel Assault and the one before that, whatever the fuck it was called.
Yeah, didn't they have, like, I remember in the Rebel, I think it was either Rebel Assault 1 or 2, where there were certain levels where you had to, like, shoot, you know, it was always shooting squares. That's what that game was. Shoot the square. And there was these, like, circular blue energy shields. You'd be going through this tunnel, you had to shoot all the squares to bring the shield down. And seeing that like, clearly not ripped off of Spaceballs space shield that covers the entire planet. Right? You know that thing?
Yeah, it reminded me of you know, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, even right down to the part where the X-wings are flying through, like, kind of like
One of them crashes into it, even just like in the game.
yeah. And like, there's a part where they're flying next to it, and there's like these kind of I-beam girders that are kind of going up at like angles, and they're flying through this area. That even looks directly like a level right out of one of those games. And I appreciated a lot of that. Some of the talking heads that they kind of deep faked in or kind of like imposed in, whatever they did.
It's the horrible zombie Grand Moff Tarkin, whatever it is.
There was that, but even like Gold Leader and Red Leader, which were
they zombies too?
They were in there too. Well, they looked better than Tarkin, I would want to say. It just seemed a bit odd because because how many shots of these actors are there? Like, none. So they literally just kind of inserted the shots of them from A New Hope into that, and it's just a little like, and then maybe they moved their mouth a little bit. You know, they changed the mouth, so it's just the exact same movements of the neck and all that. Like, okay, you know that bird of prey and all that blows up in all the Star Trek movies? It's that, but you put a different moving mouth on it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And so it's just that part, kind of like, you know, you might be trying not to notice it, but your brain's noticing it, sort of thing. And then Tarkin and Leia, let's not forget Leia, even though that, at least Leia's only in there for a couple seconds, and like, they know to fucking hyperspace the fuck out of there a second later, the moment they show their face.
Yeah, she looks really bad too.
At least they like, so at least there's that saving grace with that part, but that's not good.
In fact, I actually wiped it from my memory until you just mentioned it, that she was in the ending of that, and that she looks so bad.
You might not have forgotten, or you might have forgotten, but your brain didn't. So, yeah.
Hey, bud. We're going on like 3 hours now. So
yeah,
I'm
this is a wrap up here. We're going on the end of the hour here, so I'm gonna throw on
dead.
the wrap up
I'm
screen.
leaving.
All right. Well, it was good to have you. Fuck. Now I'm fucking. It was good to have you, Commissar. We had Jackler, and we had Commissar. We had everybody in the chat. Carrie Vanithgar. We had Graham. E in the chat. No, you can't. Because I blocked the letter E. So I'm gonna wrap up the chat, wrap up the thing, and throw up the ending thing. Let it go.